It is my pleasure to invite our co-chairs co-chairs to the dais, please. Dr. K.R. Dhiman, sir, and Dr. J.C. Rana, sir. Kindly take the stage. Dr. S.K. Gupta is the co-convener with me, so I invite him also to be on the stage. So in this technical session, we will be having 3 presentations. We also had a plenary lecture to be given, but unfortunately, Mr. Deepal Rai Chaudhary from PPV FRA could not make it. So we will be starting the lectures, the 3 invited speakers. And before that, we would like to introduce our co-chairs, though they don't need any introduction as such, but as a customary, we would like to do that. So may I invite Dr. S.K. Gupta to please come to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce Dr. K.R. Dhiman, former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan. Dr. Dhiman has very vast experience, and Dr. Dhiman served as Vice Chancellor of Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry with effect from April 2008 to May 2013. And prior to this, he was Joint Director of ICR Research Complex Barapani and Head Crop Improvement there. He also served ICR CPRA for a long time and contributed significantly to the growth and development of the institute, as well as he also worked on potato breeding lines that led to development of large amount of late blight resistant cultures stable for northeastern hill region. He has developed a late blight resistant high yielding potato variety Kufri Mega and a technique of late blight indexing to eliminate human error. And Dr. Dhiman, during his tenure, during his service period, he published over 120 research and popular articles in various journals of repute. Thank you.
Let's also welcome Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, who has joined us just now. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jaychand Rana, who is currently the Vice President, along with Dr. R.K. Tyagi, of the Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources. He has his post-graduation and doctorate from HPKV Palampur. So he's a native of your state. And he is the national coordinator also of the UN Environment and GEF project, the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SIAT India office since 2018. He is the country representative of the Alliance of Biodiversity International. Starting his career as research associate at HPKV Palampur in 1987, he was selected in 1989 as scientist fellow, CSIR Institute of Himalayan Bioresource Technology, Palampur. After this, he joined as ARS scientist in 1990 at the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, New Delhi, and served as senior scientist, principal scientist at NBPGR Regional Station, Shimla, till 2014, after which he joined as head division of germplasm evaluation at the headquarters of NBPGR till 2017. He is the fellow of several societies, among which he is the NAS fellow also. And he has several awards to his credit. I'll just name a few. The Golden Peacock Award, the International Buckwheat Association 2019 Award, the Dr. B.R. Barwale Award, ISPGR 2018, ICRMS Swaminathan Award for Outstanding Research on Hill Agriculture in 2015. And there are several other lists. So I'll save time by not listing each one of them. And his research areas include plant genetic resources management and on-farm conservation and climate change. Thank you. So आप आ जाइए।
Since Dr. Deepal Roy Chaudhary, he has to deliver a plenary lecture. He is not present today. So in place of him, I invite Dr. Mohr Singh. Dr. Mohr Singh is the principal scientist, NBPGR Regional Station, Fagli, Shimla, and he has made significant contribution in plant genetic resources management for food and agriculture in India. His research interest reflects a continuum of high quality basic and strategic research in pulses like lentil, chickpea, common bean, and rice bean. This has led to the identification of most target gene sources and their introgression line cultivated backgrounds of these pulse species. His research output is evident through large number of high impact peer reviewed research articles published in both national and international journal. He is bestowed with many awards. Few of them are Fellow of NAS and Doctor of Science in Botany. I invite Dr. Mohr Singh for his presentation, please.
Good morning to everyone. With the permission of the co-chairs, I shall be presenting my topic on the use of genetic resources in crop improvement. So in general, genetic resources, they provide the basic and raw material for any kind of crop improvement program. So there are certain classical examples where genetic resources have contributed very significantly, and like the use of our dwarfing gene sources in wheat that resulted into the green revolution. So therefore, keep on mining the useful variation in the genetic resources for targeting the useful traits. So it is unending. Coming down to certain global projections that by 2050, it has already been projected that the world population will be 9+ billion. Of course, which require astonishing increase in the food production. But the more important thing is that malnutrition burden would be triple. And to achieve the zero hunger challenge, so genetic resources conservation through utilization could be the best approach for mainstream agriculture. On the other side, the demand for the agriculture products in the times to come. So maximum demand will be for oilseed crops, followed by fruits, vegetables, then pulses, and then other important crop species. Coming down to the status of the plant diversity in the entire the Himalayan region. So of course, the whole Himalaya is the reservoir of the useful diversity. And coming to the northwestern Indian Himalayan region, so there are large number of the genetic resources distributed in the entire northwestern Indian Himalayan region. Not only the cultivated, but large number of wild relatives are also distributed in the whole northwestern Indian Himalayan region. And the components of the plant genetic resources, of course, as a whole, the whole spectrum, it includes many things like our land races, wild species, and our special kind of genetic stocks. But they have their special significance with respect to the genetic enhancement, carrying important trait of interest, as well as the nutritional and quality parameters. Coming down to the status of some of the important crop species, which those crop species are being maintained by the NDPGR Regional Station Shimla. And for these crops, we are the national active germplasm site, because we are maintaining the highest number of genetic resources of these crops and catering the need of the various inventors and researchers for the basic and strategic research across the country. So in case of grain amaranth, so around 3,000 genetic resources are being maintained at the station. So of course, the data revealed a wide range of variation that distributed in the entire, the various, the grain amaranth, the species with respect to the distinct morphological as well as the agromorphological traits, which are very, very useful for the genetic improvement. Coming down to the buckwheat, again, very, very important crop, attaining high level of popularity amongst consumers, producers. So around 1,000 genetic resources are being maintained at this station. So these genetic resources belongs to our, these three important, the buckwheat species. And so these are the ruling varieties which were developed by the station long back. So Dr. Rana, he was the instrumental to breed these varieties. So these are the ruling varieties. Now these important crop varieties belonging to the grain amaranth and buckwheat. So these crop varieties are being used as a national checks for making the comparison in any the crop improvement program in the country. Coming down to the chenopodium, again, which is very, very important crop with respect to the nutritional security. So at the station, so we are maintaining the album and quinoa. So this species belonging to these two species. And in 2021, actually, there was a special drive, 34 total, 36 crop varieties, which were dedicated to the nation by the Honorable Prime Minister of India as a biofortified crop varieties. So out of which 2 varieties belongs to our station, like our Him Shakti, which is from the that chenopodium quinoa. And this is the first variety which were bred by the NBPR regional station Shimla and dedicated to the nation as a biofortified crop variety. Coming down to the French bean, again, very, very important crop and attaining very high kind of popularity and having a very tremendous diversity with respect to the various the seed interesting characters, as well as a wide range of variation. And we are maintaining the more than 4,500 genetic resources belonging to the 27 countries of their origin. And actually, because this French bean is quite sensitive for certain important pathogens. So this is with respect to the screening of some of the genetic resources, which resulted into the identification of the resistant gene sources against this our Sclerotinia sclerosum, which is white mold, and using the modified straw test method, which is one of the most efficient method for screening a large number of genetic resources. Coming down to our angular leaf spot and anthracnose, again, these two pathogens are very devastating, and that resulted into the identification of some interesting our genetic resources and having their high kind of their significance with respect to their utilization for the induction of genetic resistance. And this is actually in the entire northwestern Indian Himalayan region, like from the Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal, Uttarakhand, there are certain named land races which are quite adapted. And they are known by certain specific names belonging to these regions. But here we found that because the majority of those land races are quite susceptible or sensitive to the anthracnose. So here we introgressed the anthracnose resistance into the background of these important, locally adapted land races to improve further their induction of the resistance by using the gene sources belonging to the secondary and tertiary gene pool of French bean. Now coming down to the crop varieties, of course, it's a reservoir of the useful gene and alleles. And of course, there are certain game-changing trait of interest. And because it is in majority of our domesticated gene pool. And domestication bottleneck is a very really serious concern because it is bringing the wild species into the human management. And during the whole course of this journey, certain useful gene and alleles got lost. So now this is the high time that we need to relook back for the reconstitution of those lost genes and alleles into the background of these the cultivated varieties for the diversification of our cultivated gene pool. Say, for example, that we have two classical landmark examples like the fruit size trait of interest that has been introgressed from the pimpinellifolium to the esculentum. Likewise, shattering resistance in paddy has been transferred from the rupifagon to the cultivated species. So, because it's a good the genetic material for trait discovery as well. And if we talk about the structure of the use of how we put the crop derivatives into the utilization, certainly it's a very cumbersome the effort, but actually by in a very shy the term that the pre-breeding, because it is a kind of the bridge connecting the gene bank and practical plant breeding together. So here that by the pre-breeding, it referred to the crop relatives, their augmentation, their characterization, their evaluation, identification, target traits, and their utilization to convert our unadapted germplasm into the usable form. And those those pre-breeding lines, so they could be used as a donor for further practical plant breeding. And so actually in case of this lentil, because so this is our story that we started this, the introduction of the wild lentil from the different parts of the world, and identified certain useful in the target gene source in the lentil. And thereafter their multiplication, characterization, and three various tier of the evaluation and detailed evaluation, identification of useful traits, their introgression, and further there the distribution of the pre-breeding material or segregating population amongst our the national partners for their further utilization and identification of the useful material. And certainly because we share this material with the ACRIP program, and the Quest, the Jammu, they have identified these two genotypes and released as a varieties at the country level. And this is the summary of our that the value-added material which we shared in the National Agriculture Research System amongst our the crop-based institutions for their maximum utilization into their ongoing crop improvement programs. Coming down to the rice wheat, again, it's a very prolific seed producing crop and it has a lot of strength, but certain weaknesses we found that our majority of our material, which we found quite late maturing. And we try to introgress some of the target gene sources into the background of this VRB3, which is a release variety developed by the NBPGR Shimla and Vipka Salmoda. So we are improving it further by taking the useful traits into the background of the VRB3, like the earliness that has been transferred into the background of VRB3. So in our segregating population, so we found some good material and we are purifying this material up to the next stage of the selection and breeding. And this is Sisal microphyllum because it's a wild relative of the chickpea and belonging to the Himalayan region. Of course, the species is quite known for the drought and the cold tolerance. And because our that translational research that that refer to the identification of some drought responsive gene sources, and because we are in the process of their utilization into the cultivated background. So this is with respect to the utilization of our that Sisal microphyllum, a very useful gene source with respect to the important agromorphological and the abiotic, primarily our drought and cold tolerant traits. And because these varieties, they have been transferred into the background of these ruling varieties, which belongs to the northern and central and southern part of the country. And because this Sisal microphyllum that has been introgressed into the background of these ruling varieties, now we are in the process of the preparation of our genetic material for confirming the true to type hybridity using the genomic in situ hybridization approach. And of course, because if we develop the good material or the mapping population by using the interspecific hybridization, so there is a good scope for the scanning of the useful the diversity. And it's a good area or the genetic material where we identify the QTLs having a important the agronomic trait of interest, and their subsequent their utilization for the genetic enhancement or the utilization into the chickpea improvement program. And in the last, because how we strengthen our crop improvement program, definitely if we are dealing with the genetic resources, so we need to mine the useful variation and carrying important trait of interest. And of course, that will refer to the identification of the important traits, our target traits. Question is their utilization. And we need to put into the hybridization by using the various appropriate approaches, including the multiple advanced generation intercross population for putting the more and more broadened population. And thereafter the sharing of that material to the partners for their subsequent utilization with respect to the ongoing crop improvement program. And thereafter, because actually, sir, in Himachal, because people have very the small and marginal land holding. So if you look into the breeding or the developing the idiotypes adapted to different cropping system, this is another area for the research where we can put the secondary crop component with the primary crop as a additional the crop component. Definitely it will help us to enhancing the farmers income as well, and also the use of the judicious utilization of our land resources as well. So but we need to look into the developing some good idiotypes which could fit it well into the different cropping system. And thank you very much. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity.
Dr. Mohar Singh. A beautiful presentation has been made on genetic resources and their utilization. If there is any question from the audience, if not, I would like to supplement some of his proceedings. He made beautiful presentation with respect to kidney bean, that is Phageolus species, and rice bean also. I tell you, I had the opportunity to work in Northeastern region for more than 25 years. And rice bean, most important pulse crop for the Northeastern region, and it has huge variability in that region. Second thing, pulses and particularly your chenopodium and buckwheat. These are most important crops for hill agro ecosystem. Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and some parts of northeastern region, they have been utilizing commercially these crops. It is very true that if you want to introgress some desirable character into the cultivating varieties, it has to be identified, mining has to be done in the wild species or the land races. Then thereafter, it has to go for hybridization for developing desirable varieties. Most of the resistance genes, whether it is for the pathogens, insect, pest, or anything, it generally comes from wild species. And today, the concept is we have to go for the development of improved parental lines for going the commercial hybridization and for the development of commercial crops. I think it's a beautiful presentation. And I would like to add one thing. When I was here in the non-university, we developed one integrated farming system model, which is most important component when we talk about the conservation of genetic resources. Because monoculture and will never help in the identification of the monoculture. Even when Dr. Gautam was the chairman of PVPFRA, I was one of the members in that one also. And remember, Odisha has identified, registered a large number of farmers' variety. We also have a scope to introduce and register a good number of promising variety on the basis of geographical indicators. So I would like to say thank you, Dr. Mohar. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I think I would only compliment that in NBP, the Shimla station is the one example where we have shown that how we can select varieties from germplasm, and probably the highest number of variety we have released from Shimla station, and also the use of crop biodata in pre-breeding. So I think we are the only example, again, it's a very successful example where pre-breeding has been done successfully and released to a variety. So that's a great achievement of Shimla station. Thank you, because I was there for 23 years. Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Dr. Vaneet Jishtu. He is Scientist E at Forest Ecology and Climate Change Division, Himalayan Forest Research Institute, Conifer Campus, Panthagati, Shimla. Dr. Jishu had his post-graduation at Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. He is a FAO fellow, and he is the member of several committees. For example, he is peer review member of CEIA Committee of Government of Himachal Pradesh for River Valley projects. He has handled over 30 projects and consultancies as PI or co-PI. His significant work includes Western Himalayan Temperate Arboretum, Novel Native Species Conservation Program. He's also a team member for obtaining the UNESCO Heritage status of GHNP, besides representing ICFRE during COP14 and Carbon Neutral Ladakh Summit 2020. He's a recipient of several awards. They include Brandis Award of 2016, Rotary Shreyas Award 2023. He is also featured among 50 people to know across the Himalayas. Besides this, he has more than 100 publications to his credit. So may I invite Dr. Jishu for his lecture.
On ही है.
Honorable and respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, the scientific fraternity who are assembled here, and others, dear students of this university who are sitting on the back. And, I feel really honored to stand here at the dais as an invited speaker. I'm grateful to the organizers, especially Dr. Morsing, for considering me worthy of being here. Thank you, sir. Actually, such opportunities provide me a stage, where I can, advertise the upcoming Arboretum near Simla, which is very dear to my heart. And this is a program, a very novel program of the State Forest Department, which has been being implemented by the ICFRA Himalayan Forest Research Institute. The topic I'll be talking today here is conservation of native arboreal flora of the Northwest Himalaya, status, challenges, and prospects. Before I go ahead, I'll just tell you that I'm a field botanist and I'm not from the agriculture side. So I'm a field botanist and who practices taxonomy. I say this because my specialty in a master's was mycology. It was later on when I turned towards taxonomy. So I call myself as a field botanist. The highlights here would be in my presentation would be mainly on arboreal flora, the forest genetic resources, which we call them. Why we need to conserve plants. I will be talking about the GSPC, the Global Program for Plant Conservation. And I'll be highlighting my work of the Arboretum and what prospects it has ahead. Now, why? Why plant conservation? See, plants are essential for the healthy functioning of our biosphere, the living world which we inhabit. It provides a wide array of benefits, which we all know. I won't go into that. Now, if you see the condition today, the habitat loss, we're losing a lot of species. It's said that the planet harbors around 8 to 14 million species, but we've only some are described up till now, 1.7 million. Now, when we see the red list of the IUCN, which was formed way back in 1964, we have only assessed only 10% of the species. So a lot may have disappeared before we even describe them. And what was considered at that time, it was considered that this would be revised every 10 years. But now it's been over 60 years and we're still not at it. Very recently, a few days back, there was an article on Down to Earth where they have reviewed, the work of 25 scientists who have written a paper where they have said that this IUCN is outdated and unreliable. And there's a time has come for version 2.0. So I won't go detail on these points because I only have 15 minutes to go by. So what we see, if we see the Indian condition, the BSI in the Red Data book by Nair and Shastri in 1987, 88, and 90, where they took out 3 volumes, it too was supposed to be assessed every 10 years. Now we have gone so many years ahead, we still do not have any a session again. Now, at that time, when they wrote these Red Data books, they presumed that we had 15,000 higher plants in the country. And how many plants did we assess? Just 1,047. That was less than 6.55% of the plants. And so many plants, if you see this region, the Western Himalayan region, very few plants feature in those 3 volumes. And when you come to the forest genetic resources, the woody species, it's even less than 0.5%. So we need to, when we really look at the basics of our plants, studies, are we really very serious about it, or it's just paperwork we do?
Then besides that, we also have the conservation assessment and management prioritization workshops. They are based on the IUCN versions. And there are a lot of it is being held in the southern part of the country, but in this region, the Western Himalayan region, we have so far only had 3. We had one in 1998 in Kullu, we had in 2003 in Simla, and 2010 again in Simla. And when we see the amount of forest genetic resources, we have 6 in them, just 8 shrubs and 8 trees in these 3 workshops. So a lot needs to be done. Okay, very recently, one plant has emerged, entered the red list from this part of the, it's from Uttarakhand basically. It's called locally Patwa. Mesotropis pileata is a Fabaceae plant that was just 2 years, last year it was put into the critical list of the plants. Sorry. Now, there are some groups which are very, very fragile. You could say they are the edge, like the gymnosperms. There's a list of 58 species of gymnosperms, which they call the edge gymnosperms. Why? Because they are the edge of, just going away. And despite, having many thriving in the gardens globally, most of the gymnosperms are threatened. 40% of the gymnosperms are threatened, which is a big number considered even to the faunal species, if you see. Now, when we see this edge list and coming to our part of the country, the Himalayas, it has 58 species. At number 1 is the ginkgo biloba, the maidenhair tree, very rightly. You see it in the gardens and in the, the Viceroy Lodge in Simla. A few places in the state, you can come across this beautiful tree. It is at number 1 because it was there 70 million years before the dinosaurs also appeared, okay? Then we have from the eastern Himalayas, we have the Assam catkin yew, Aminotaxus assamica, which is endangered in the IUCN. Then we have the East Himalayan yew, Taxus wallichiana, which is endangered in the IUCN. From here, we have the West Himalayan yew, the Taxus contorta, which is endangered. And besides that, we have 2 species which should have been there, like the Pinus gerardiana and the Abies spectabilis. Now, why do we need to protect these species? They have evolutionary history with them, and the benefits, the current benefits, and the ones they may be discovered later, we will lose all these. So when we talk about evolutionary history of plants, gymnosperms are very important, and that's why it's a great loss if we lose them. Now coming to the forest genetic resources, these are the arboreal flora, the woody species, the trees and the shrubs, which are, a very important subset of biodiversity, very essential for the adaptation and evolutionary process of forests, as well as improving their resilience. Some species may be considered insignificant today, but remember, they could have vital contribution to mankind in future. Therefore, the FGRs are vital and irreplaceable resources, from which mankind is benefiting. In India alone, 340 million people, tribals and the people who live by the forest, they are benefiting from this. And considering the higher plants in the country today, 18,000, which we say, 6,000 of them are being used by these communities for their healthcare. And now 80% of this, when you see the total 18,000 plants, half of them are FGRs. The shrubs and the trees constitute half of them. So and of this half, 80% are in the forest alone. That means we're talking about 70 to 100 arboreal species, which have been documented so far. Okay, and they are supermarkets not only for us, but for the forest-dependent communities, moreover. Supermarket, I say, because they provide an array of benefits from all different sections, you could say. And they also benefit other land use practices like agriculture and animal husbandry. Without fodder, and especially in the lean periods, this is the forest which provides them. They also contribute significantly to the GDP as timber and forest produce. And of late, they've been appreciated in their role in the climate change mitigation, carbon sequestration, and soil and moisture conservation. Now, coming to the conservation, how are we conserving? We have in situ management and conservation, and the current practices include, for in situ is because majority of the forests are with governments, So the state forest departments, through their working plans and different forest management systems, are managing these resources. However, the focus of this is on timber trees, little concern to the FGRs in its entirety. Numerous miscellaneous trees and woody perennials are removed when we are managing these silviculture processes, but they could be having some use for us also. The best trees are removed, causing narrowing of interspecific genetic diversity. And the other way the forest people conserve this FGR is through PAs, protected area networks, okay, which are managed under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, wherein 20% of the protected areas or the forests are protected areas. But mind you, they are only concerned about the flagship species. And the FGR conservation as such is largely incidental here. Then if we come to the other in situ practices of plant conservation by the in situ pattern, we have preservation plots, we have seed stands, seed production areas, and sacred groves. Now, ex situ, when you come to ex situ management of the FGRs, the Botanical Gardens Conservation International has a mission to ensure the worldwide conservation of these threatened plants, to virtually safeguard the FGRs and provide supply of germplasm for research and breeding. The usual approaches for ex situ conservation of the FGRs include the establishment of botanical gardens, arboreta, herbal gardens, clonal repositories, provenance trials, seed and cryopreservation banks. And we also know very well that we are well behind the targets set in the National Biodiversity Act of 2008 and 20. The Aichi bio targets set in the SPV vision of the COP, or the Conference of Parties to the CBD at Nagoya in 2010, which was for mainstreaming biodiversity. The mission was that by 2050, biodiversity is valued, conserved, restored, and wisely used, maintaining ecosystem services, sustaining a healthy planet, and delivering benefits essential to all. Now, at the global level, we have the Global Strategy for Plant Conservation, a cross-cutting program of the CBD with 16 global targets, which are all aimed to halt the continuing loss of plant diversity and to secure a positive, sustainable future. It provides framework for working together at all levels to understand, conserve, and use sustainably the world's immense wealth of plant diversity while promoting awareness. So if you see the target date, it says at least 75% of the threatened plants to be in ex situ collections. And the arboreta are the main institution involved in ex situ conservation. So this is also relevant to a number of other international agreements like the UNFCCC and the UNCCD. And when we come to the plant conservation in the 2030s agenda, with its 17 goals and 169 targets, they are expected to shape actions taken by governments in the future. The target 2.5 is a crucial entry point for the Arboretum Botanical Garden. So I'll just go quickly through the Western Himalayan Temperate Arboretum. This is the idea of the wildlife wing of the Forest Department being implemented. It's a native species conservation program. No exotics are here. And the objective is basically to have a living repository of native plants. I won't go into numbers here, but we are targeting 160 trees. At present, we have 145 trees in this arboretum, and which includes a lot of rare red data books and IUCN red listed plants. We have a shrubbery associated with the trees, and aconites, orchids, a hill bambusitum, ferns, and most importantly, a green space, which is very essential when we are living. Now, most of the people are living in cities. And the WHO also recommends that all people reside within 300 meters of a green space. And the only green space we have in similar to now is what the British had, the Viceroy Lodge and the advanced studies. So, and moreover, the other, I'm running short of time, so I'll just skip some of the things. The other thing of this arboretum is extension and awareness programs. And if you see, it's also contributing to SDGs. And the future prospects, if you see at the arboretum, would be conservation. We could advise to the government on MPCAs, the medicinal plant conservation areas, because we do a lot of field surveys. And we could have orchid preserves, a lot of threatened orchids which have in the state. Then the challenges are fast-paced development. We're losing the habitat, soil waste management, we're polluting the soil. We have a love for exotics. If you see the national highway coming from Chandigarh, we only have two, the Nerium and the Tacoma. And we are not using any native species in that. Then spread of invasive species, plant identification, because taxonomy is losing sheen, global warming and climate change, the policies, the funding, where to get the money from, and the public awareness and involvement. And the prospects ahead are that we need to, I'll just, because the bell is gone, so I'll just say that we need to, essentially as humans, we need to create a symbiotic relation with plants, just like the bees and the plants or the butterflies and the plants. In the end, I'll just, my last slide, sorry. We need to conserve the FGRs for securing a plant diversity of the well-being of people and the planet, and the students, the young people behind. We have to leave something for them. And I end with the words of Theodore Roosevelt, that to exist as a nation, to prosper as a state, to live as people, we must have trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jistru. It's a beautiful presentation, but I would like to make a mention that you made a mention that all the plants organisms should link in synchronization. My suggestion is, when I was working on quality of orchids, we came across one problem that our horticulture people or orchid research center people, they were not allowed to work in the forests. So synchronization has to be there among the different departments working for the conservation of all the resources, maybe plant resources, animal resources, forest resources. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
If anybody has any question or queries, Dr. Gautam, please.
It was a presentation beyond the scope of ICR and related institutions. And it was very informative. And we put in the program with the intention that we know the need for complementarities. I have a suggestion, sir, for consideration. One, in the Himalayan region, let us take state of Himachal itself. There are different efforts being made in conservation of plant biodiversity. A network of these institutions, at least for documenting that at one place, will be very handy for the students and for the researchers. Then they can think of taking up a joint initiative involving different partners. I know Nauni University has a very good arboretum. Many of you might have not heard of. We talk of botanical gardens. He mentioned about shrubbery, that is the collection of shrubs. Herbery, you can call any word. There are pinetums, the collection of pines, different variants of pine, provenances. We have populatum. We have different species related information is available. Bambusitum you mentioned. There is a bambusitum also at Nauni. Herbal garden. I think this is a rich wealth which remains ignored. The mention about sacred grove, long back Ramakrishna did the work to document the sacred groves and sacred forests. All these things, I think Dr. Jistru, you can do human service by along with Dr. Morsi and also somebody from the Nani University and Palampur University, you can do a great work in documenting all botanical gardens, all the species-related conservation efforts. You mentioned about Ginkgo biloba. Students should know that this is a monotypic species and this is at the verge of extinction. We call it as a living fossil. These are the kind of things which will be very, very interesting to the NVPGR people also and to the students and the next generation. Sir, I thought that I should make a mention that number one, a documentation of whole things at one place. Two, horticulture. No mention was is made the collection of horticulture species. Grasses. We have temperate grasses. But this fell in the Mansobara Center. So, there is what you call allelopathic effects. So we lost a lot of material. So what I will suggest is, sir, that one of the important outcome of this, that the Western Himalayan has done a lot of work, lot of taxonomic work, which he mentioned has happened here. I don't know whether you know flora of Shimla, famous flora. On the same pattern, one of our scientists did flora of Navani. I think that was a thesis done. So I think this is time that we document this whole wealth. That will be wonderful work. Thank you very much, sir, for giving the time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I think that's an excellent suggestion because he mentioned the flora semblances. That's the only flora I have seen. How beautifully they have written at that time, 9803, Colette. उसने यहाँ तक मेंशन किया सर कि ये टूटीकंडी में है, ये फागली में है, ये तारा देवी में है. This is how beautiful they have mentioned, and we did excellent study on that basis. When we did the documentation of flora in the Shimla, we found almost more than 200 species. They are not available to where they were. And to add on, at least 50, 60 more species, they have come there which were not there. This is how flora is shifting and how disappearing. There are excellent studies that we did based on that flora semblances. Thank you very much.
Yes. Our next speaker would have been Dr. M.L. Thakur, but he's on the way, so he's got a bit delayed. So we will take up this lecture a little later. So without taking a coffee break, probably we can go straight, if the co-chairs permit, we can go straight to the rapid oral presentations. So I would like to invite first Dr. K.M. Rai, scientist from ICR NVPGR, Regional Station Bhowali, for his presentation. You have 4 minutes to present, after which a buzzer will, and then there will be a negative marking. So please take care of that.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and dear participants. I am Dr. K.M. Rai, scientist working at ICR NVPGR Regional Station Bhowali. Today here I am presenting my research work on ex situ conservation of wild allium genetic resources, which are conserved at NVPGR Regional Station Bhowali. Now, an overview on alliums. Northwestern Himalaya have the unique and remarkable genetic diversity of the wild edibles, and in northeastern Himalaya, allium is one of the largest genera, and approximately 30 to 35 species are distributed throughout the regions. And in northwestern Himalaya, local peoples collect bulb, leaves, as well as the flowers from the forest or meadows, and used as a food, seasoning spices, green vegetable, and as a Indo-Tibetan local medicines. Around 15 species attain the status of rare, endangered, and threatened species, as drastic loss have been noticed in the past decades due to anthropogenic activities, climate change, species competition, and excessive harvest by the locals. So there is urgent need to collect and conserve the native diversity and enhance the gene pool of wild alien species. Here in the map, I show the diversity of the wild aliens in northwestern Himalayas. Next. Here, alien species diversity collected from the northwestern Himalayas. During the last 8 to 9 years, we explored the northwestern Himalaya, particularly Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, and Ladakh, and total 62 accessions of the 15 different wild species have collected and conserved as a XC2 in the field gene bank. We have explored Uttarakhand and collected 6 species, that is Allium humile, Allium wallacei, Allium victorialis, Allium stakei, Allium nagianum, and Allium carolinianum. And from Jammu and Kashmir, we have collected 5 species from the Jammu province, and as well as the Kashmir province, like Allium conjuganum, Allium raleigh, Allium citralicum, Allium farcatum, and Allium auriculatum. And from the Ladakh, particularly from the Darbuk and Kargil region, we have collected 4 species: Allium tuberosum, Allium purgvascalianum, Allium burgvasci, and Allium cynopressum. And we have conserved at the field gene bank. Here the conservation strategy adopted. Conservation refers to the protection of the plant genetic resources of the crop plants from genetic erosion. And we just followed 2 types of the conservation, in situ and ex situ, and we concern about the ex situ conservation as a whole plant and as a part of the plant. Next, ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation literally means the offsite conservation or maintain of the sample of the live organism outside their natural habitat. And major advantage of the ex situ conservation is complete protected from the predation and poaching, and it is carried out in the form of the whole plant, seeds, pollen, vegetative propagules, tissues, or cell cultures. Ex situ conservation. Here I just present the flow chart of the ex situ conservation. First, we collect the allium germplasm from the natural habitat, and then brought that sample as a vegetative propagules in the moss grass or in a poly bag, and conserve in the in the field gene bank. And when we collect the seed materials, we conserve at the seed gene bank, and from the field gene bank, we just collect the materials and conserve in the in vitro or the cryogene bank. Here is the status of the ex situ conservation of the wild allium at the seed gene bank, cryogene bank, in vitro gene bank, and field gene bank. Now the ex situ conservation, total we have 152 accessions of the 22 species, wild allium species have conserved at the field gene bank from throughout the Indian Himalayas. Here is the status of wild allium species. Now, we have developed the morphological descriptors for the characterization of wild allium species. And from the Niti Valley of Chamoli district, Uttarakhand, we have collected the 3 distinct type of allium germplasm, and we just conserved at the Bhavali station and characterized. And we found the diversity at level of the bulb shape, bulb tunic color, leaf type, spathe, escape, and other characters like leaf aroma. And here I just show the pictures of the diversity differences. And from there, we just identified the one new taxa that we named the Allium nagianum, which is distributed in the sandy soil along with the river of the alpine meadows of the Malari region. Nice. And we have also new distributional record of the Allium purgivus calenum from the Uttarakhand, that is Allium purgivus calenum. Earlier it was reported from the Darbuk and Neoma areas. Yes, there's some challenges we faced at the level of the conservation of field gene bank. No, thank you.
We will have all the 4 oral presentations together, and then at the end, 1 or 2 questions with the permission of the chair. So I now invite Dr. Sherry Rachel Jacob, from senior scientist from ICR NBPGR New Delhi, for her presentation.
Respected dignitaries, delegates, and dear students. This presentation is on the conservation of wheat, maize, and barley genetic resources of Northwestern Himalayas in the National Gene Bank of NBPGR. The National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources is the nodal organization which implements the country's mandate of ex-situ conservation, and it houses the 2nd largest gene bank in the world. And this gene bank contributes significantly to the global conservation efforts made together by all these gene banks, which you can see, which is globally contributing. The number now is more than 1,750 gene banks contributing to the global conservation efforts. And this is an overview of the georeferenced collections, and you can see the magnitude of effort that is globally going into this activity of conservation. India has been always acknowledged to be a mega diverse country, and it represents 4 of the biodiversity hotspots out of 34, one of which I would say a major one is the Himalayas. And the Northwestern Himalayas, which is the point of presentation today, is a unique diversity hub. It's rightly called a unique diversity hub for the reasons which are mentioned here specifically. We all know it has diverse climatic zones from glaciers to cold arid deserts. It covers wide range of altitude, which I have depicted here in the map. It has people with distinct cultures and ethnicity with, holding a large number of crops in the staple diet. So what has it all contributed to conservation? It has given us a huge plethora of diversity, which actually is a huge challenge for a conservation person to, extract and conserve in the gene bank. Now, before I go into the specificities of the collections from NWH, let us quickly take an overview of what is there in the gene bank with regard to these crops. Now, this is wheat germplasm collection with the georeferenced collection shown in the map. And we have a total collection of 34,000, and the profile is shown here for your reference. Next is the maize, where we have around 11,000 in the gene bank. And the next one is barley, where we have around 9,000 in the gene bank. All these have been collected and deposited by explorers, by the various organizations and institutes under NAS. And it is a conservation effort of more than 3 decades, I would say even 4 now, that these number of collections have slowly accumulated in the National Gene Bank. Now coming to the status of wheat, barley, maize collection in the NGB, which is specific to NWH, we can see that the crops status has been given state-wise, and the total collection amounts to 6,704. Now, in this, what I would like to stress upon is the unique species diversity conserved from NWH region. We can see here in the case of wheat that we have Agelops thaushai from Jammu and Kashmir 15, which was a first-time collection for this particular species. We have these many collections of aligners coming in. So in wheat, if you can see the kind of representation that is done at all levels from primary, secondary, and the tertiary gene pools, which is coming in from this particular zone. And again, in barley, we have this much diversity in the case of species which is coming in, and Hordeum vulgare Himalayans. And you all know the speciality of Hordeum vulgare subspecies nudum, which is very much special to this particular place. So the kind of CWR diversity that has come in, and exclusively from this zone only for these two particular crops. In the case of land races, we all know land races hold we call it the gold mine of genes, novel genes, for especially for biotic, abiotic stress, and for also very important for climate resilience. And we have very unique land races prevalent here, which have been collected over decades. Currently, maybe not in the fields here, but it is there in the National Gene Bank for later utilization in breeding programs, and listed out the names of some very unique ones. In the case of maize, I should mention that these are being taken ahead also for utilization, and pre-breeding efforts have been started in this. And you can see the speciality of the traits also given in this. Now, some of the very, we were talking about not making gene bank a black box. So some very simple efforts which has been taken up from the gene bank side to understand. So one specific to the Northwest Himalayas is what I would say about, we all know mean germination time is a very important trait for the brewing industry. And barley is a very ancient crop in this belt. And we had looked into the land races and the importance of having superior mean germination time for this particular crop. And we got some land races with very unique or superior mean germination time in this. And we have marked it for further evaluation. Similarly, the genetic analysis of certain traits in land races, which we did for seedling establishment and seed longevity, we could identify certain marker trait associations which were important and some land races which were identified. Now, what we could understand from these is that we can use these MTAs in marker-assisted breeding programs. But most importantly, what it implies is the unexplored land traces which offer huge potential for use in breeding programs, but unfortunately is not being carried ahead. Some of the few conservation efforts which we did in this northwestern Himalayan sites, I would quickly mention. One is the safety duplicate gene bank, which Baroda sir also mentioned yesterday. It started way long back with so much of trial experiments in the Chankla region. Couldn't take ahead because of the Doklam standover when it happened. Military concerns were there. We had to leave it. Again, we took a serious effort with sir's leadership in Stingray area. Decision is awaited. We are hopeful of a decision. And then in the second one is the community seed banks. Though NPPGR has not been directly associated, through collaborators, efforts have been taken always. And this area is a hub, a huge potential for community seed banks, which we all know is the core setup which connects PGR management to the grassroots level. In situ conservation, again, as we also CWR, the hub of diversity in this particular belt. And we are proposing to have a treatise garden here, the talk for which is again going on. And we are hopeful to have, to harness the diversity and have it in situ conservation so that we'll capture the evolutionary, benefits also. In addition to the ex situ conservation. So Estee, what sir was telling about the conservation continuum, this is the best place to implement it, because this is the place where the actual custodians of plant genetic resources have contributed significantly to the great cause of conservation for the entire posterity. So thank you very much. And this is all from my side. Thank you.
The next presentation is from Dr. Faizan Ahmed, Mountain Agriculture Research and Extension Station, Kargil, from Sequast.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries, dear delegates, and dear students, a very good morning to all of you. Today, my topic of presentation is conservation and characterization of protected farmers' varieties of apricot of cold arid region for future breeding programs in Kargil. I work at a place which is not famous for good reasons, but I want to make this place to be famous for its quality apricots. As you can see, this is the map, and the maximum diversity lies around the LOC, and these green dots you can see, these are the areas where the maximum biodiversity is present in case of apricots. And I want to tell you one thing, and Kargil, the meaning of Kargil is in center, and this place was a resting place when trade was being done through Silk Route. So traders brought these genotypes, different genotypes, and they took rest at this place and planted these apricot different genotypes at this place. And that's why this has become the epicenter of apricot biodiversity. As far as the area is concerned, the major crop of Kargil is apricot, and the total area is 2126 hectares. And out of that, 78% is under apricot cultivation with 10,000 metric tons of production, which is 84% of total fruit production in Kargil. And you can see this is the apricot blossom, which is being promoted by the tourism department in the Kargil. And this is the river, main river. This is just for the information of the public who has never visited the place. Coming to apricot. Apricot is one of the most nutritious stone fruit of Northwest Himalayas, and it can withstand minus 25 degrees Celsius temperature in the winters, and it can withstand the temperature of 38 degrees in summers. And it is very rich in, as far as the nutrition is concerned, it is very rich in vitamins A, E, and one important vitamin, that is B17, and it gives anti-cancerous property to the consumers. And there is one place in Pakistan, Gilgit-Baltistan region, that is Hunza Valley, and the people of Hunza Valley are very healthy, and the longevity is quite high in that region, and they don't have cancer. There is no case of cancer reported in Hunza Valley. That is why this becomes, apricot becomes a very nutritious fruit as far as the health benefits are concerned. And total 60% of apricot production comes from Ladakh, and 70% of total production of apricot is from Kargil. So Kargil is producing double of Leh. So Leh is famous for its quality apple, but Kargil is famous for its apricots. And apricot is the major source of economy for Kargil farmers. And why is protection needed? Because there is one blanket ban which was imposed by the J&K government in 1980 because of one insect problem, that is codling moth, and fresh fruit could not be exported out of Ladakh. That's why farmers were forced to dry their produce to have some income from their apricot plantations. And that is the main reason they converted all the biodiversity into halman, so that they can earn something from their plantations. That was the main reason for loss of biodiversity. And my work was, it was basically a collaborative research, because registration of farmers' varieties was done by KVK Kargil, and it was characterized by CITH Srinagar, and I am conserving these 30 varieties which farmers have registered. These are the list. This is the list of those 30 varieties, and they have given the name on their local language. You can see that last one is Khante Fatting. That is wild apricot which is having drying type of quality. Fatting is a name for dry apricots. And we have all these 30 varieties we have maintained at our farm, and we are making one reference block, that is the target which was given by PPV FRA. And in early work, we have found 3 early cultivars, 17 mid-season cultivars, and 10 late-season cultivars. And flower diameter is also, we have 3 categories. And in case of TSS, we got to 25.4 degree maximum, breaks maximum, and 7.5 as lowest. And as far as the weight is concerned, 30.10 gram was the maximum fruit weight, and minimum was 7.43. And we have generated passport data also. And this is the leaf color. And we are making one monograph of these varieties in this form. I have 5 representatives. And in future, the idea is to have all the varieties under single roof, so that future breeding programs can be targeted by having these genotypes at single place. And F1 generation population is also future target. And the main purpose of having center of excellence in Ladakh. And this is the beautiful city of Kargil. Thank you.
The last oral presentation is by Dr. Neha Rani from Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry. Please come.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Neha Rani, student of MSc second year, Seed Science and Technology from Dr. Y.S. Parmar University. Today, I'm presenting my topic, Advanced Methods of Conservation of Plant Diversity. Biodiversity is a term which is used to describe the variety of plants present in the forest, in the farms, etc. It encompasses different types of the plants like trees, shrubs, herbs, grasses, and the genetic diversity which is present within these species. Also, it offers a variety of raw materials, and it also provides, like if we want to produce resistance to disease in some cultivated crops, we can get it from a wild species. There are 2 methods of conservation of plant diversity. First one is in situ method, next is ex situ method. In situ method is process of preserving threatened plant species in its own natural habitat. It includes national parks, biosphere reserves, sacred groves, whereas ex situ method is the process of protecting endangered plants outside its natural habitat. It includes botanical gardens, seed banks, cryopreservation, tissue culture, etc. In situ conservation, first one is national parks. It is created and protected by the national government. It includes variety of flora and fauna. In Himachal Pradesh, it is located in the Kullu region. The name of the national park which is located in the Kullu region is Great Himalayan National Park. Next is Biosphere Reserve. It is the large protected area where we conserve the wildlife, plants, animals, and traditional tribal life. There are 3 reserve zones inside it: core zone, buffer zone, and transition zone. In core zone, there is no human activity allowed. In buffer zone, we can go for research purpose only and education purpose only. And in transition zone, human activity is allowed. We can do farming like activities, forestry, fisheries, etc. Next is sacred groves. These are the area which is protected by the tribal people around their worship area. They make a forest-like area around the places of their worship, as you can see in the picture. Next is ex situ conservation. The advanced methods of ex situ conservation, first is cryogenic storage. Cryo is a Greek word which means cryos, frost. Preservation in a frozen state. The principle behind it is bringing the cells or plants in a zero metabolism state or in a non-dividing state so that they can extend the shelf life of the plant. It can be stored in solid carbon dioxide at minus 79 degrees Celsius, low temperature deep freezer at minus 80 degrees Celsius, in vapor phase nitrogen at minus 150 degrees Celsius, or in liquid nitrogen at minus 196 degrees Celsius. The procedure is that first we have to select the plant material, then we add the cryoprotectant so that it can be prevented from the chilling temperature. Then we freeze it and it is stored in liquid nitrogen. Thawing is the process of bringing back to its ambient temperature. Then it is washed and recultured in case of seeds or any plant part. Then there is measurement of viability, whether it is alive or not. And then there is regeneration of plant. It is the case study where the conservation of the bird cherry germplasm by cold storage and cryopreservation of winter cuttings. In it, the 5 bird cherry cuttings were stored for 6 months in cryopreservation, and the viability after 6 months was reported from 43 to 50%. Then is the tissue culture. In it, we can generate a whole new plant with a single cell or a tissue. We can use any organ also. And the thing is that it is virus free. We generally use tissue culture, the meristem part of the plant, which is considered virus free. So there are no chances of any disease. It is the case study where germination and micropropagation of Crataegus monogyna seeds by tissue culture method. The seeds were cultured in MS media, and the germination rate was found 100% in case of MS media. Also, the root formation and shoot proliferation was higher. Next is the pollen bank. It is the place where pollen is stored in suitable environment for a long time. It is used to preserve biodiversity. It is also stored in cryopreservation. It is the case study where the changes of pollen viability was studied in cryopreservation. Fresh pollen was stored for 8, 9 to 10 years, and the pollen retained viability ranging from 1 to 58%. These are some other methods of ex situ conservation, which is gene bank, where genes are stored. Field gene bank, in it, the genes are stored in the field itself. We have to continuously care about it. Then the botanical garden is also a part of ex situ conservation, and the seed bank, where the seeds of various species are stored. Thank you.
Okay, so the oral presentations are over now, and also we have Dr. ML Thakur amongst us. So the co-chairs have told me that we can have the lecture first and then any discussions on that. So Dr. ML Thakur, I would like to introduce, is working as the coordinator at HP State Biodiversity Board. He is a PhD in zoology, that is ornithology, from Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. He was awarded with the Young Scientist Scheme by Department of Science and Technology in 2008 on population status and habitat use pattern of vultures in Himachal Pradesh. He has been associated with research management and planning on biodiversity, environment, ornithology, vulture, and wildlife-related issues for more than 20 years. He has been associated with many academic and R&D institutions like the HP University, Shimla Zoological Survey of India, Solan, Department of Environment, Science and Technology, HP State Council for Science, Technology and Environment, and Institute of Integrated Himalayan Studies, Shimla. He has published 8 books and 50 research papers in national and international journals. Please welcome Dr. ML Thakur for his presentation.
Honorable co-chair, conveners, honorable dignitaries, participants, and my dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers who provided this opportunity to me so that I can discuss some of the important provisions of the Biological Diversity Act, which is one of the most important acts to protect biodiversity by involvement of local people, basically. We know biodiversity is important to sustain. It is the only, this is basically variety of life, actually. This is very important to sustain life on this earth. We know India is one of the mega diverse countries where we have more than 1 lakh animals, and around 8% of the world biodiversity is represented in our country. this is the basis of life, and around 40% of the world economy is dependent on the biological resources. And in case of poor, actually 80% of the needs of poor, actually poor people are, they are more dependent on the biodiversity. Actually they are met out by use of biological resources. We have some data that some years back, actually, most of the biological resources from our country, they were being traded in the form of raw herbs, basically. But we have seen that during last few years, the percentage of processed material, it has increased, actually. This is very good, actually, because we know that by processing the biological resources, we add the value to the biological resources, and the processed biological resources, they can give our local people some more amount of money, actually. This Biological Diversity Act that was enacted in 2002 is one of the most important acts, actually, to protect biodiversity. Actually, this act is one of the few acts which have the provisions for funding, actually, as its objective. We know the conservation of biological diversity and sustainable use of its components, it would require huge amounts of money. And the beauty of this act is the fair and equitable sharing of benefits by use of arising out of use of the biological resources. This is the basic backbone of this act. And the second most important thing about this Biological Diversity Act is involvement of local people, actually, in the form of biodiversity management committees, which are enacted at every local body level. There are three types of bodies, actually, under this act, which are constituted. At central government level, it is the National Biodiversity Authority, which has been constituted, having its headquarters at Chennai. The commercial utilization or any research related to biological resources of the country by non-Indians, that is governed by the National Biodiversity Authority in consultation with the local bodies. Actually, local body, the BMCs, which are constituted at the local body level, BMC, Biodiversity Management Committees, they are constituted by they are consulted before granting any approval by the National Biodiversity Authority and the state biodiversity boards. At every state level, there are state biodiversity boards which regulate the activities related to commercial utilization by the Indian entities. These BMCs, they have a very important role. Actually, they can, in addition to the provisions for consultations by the National Biodiversity Authority and the state biodiversity boards, they have the power to levy fees in the form of collection fee in case there is some commercial utilization from their territorial jurisdictions. These BMCs, they have very important roles, actually. Then the BMCs, in addition to the consultations or their active role in conservation and sustainable use of biological resources, these BMCs, they have been entrusted with the task of preparation of people's biodiversity registers, which are the comprehensive documents which contain the information about the biological resources found in their territorial jurisdictions. Then there are provisions about declaration of the biodiversity heritage site as per section 37 of the Biological Diversity Act. The areas which are having the unique or high or important bioresources, they are declared on request from the local bodies or the biodiversity management committees by the state government. In Himachal Pradesh, we have declared 3 sites as biodiversity heritage sites. These are to ensure the participation of local people, actually, in conservation and sustainable use of biological resources. This is one of the biodiversity heritage site at Udan Baturin in Pangi Valley, and this is the second at Lahore. Then there are provisions for declaration of threatened species. And in Himachal Pradesh, 18 species of plants and animals, they have been declared as threatened by Government of India under Section 38 of the Biological Diversity Act. This declaration is done on the basis of recommendation by the state government. And there are certain types of activities which are like scientific investigations or the herbarium and museum collection, the collections for herbarium and museum preparations and propagation, they are allowed only. Rest, the commercial utilization of these resources, that is not allowed actually. We have in Himachal Pradesh actually, we have 91 types of bioresources which have been declared, which have been notified by the Forest Department under Transit Rules 2013, where the transit permits are granted by the Forest Department for trade purposes. And of the 8 species of the plants which have been declared threatened for the state of Himachal Pradesh, only 2, they are not there in 91 species list actually. Rest, 6 species, they are there in the trade list that is notified by the state, by the Forest Department actually. It means these are very important species because they are being utilized or traded actually from state of Himachal Pradesh. We know that some of the threatened medicinal plant species which are unique to to the Western Himalayas or the Himachal Pradesh, which are traded, keeping in view that thing in mind actually, like Atis, Podophyllum and Texas, they are in the agricultural system in Himachal Pradesh. Actually, they are being cultivated in the state of Himachal Pradesh. But these 3 species, they were already there in the threatened list, which was notified for the state of Himachal Pradesh. Therefore, the state of government of Himachal Pradesh has recommended for their inclusion in the threatened list, but with the clause that if any of this material is from cultivated sources, then it should be exempted out of the purview of Section 38. It means the commercial, the permission for commercial utilization should be given. The activities which have been, which are regulated under the provisions of this act include the research, commercial utilization, biosurvey, bioutilization or transfer of research results, and IPR. And Section 3 provides for the use of biological resources in a regulated way by non-Indians, basically. Non-Indians, NRIs, and body corporates or the organizations or the associations which are not incorporated or registered in India, and which are incorporated or registered in India, but which are having the non-Indian participation in its share capital or management. Means the non-Indian entities or the individuals, they need the approval of the National Biodiversity Authority even before doing research. And the transfer of research results, it is also covered by the non-Indians under Section 4 of the Biodiversity Act. And the filing of patents as per Section 6 by the non-Indians, it is also covered. By Indians also, it is also covered by, provided for, this section provides for the IPR by Indians as well as non-Indians. In case of Indian research institutes, there is no need for the permission from the state biodiversity boards as per Section 7 of the Biodiversity Act. But if the Indian researcher, it feels that it will go for IPR in near future, then he has to write to this concerned state biodiversity board that he is doing research on that particular type of medicinal plant, and he can go for IPR in near future. And in addition to that, the commercial utilization by Indian entities, that is covered. They have to take permission from the state biodiversity boards, and the state biodiversity boards are bound to take to consult the BMCs or the biodiversity management committees. And in addition to that, the local people or communities of the area, including growers and cultivators of the biodiversity and Vaidyas and Hakims, they are exempted out of the purview of the Section 7 of the Biodiversity Act. Then the third objective about the benefit sharing, that is the most important actually. This particular provision actually, this is the backbone of this Biological Diversity Act, because as per Nagoya Protocol actually, 2 options have been given to share the benefit by the companies basically or the users. It is either on the basis of gross ex-factory sale of the products, like the percentage of share that is to be shared by the end users. It has been provided between 0.1 to 0.5% of the gross ex-factory sale, or the second option is on the basis of purchase price. Like it is between 3 to 5% of the purchase price in case of the manufacturer, and 1 to 3% of the purchase price in case of the traders. Means these companies, they have to share this much of amount with the National Biodiversity Authority or the State Biodiversity Board, and ultimately 95% of this money should go to the concerned BMCs or biodiversity management committees or the local bodies. Or in case when the local bodies, they are not known, actually the exact location of the biological resources is not known, then the act provides that this 95% of this money should be utilized for livelihood generation or the conservation purposes in the areas from where the material is purchased. Then there are options for equitable sharing of benefits in case of IPR, like 3 to 5% of the monetary considerations in case of transfer of results of the research. And in case of IPR, there are also, then again, there are the ABS provisions, they are applicable. This is on the traders. Then there are certain things which are to be considered while negotiating or fixing the ABS, actually, like it is between 3 to 5% of the purchase price. In case of gross ex-factory sales, it is 0.1 to 0.5% based upon the gross ex-factory sales. But in case of purchase price, we have to see that there are certain considerations, actually, like commercial utilization of the biological resources, which type of biological resources are being traded. What is the potential market for the outcome of the research if somebody is doing research? Then what is the amount of investment already made by the utilizers, material utilizing industries or the end users? These are the things which are to be considered basically. Then these are the persons which are exempted from the purview of the Biological Diversity Act, like research by Indians, collaborative research projects, then the local Vaidya Hakim, conventional breeding, then publication of research results. And there is a list of 421 commodities which have been exempted, actually, like wheat, barley, maize, which are being traded as commodity for centuries, actually. But if the use is for some other purposes, like if it is, they are being commercially utilized, like wheat is being used for preparation of Bonvita, then the companies, they have to take permission from the state biodiversity boards or the National Biodiversity Authority in the depending upon their like the industry is Indian or non-Indian, basically. Then there are provisions for penalties. Then there are provisions for penalties on contraventions of the directions of the authorities, like central government, National Biodiversity Authority, state government, or the State Biodiversity Board. Then there are provisions for appeal, actually. In case somebody is not satisfied with the ABS fixed by the State Biodiversity Board or the National Biodiversity Board Authority, then there are provisions to file the application before the Honorable NGT. This one is very important, actually. Forest officers, not below the rank of forest range officers, they have been empowered to file the complaints as per Section 61 of the Biological Diversity Act, in addition to the officers of the National Biodiversity Authority and the State Biodiversity Boards and the regional officers of the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Then I will take just 2 minutes only, just 2 minutes. We know Himachal Pradesh is very rich in bioresources. This is basically regarding actually trade system in Himachal Pradesh and the initiative done by the State Biodiversity Board to regulate the trade of bioresources from state of Himachal Pradesh. We know there are certain species which are endemic to the Western Himalayan region, and some of these, they are mainly traded from Himachal Pradesh, and these are the bulk traded species. We know bioresource sector that is growing at a very fast rate, and in Himachal Pradesh, actually, the biological resources, they are traded through trade systems which are very unique. Like the export permits, they are issued under the Himachal Pradesh forest produce transit routes by the forest departments, and the biological resources, they are traded from Himachal to the bigger mandis situated outside the state of Himachal Pradesh, like Khadi Bawali, Amritsar, or some other mandis, basically. And the material from many other states, that gets mixed with the material traded from Himachal Pradesh, and due to which we were not able to regulate the trade of medicinal plants, basically, in Himachal Pradesh. Then as per section 16, read with 25, the delegations, they have been powers have been delegated actually to the concerned DFOs, so that while granting transit permits, they will ensure the approvals as per Biological Diversity Act, and the trade of medicinal plants, that will be done in a regulated way. And we will be able to get more benefits here for utilization on conservation and sustainable use of biological resources in Himachal Pradesh, basically. Thank you.
As you all know, we missed the first plenary lecture, which was to be on the protection of plant varieties and farmers' rights. So we would not like to miss this opportunity of having the presence of Dr. P.L. Gautam with the permission of our co-chairs. He is the person who has been most deeply involved, along with Dr. R.S. Paroda sir, in the formation and laying down the objectives and activities of the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act. So for the students, it will be a treat to listen to him. And therefore, sir, we would like to invite you to talk about this authority, its objectives, and give us your thoughts. Dr. P.L. Gautam, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dhiman, and thank you, Dr. Paroda, for directing me to speak to you on a topic which was to be dealt by my colleague. I am grateful to the previous speaker, Dr. Thakur, who has dealt with the one legislation. But there is some common thumb rule which I will suggest to all my young scientists. Number one, there should be difference between a paper and presentation. Two, the abbreviations used should be minimum, or they should be explained to keep the audience intact, as I'm losing two persons just now. So to keep the audience intact and alive, and to be with you, that is another suggestion. Third is Brandy's fellow, Dr. Jitsu. I just came to my mind. He should have told who is Brandy's. Now, amongst the students, who knows about Brandy's? If it is not clear to you, you should ask. He was the first Inspector General of Forest in the government of India and done tremendous work. So whatever we say, please keep the youth with you. That is my general suggestion for all presentation which we have. Because without PowerPoint, you are powerless. You have to be powerful without PowerPoint. That is another point which is very important. That is an aid. That is an assistance. But that replaces you. So that's another general suggestion which I thought I should make a point. Well, friends, I'll take not more time. And whenever you feel tired, you tell me, I'll stop it there. I start with the very important developments during 1990s. In the history of mankind, the decade from 1990 to 2000 will be remembered as a landmark in the history of international agreements. The international agreements, as was explained yesterday by Dr. Paroda, that otherwise, if you want to do trade, if there is bilateral, you have to do country-to-country trade. If it is a multilateral agreement, then you need not to have bilateral agreement. This saves a lot of time, money, resources, and manpower. And what are those agreements which are important to us, which will bring me to the subject? The one is Convention on Biological Diversity, 1992, became effective in 1993, which was explained to you that according to this convention, the sovereign rights were reassured to the states for biodiversity, that you have sovereign rights on the biodiversity. Prior to that, we had the concept of global common, that biodiversity was common heritage of humankind. So that was one departure, that you have now rights on the bioresources which are prevalent in the particular territory of the country. Remember, this is right of the country, not of states. Two, this was explained to you. Under this convention, there are three pillars of it. It focuses on conservation, it focuses on sustainable use, it focuses on fair and equitable sharing of benefits, on commercialization of bioresources. There are three pillars on which it is standing. And in this, the decision was also taken that as far as plant genetic resources are concerned, they will fall under the realm of International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture under FAO, which was explained to you yesterday by many speakers. Now, according to CBD, every country has to enact the enabling legislation for ensuring the three functions of CBD. And for that purpose, the Biological Diversity Act 2002 was enacted. This is what is explained to you, that how it is to be conserved, how it has to be accessed, and if you do anything violate the provision of the act, there are provisions for penalties which were explained to you. So that is the part which talks of total bioresources, not only plants. This talked of total biodiversity. Now coming to the other part, the agrobiodiversity part. The CBD recognized that agriculture is a distinct business. And for this purpose, FAO had to come into the agreement. And this agreement is in form of that treaty. And treaty has to control or guide the countries for having the protection of plant varieties. Now here comes another important agreement. WTO, you have heard of, World Trade Organization. The old form of it was GATT, General Agreement on Trade and Tariff. Now WTO had another agreement, TRIPS, Trade-Related Intellectual Property System. Now what was that? That if you want to do multilateral trade, what should be terms for that? And trade can be for anything. This can be industrial good, this can be anything. This can be variety, this can be any intellectual property. So under that TRIPS, there is one article which you should remember, Article 27(3)(b). This article says that all countries must provide for protection of, protection here means intellectual protection, protection for new varieties through, number one, patent, two, sui generis method, three, combination of both. You know about patents and all these things. I don't want to speak here, but I just wanted to introduce to you that this is an obligation of every country to provide for protection of the plant varieties through either patent or sui generis method or combination of both of them. Under this article of TRIPS, because we are signatory to WTO TRIPS, this is obligation of the country to put the system in place for protection of plant varieties. In this regard, we have to enact the national legislation known as Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right. This act also was enacted in 2001. Now, what is the purpose of this? The purpose is to give legal protection to the new innovations in plant improvement. You know, in agriculture, variety plays an important role. If you have improved variety, you are assured of better returns. So for this purpose, the person who has evolved that variety, his intellect has to be recognized. And this is his intellectual property. This is my physical property. You can steal this. That is one kind of theft. The other is the mental, intellectual wealth of mine. It has also to be protected so that people go on doing new innovations. Otherwise, nobody will do any innovation. Now, for this purpose, we have to enact this legislation. We had different options. I don't want to go into that. Plant varieties are also patented in some countries. But we have not gone into that because that's a hard kind of intellectual property realization. And there are 4 letters which you should remember. NDUS. In the patent, you must have novelty. This must be distinct product. This should be uniform. And it should be stable. NDUS. But we went into a soft form of protection of intellect of the breeders through this legislation. Under this condition, our act is different from other countries. Here we protect the intellectual property of the plant breeders and also the farmers' rights. Because varieties are developed by using the germplasm which is conserved by the farmers since ages. They have also got rights. Now, Indian Act balances between the breeder's right and the right of the farmer. This is a unique legislation. So it was explained to you yesterday also. I just wanted to again retreat that part. Now, what is the protection given here? We give protection to a variety of new variety. For 15 years, in case of annuals. Annuals means the crops like wheat, rice, and so on. And for perennials, it's 18 years protection is given. That means under that period, the inventor of that variety has intellectual right. He can license it and he can get the royalty out of that. That is the meaning of plant breeders' right here. Same right in the Act has been provided here. Farmer. The definition of farmer. The farmer is defined, one, as a cultivator. Two, as a conserver of plant biodiversity. Three, a developer of his own variety. So farmer has equal right here as that of the plant breeder. So this act provides protection for the intellect of the farmers also. Here, there are many things which I don't want to really, but that will be too big a subject for you. But since this subject remains uncovered, I thought I should make a mention to you that how it is, what is it looking like. Then to enact this, there is authority under the Act, which registers varieties. And that is the authority which was mentioned as Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmer Right Authority. That's the body. It has its chairman, secretary, and other people are there. They coordinate the registration of the plant varieties in this country. They also promote farmers' innovations and also reward them for their efforts in conserving the biodiversity. We give the Plant Genome Savior Award to promote that people keep on conserving. Otherwise, who will conserve this biodiversity for future? So this is how the Act is, what its segments are. And here, there are legal things, because this is all legal enforcement. As Biodiversity Act has legal enforcement, this Act has also got legal enforcement. I don't want to lose you or get you lost in the legal terminology, but this will suffice to you that for protecting the intellectual wealth of the scientists and the farmers, this Act has provisions for that. I mentioned yesterday about one farmer who got his variety of apple registered, and he's doing he's getting good return out of that. Now that is, I did mention to you yesterday. Then we have Genome Savior awardees here. You will hear to them. And Lal Singh is already aware of these things. He had been working with us. Mention was made about apricot conservation in Kargil. We are so happy that with small initiative and small money, this Sere Kashmir University squashed Kashmir. There are two squashed now, squashed K and squashed J. So squashed has done, the other squashed is also working. We are happy that we have networked, the authority has networked with these different institutions. I don't have more time because this is a subject which can be spoken for a long time. But simply for the purpose of the students and the young scientists, I thought it should be made, and they should also be ready. If you develop new variety, you have mechanism for this. Then the previous Act, how do you introduce material from outside? If you want to access to biodiversity, how to get it? What are the ways of doing that? I think somebody will explain to you how to get it. There is a procedure. You can't get any material from outside. There is a regular process. If you do that, you will be held up in a quarantine. You are all familiar with the quarantine world now. This is not to be due to corona. All of us know what quarantine is. But quarantine was earlier the domain of NBPGR. See, this process will also be, so that you are a researcher, you should know how to get the material, where from, what is the process, what is the phytosanitary certificate, and so on. So these are all things which are dealt with it. I am very fortunate to have boss like Dr. Paroda, and where I worked as director NBPGR when these acts were framed under his guidance, both the acts. And then it is just coincidence that I had to head both of these authorities. And that was really a great thing for me. And well, looking into your smiling faces, I hardly find any discouragement to discontinue. But this is my job is number one, you must be alert. Number two, you must be attentive to listen to. The problem now is there are few listeners and too many speakers. And so many abbreviations, and many, like there was one abbreviation, MAT, MAT. MAT क्या होता है बच्चा? क्या होता है? What is MAT? MAT जानते हैं, चटाई? वो भी एक चटाई है. तो इसका मतलब कुछ और था. Mutually agreed terms. आप जो बिजनेस करेंगे तो मेरे से पूछोगे ना, आप ऐसे थोड़ी मेरा मटेरियल ले जाओगे आप. So these things, this is suggestion to my young scientist colleagues. Explain the thing. Whatever you speak, that must be at least 50% understood by the people in the audience. तो 50% टारगेट रखो. अब मैं तो 100% की बात कहूंगा. वो that is, but don't mind it. This is just a suggestion. And like there was MTA. You should ask from us, because you are wasting your time, giving your time, using your time. Now, what is this SMTA? MTA, a material transfer agreement. If material has been transferred from one country to another country, what are the terms? There are rules for that. Why I am saying these things? We come across many abbreviations. We come across different terms. We hardly care for what is the meaning of that. If we should have curiosity to learn it. So with this, I think I don't want to take more time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being very liberal. This is also coincidence that he happened to be my junior, and he happened to be one of the alumni from my university, and very nice to work with him. And ये सभी सारे हमारे साथ काम किए हैं. राणा भी हमारे साथ रन में साथ में थे, गुप्ता जी भी साथ में थे. तो बड़ा अच्छा लगा आप लोगों को कुछ बताने का. पूछना है तो पूछ सकते हैं, परंतु मैंने अपनी तरफ से अपनी बात आपको समझा दी है. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर द पेशेंस. पर मुझे बेटा अच्छा नहीं लगता जब आप खड़े हो जाते हैं. मुझे डर लगता है. और ये चीज थोड़ा सा डर लगता है कि कहीं मैं गलत तो नहीं बोल गया और उसका कोई पनिशमेंट तो नहीं हो जाएगी. दिस इज व्हाट वो बाद में हो जाता है. प्लीज, whenever you listen to anybody, somebody has prepared hard, please listen to him, or say please, you tell him that we don't want to listen to you. That is also good. तो अच्छा रहता है. That's what normal courtesy we should have. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Dr. Sir, for permitting me to speak. All the best to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gautam, sir. We can take up some questions if you have from the student side. Anybody from the audience? You can ask question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
जो प्रोविजन इन्होंने बताए हैं
हैं?
और जो गौतम सर ने बताया है, दोनों में बड़ा कंट्राडिक्शन है। सर कह रहे हैं कि एक रिसर्चर रिसर्च करता है तो उसको प्रोटेक्शन है 15 से 18 साल की, और जो लेजिस्लेशन है वो ये कह रहा है कि वीट भी हमारे अंडर है। अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि ये तो ये कह रहे हैं कि एक ठेकेदार आएगा, वो लोगों को जंगल से माल उठाने के पैसे कमेटियों को देगा, कमेटियां भी ऐश करेंगी, वो भी ऐश करेंगी, गवर्नमेंट को रेवेन्यू आएगा। पर वेयर इज द प्रोविजन फॉर रिसर्च फंड फ्रॉम दैट बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन का जो रिजर्वेशन जो फंड रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट करते हैं, सारा काम तो रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट कर रहे हैं कंजर्वेशन का पूरे वर्ल्ड में, उनके लिए तो प्रोविजन है ही नहीं उसमें। वो तो है कि तुम लूट लो, तुम कुछ पैसे मुझे दे दो, कुछ सरकार को दे दो, और जो कंजर्वेशन का फंड है, जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा। तो मुझे मेरा ये कंसर्न है कि ये प्रोविजन जो है ये पॉलिसिंग, क्योंकि हमारे देश में जब से फॉरेस्ट सर्विस आई है, टी ब्रांडिस का नाम लिया,
Dr.
सारे
Ahmed, your question is well taken. Dr. Gautam is going to react.
आपने एक पढ़ा नहीं है पूरा भी लग रहा है।
देखो ऐसा है, हिंदी में बात करनी अच्छी रहेगी। अब ऐसा है कि बहुत अच्छी बात आपने कही। पहले ये समझना जरूरी है, एक्ट का जो काम है रेगुलेशन है। जैसे कानून आईपीएस की धारा होती हैं, सारी आईपीसी की होती हैं, उनका काम लॉ एनफोर्समेंट है। हमें थोड़ा डिस्टिंक्ट करना होगा। कंजर्वेशन, सस्टेनेबल यूज, कंजर्वेशन पार्ट, सस्टेनेबल यूज, respective departments have their responsibility. That has to be supported by the respective institution, governments, departments, so on. As far as the law is concerned, law is very clear. If you need protection, come here. If there is a violation, go there. So we should understand a difference between a legislation and promotion and conservation and sustainable use. Those are the R&D efforts, the promotional avenues. They are covered under respective mandates of the organizations. वो इसमें यहाँ कोई समझौता नहीं होता है। एक्ट में यदि मानिए कोई पाया गया भाई इसने ये चोरी की है, द एक्ट विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स। और उसमें बीडीए वाले बायोडाइवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी में दे रखा है कि रेंजर से नीचे, डिप्टी रेंजर से नीचे वाला कोई भी अधिकारी नहीं, वही उसी को पावर दे रखी है। तो ये लॉ को समझना है, लॉ कानून है, कानून को इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाता है। जहां पर दूसरे काम है वो सरकार के काम है, तो वहां लॉ और इसमें थोड़ा फर्क हो जाता है। गुड, ऐसी क्यूरियोसिटी रखनी चाहिए जानने के लिए, और साथ में ये भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि किसका क्या काम है। तो थोड़ी सी क्लैरिटी, बहुत अच्छा आपने सवाल किया, और ऐसे सवाल करने चाहिए ताकि इसका जवाब भी मिल जाए अच्छी तरह से, ताकि आगे के लिए ऐसी क्लैरिटी रहे, कंफ्यूजन ना हो। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
सर थोड़ा सा ऐड करना चाहिए। जो सर ने बताया उसका एक एग्जांपल देना चाहूंगा। हिमाचल में स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड ने हिमाचल की जितनी गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं और जो रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं उनको ऑलरेडी टेक्निकल सपोर्ट ग्रुप डिक्लेयर कर रखा है। दे आर डूइंग वर्क फॉर हिमाचल स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड। फॉरनी पर उनके साथ मिलके काम कर रहे हैं जी। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Dr. Thakur. Any question? I think no question.
I think वहां से बोलो।
It's a pleasure for me to be present in this gathering today. Most respected Prada Sahab, my mentor, Dr. P.L. Gautam, my friends and colleagues, and dear students. I would like to say only few things. I will not take much of your time, because this is very important, I would say, technical session as far as the conservation and protection of the germplasm is concerned. I was discussing in one of the meetings earlier that when we go for the collection of the germplasm and ex situ conservation of the germplasm is not easy until and unless we replicate the ecosystem from where the plant material has been collected. We had been facing this problem, particularly in orchids. The ecosystem where orchids are existing in the system where we are conserving may not be the replica of its original ecosystem. So it is very important when we go for the conservation of the plant germplasm. The presentation, Dr. Morsing made a beautiful presentation as far as the utilization and the conservation of germplasm is concerned in northwestern Himalayas. Dr. Jestu made a presentation on the forest germplasm resources, particularly the tree species. In this case, I would like to make a mention as far as the forest ecosystem is concerned, which has been largely disturbed in mid-Himalayas subtemperate zone, particularly the conifer forests, due to the forest fires and introgression of the foreign alien weed species. This has created a big problem, particularly in Himachal and also in Uttarakhand, that is man-animal conflict. Most of the monkeys are on the road, not in the forest, because their traditional food system has been altogether damaged. Understory bed vegetation has disappeared altogether. So that's why they are surviving on junk food, and 99% of those monkeys on the roadside are ailing, badly ailing, affected. The another presentation made by, just a minute. Thank you. Made by Dr. M.L. Thakur about the Forest Act and the Biodiversity Authority of, particularly Biodiversity Conservation Act in Himachal Pradesh. Other presentation made by K.M. Rai, Sherry Jacob, and co-authors, Dr. Ahmed and Neha Rani. I must appreciate the presentation as was made mention by Professor Gautam also, because the presentation and report has to be altogether different. Only, sir, 2 days back, I was in one of the RSC meetings. So the students, people, they come with a presentation for IRC. The same presentation is made for RSC also. So it is altogether different. Our research advisory committee and interdisciplinary advisory committee are altogether different. You have to design, you have to make the presentation of all the experiments, but here we don't need the experimental details. We need only the conclusions of your presentation. With what objective you design the things, what are your experiment, and the conclusive detail of that one also. So friends, this is very important, this is very good, but one thing was lacking in this presentation from the student side, no much interaction. As pointed out by Dr. Gautam also, we have to be very active. When I was in Noni, I used to suggest my teachers, my colleagues there also, when you move out, you should move out with your ears and eyes open. Because germplasm or anything material you can find anywhere. You must have heard one germplasm, why you noticed one church father in Nagaland. He came across that germplasm in the forest when he was going for some morning duties. So this is what, as far as the germplasm is concerned, we have to be very careful, identify and preserve it. So friends, this kind of seminar, particularly as far as the germplasm is concerned, much of the germplasm, I don't say much, but some of the germplasm has already been lost. and particularly, I would say, medicinal and aromatic plants. Major part of the germplasm has been lost, but it is late, may not be very late. We have to be very active, attentive, and help the society and help our next generation posterity what we are conserving for the sake of future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
मैं कुछ ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, आपका की नोट ऐड कर लेना, हो गया है, अब से अपसेंट मत लगाना। एक तो वो था कि सेशन पूरा हो गया है, सो बिकॉज दैट वाज ऑन टीवी एंड सो डॉक्टर साहब का नाम वहां लिख देना कि की नोट वाज डिलीवर बाय सर। सेकेंडली जो बात है, मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ आपको कि आईपीआर एक ऐसा कोर्स है जो अक्रॉस द सब्जेक्ट चलता है, और जब आप इंटरव्यू पे जाते हो आप यही नहीं पढ़ते हो, बाकी सब पढ़ के आते हैं। तो आजकल हम एएसआरबी में जाते हैं ना कभी इंटरव्यू लेने, तो जिसको फंसाना होता है ना उसको आईपीआर में ले आते हैं किसी से, क्योंकि वो पढ़ के नहीं आया होता है, वो प्लांट भी नहीं पढ़ के आ जाएगा, सब कुछ पढ़ के आ जाएगा, आईपीआर नहीं पढ़ा होता है, तो लगता है कि थोड़ा इसको कुछ करना है, चाबी घुमानी है इसकी, तो उसको आईपीआर में ले आते हैं और बंदा फंस जाता है। तो इसलिए आपको स्टूडेंट को बोला कि ये ऐसे चीजें हैं जो आपको मजबूरी है, राशन का एक्ट है, जैसे हेलमेट लगाना है तो हेलमेट लगाना, नहीं लगाओ तो करो, तो एक्ट के ऊपर कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं होता है, एक्ट इज एक्ट, अगर मानोगे तो ठीक है, नहीं मानोगे तो सजा पाओगे। तो ये इसको आपको जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं एग्रीकल्चर बीएससी वगैरह के, ये आपको बहुत आने वाले काम में, इसको आपको ध्यान से पढ़ना, नहीं तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरे इंटरव्यू बैठा हो तो वहीं फंसूगा फिर। तो इसलिए जब भी जाओ तो इसको ढंग से पढ़ो, है क्या इसमें, कोई नहीं कर, एक्ट देख लो क्या है बस, तो क्या कहता है एक्ट, कोई शीशा को नहीं है, आप तोड़ मोड़ नहीं सकते, कुछ नहीं कर सकते इसको, एक्ट इज एक्ट। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर गिविंग अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड थैंक यू फॉर लिसनिंग, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
A big round of applause for this wonderful technical session, please. So before we move on to the felicitation ceremony, I would like to remind our audience, and especially our students and active researchers, to please collect these forms at the registration desk, which contains the information regarding the Society, Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources. And it has elaborated the objectives of the society, as well as the performer is here for the enrollment with the various membership sections. So I request everyone to please avail this opportunity. And this would be an excellent opportunity for all the students and the researchers to enroll and get associated with this prestigious society. Thank you, everyone. So we'll be moving on to the felicitation section and ceremony of this particular technical session. So for this, I would like to request our co-chairs, Dr. K.R. Dhiman, our former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solon, and Dr. J.C. Rana, sir, Vice President, ISPGR, New Delhi, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Mohar Singh, the speaker of this technical session. So may I kindly request you to felicitate Dr. Mohar Singh, sir. Dr. Mohar Singh, sir. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Dr. Vaneet Jistu. Dr. Vaneet Jistu. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Murari Lal Thakur. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. P.L. Gautam, Chancellor Dr. RPCAU, Pusa, Bihar, to kindly felicitate the conveners of the session. So I would like now request Dr. Anju Mahendru Singh and Professor S.K. Gupta, sir. So first we have Dr. Anju Mahendru Singh. A big round of applause, please. Dr. S.K. Gupta. Thank you, sir. Now, I may kindly request Dr. R.K. Tyagi, sir, Vice President, ISPGR, New Delhi, to felicitate the rapporteurs of the session, Dr. Jyoti Kumari and Dr. Narendra Negi. Dr. Jyoti Kumari. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. R.S. Paroda, President, ISPGR, Chairman TAS, New Delhi, to felicitate the co-chairs of the session, Dr. K.R. Dhiman, sir. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. J.C. Rana, sir. A big round of applause, please. अभी तो मॉर्निंग टाइम है, आई थिंक तालियों का शोर बिल्कुल भी खत्म नहीं होना चाहिए ना. थैंक यू सो मच. इसके बाद हम आपको चाय पिलाएंगे, ठीक है? यस सर, बिल्कुल. थैंक यू सर. सो नाउ, अब जो मैंने चाय की बात की थी, सो हम अब चाय के लिए थोड़ा सा ब्रेक, 15 minutes ब्रेक आउटसाइड एपीजे. सो आई वुड नाउ रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू जॉइन अस फॉर द टी ब्रेक एंड वील बी बैक. देखिए यहाँ से जितना मैंने सबको देख लिया है, सो कोई भी अगर गुम होता है तो फिर खतरे में है वो, ठीक है? थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू. I also want to request the speakers for the technical session 4 to kindly share their PPTs with the IT team. Is Babita Chaudhary here? Babita Chaudhary, are you here? Are you here? प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस है बड़ौदा सर की, सर तो वो एपीजी हॉल में अभी इमीडिएट इसी सेशन में. अच्छा सर से
फिल्टर कहाँ से चलता है इधर से?
I would now request everyone to please be seated. I humbly request everyone to please be seated. There is a gentle reminder for Babita Chaudhary. Are you here? Babita Chaudhary? Final call, Babita Chaudhary. I think she's... Welcome back, everyone. So we'll be heading towards our technical session 4, which is on plant biodiversity in local food systems. For the current technical session 4, we have our co-chair, Dr. R.S. Chandel, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan. A big round of applause, please. Dr. Brajesh Singh, Director, ICAR, Central Potato Research Institute, Shimla. The conveners for the session are Dr. Manjusha Verma, Principal Scientist, Division of Genomic Resources, ICR, NBPGR, and Dr. Somesh Sharma, Professor, Food Technology, Shulani University. The deputies for the session are Dr. Rakesh Sharma, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan, and Dr. Ravi K. Pamarthi from ICAR, NBPGR, New Delhi. I kindly request Dr. Manjusha Verma, Principal Scientist, Division of Genomic Resources, ICR, NBPGR, to initiate and start the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nitika. I would request my esteemed co-chairs to please kindly grace the dais. Dr. Somesh Sharma, kindly please. So here we are, back from the tea, and vocal for local. And we hope that we have a good session as we've had for the past 1.5 days almost. थोड़ी सी दृष्टता करनी पड़ेगी. We will have to introduce our esteemed chairs here. I will just read out a brief bio of our first co-chair, Professor Rajeshwar Singh Chandel, sir. Professor Rajeshwar Singh Chandel is the Vice Chancellor of Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry at Nauni, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Before joining this assignment, Professor Chandel held the position of Executive Director of Natural Farming Mission in the government of Himachal Pradesh. As a senior researcher and academic with over 28 years of experience, he has been a keen interest in the fields of natural farming and sustainable food systems. He has been partnering with the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry, Niti Aayog, and many state governments. And he's a member of the Global Consortium on Agroecology led by France. He's also a member of many committees constituted by the Government of India. Recently, he has been recognized as an international trainer on agroecology. The other co-chair that we have is Dr. Brajesh Singh, Director, ICR, Central Potato Research Institute, Shimla. Sir has been a scientist, a senior scientist, principal scientist, and head in the crop physiology, biochemistry, and post-harvest technology division in CPRI. He has a career spanning 28 years in the potato research. He has significantly contributed to post-harvest management of potatoes. He was associated with the development and refinement of potato storage and processing technologies. He's developed elevated temperature storage for table and processing potatoes, and he has several research papers in international journals. He is a fellow of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences since 2021. So that is a brief bio of our co-chairs. I would hand over the session to the chairs to kindly conduct.
Shall we start? Yes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the Shulin University, more specifically Dr. Khosla, to invite me and give me this opportunity to coach this session. And I would say this would be a bit difficult task to me to co-chair a session where the distinguished luminaries of the country, or I would say globally known agriculture scientists, they are sitting over here. But I'll try my level best to complete it within the time. So first of all, I would request all the speakers, because I honor their time and I expect that they will honor others' time also. So with these small words, I'll request the Dr. Brijay Singh to first introduce the key speaker of the session, Dr. J.C. Rana. I would say he is the gem of Himalayan biodiversity. So please introduce Dr. J.C. Rana before he starts his. Okay, thank you.
सुबह हो गई है इंट्रोडक्शन एक बार. So good afternoon. गुड आफ्टरनून. आपने कहा था मैंने फोटो ले ली, सब क्यों आए नहीं सारे, लेकिन आपके स्टूडेंट मैडम आपने कहा था मैंने फोटो ले लिए लेकिन आए नहीं. अच्छा. सो मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टेड बड़ौदा साहब, खोसला साहब, and my seniors, Dr. Dhiman and all. So I'll speak on mainstreaming agrobiodiversity. I come from Alliance of Biodiversity International CEAT. अब आप बोलोगे ये है क्या, अलायंस से कौन सा इंस्टीट्यूशन है? ये इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो बायोवर्सिटी इंटरनेशनल है. दिस इज ए इंटरनेशनल प्लांट जेनेटिक रिसोर्सेज इंस्टीट्यूट. इसका दूसरा नाम है बायोवर्सिटी इंटरनेशनल. सीएट जो है ये है इंटरनेशनल सेंटर फॉर ट्रॉपिकल एग्रीकल्चर, ये कोलंबिया में है और दूसरे का हेड ऑफिस रोम में है. अब ये दोनों इंस्टीट्यूशन इकट्ठे हो गए हैं, बट लीगल एंटिटीज आर डिफरेंट. दैट्स व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड ए अलायंस. मैंने कहा आप पूछोगे तो कि कौन था, कहां से आया था. नाउ व्हाट वी डू, वी क्रिएट significant synergies, then try to meet growing demands globally, and how we can increase our capacity to address, and also create a strong presence on the ground. And I will try to show how we show the presence in the ground. This is our network overall where we spread globally. आपको बताऊंगा आजकल बहुत, जैसे कल से बात हो रही है क्लाइमेट चेंज की, माल न्यूट्रिशन की, बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस की, एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन, सब कुछ हो रहा है. ये चैलेंजेस हैं हमारे लिए. और ट्रेंड्स जो हैं आगे, जैसे यूथ है, एशिया अफ्रीका में काफी जगह जो यूथ बूम है, नाउ हाउ टू हैंडल दैट यूथ बूम, ये सारे हमारे लिए चैलेंजेस हैं. बट वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज एज वेल थ्रू द साइंस. अगर आप माल न्यूट्रिशन देखें, आप डाइटरी गैप देखिए, आप ग्लोबली कोई भी ग्लोब जो कोई पार्ट है, चाहे एशिया है चाहे अमेरिका है, चाहे कोई, दे आर नॉट बैलेंस्ड. कहीं कोई रेड मीट ज्यादा खाते हैं, कहीं कार्बोहाइड्रेट ज्यादा है, कहीं ट्यूबर बेस्ड ज्यादा है, लेकिन बैलेंस कहीं नहीं है। इफ यू लुक एट दिस ट्रेजेक्टरीज कैसे सब बाहर को जा रही हैं ये, तो ये ग्लोबल सिचुएशन है सारे जो हमारी फूड हैबिट्स है हम खाते हैं। ऐसे ही जो हमारा इकोसिस्टम एग्जिस्टेंस सिस्टम है, इसमें भी क्या है, ये बाहर को प्रोजेक्ट हो रहा है। आपका चाहे बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस है, वाटर विड्रॉल है, पोल्यूशन है, से ये सब क्या बढ़ रहा है डे बाई डे। हमें चाहिए क्या जो नीचे है, तो हमारे एफर्ट्स, व्हाट एफर्ट्स वी शुड मेक दैट हाउ वी ब्रिंग दोस बैक एंड क्रिएट ए काइंड ऑफ बैलेंस, जो कि इतना आसान नहीं है, इट्स नॉट दैट इजी। सो हाउ वी वर्क ऑन दैट, हाउ टू डू दैट, सो दिस इज द सिचुएशन, दैट्स व्हाई वी नीड ऑल दिस थिंग। ड्राइटी इफेक्ट में आप देखोगे, इफ यू लुक एट दिस चार्ट, जो हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ डेथ ग्लोबली है, पता किस चीज से है, बताएगा कोई? हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ डेथ ग्लोबली इज ड्यू टू हाई इंटेक ऑफ सोडियम। जो नमक से है, दैट इज द हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ डेथ बिकॉज ऑफ द सोडियम। हम रेड मीट उसकी बात करते हैं, बहुत नीचे आता है, तो ये ग्लोबल डेटा है। नाउ I will come to agrobiodiversity. Agrobiodiversity has its solutions. To some extent, we can address if we properly work with agrobiodiversity and how manage and how to mainstream. Mainstream क्या होता है आपको पता है स्टूडेंट्स को? What do you understand by mainstreaming? Mainstreaming का मतलब है कि कोई चीज बाहर है, थोड़ा पिछड़ गई है, उसको मुख्य धारा में लाना है, उसको मेन क्रॉप कैसे बनाना है, मेन उसका कैसे लाना है, तो उसके लिए क्या तरीका हो सकता है, किसके लिए करना है। इंडिया में बिल्कुल डिफरेंट सिनेरियो है। आपका 86% जो फार्मर है वो मार्जिनल स्मॉल फार्मर है, और पूरा एग्रोबायोडिवर्सिटी के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है 100%। लैंड होल्डिंग छोटी है, एक्सेस नहीं है उसकी सीड को। जैसे आपका हमारी जो वेल्थ है ना, आवर वेल्थ इज कन्फाइंड टू 1% पीपल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। इस तरह जो रिसोर्सेज इन्वेस्टमेंट है एग्रीकल्चर में, वो लार्ज फार्म के लिए तो बहुत अच्छा है। जो हमारे लार्ज फार्म्स हैं, दे आर हार्नेसिंग मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट आउट ऑफ इट, बट 86% जो हमारा छोटा फार्मर है, दे आर नॉट एबल टू हार्नेस इट। कल शायद किसी ने कहा था कि उनके पास एक छोटा खेत है, ना इनपुट है ना कुछ है। सो देयर दिस रोल कम ऑफ एग्रोबायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड देयर लोकल लैंड डिसीज। और हम एक प्रोजेक्ट जो हमने किया, अब आपको बताऊंगा, जिसमें माउंटेन रीजन भी है, उसके बारे में हमने कैसे किया, कैसे मेन स्ट्रीमिंग करनी है। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा होना चाहिए, मैं कहूँगा हमने किया है। और हमारे कुछ एक साथी डॉक्टर लाल सिंह और ये उधर से पालमपुर से आए हैं, बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, जो कि गवाह है इसके, साक्षी हैं इसके। तो ये हमने 4 डिफरेंट रीजन में किया है। एंड इसके मैंने कहा ना, इंप्रूविंग लाइवलीहुड्स, क्लाइमेट, न्यूट्रिशन एंड इकोसिस्टम। अब 4 को हमने कैसे एड्रेस किया है, आई विल गो वन बाय। फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट अप्रोच है आपकी, जो हमारी अप्रोच कर रही है, हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट में इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं, हम 2 दिन सोचते हैं और 3 दिन इंप्लीमेंट कर देते हैं। ऐसा नहीं करना है, आपको वेरी एग्जॉस्टिव बेसलाइन सर्वे करना है। अगर इफ यू रियली वांट टू हैव इम्पैक्ट एट ग्राउंड, you have to have a very exhaustive baseline survey, and we spend around 18 months to conduct this baseline survey. Then how to enhance genetic diversity at farm, क्योंकि आपको फार्म में कैसे ले जानी है, ऐसे तो है नहीं कि आपने एफएडी लगा ऐसे बेचा है, उसका भी एक तरीका है कैसे करनी है। देन फार्मर की कैपेसिटी बढ़ानी है, उसका सीड कैसे अवेलेबल कराना है। जब हम नेटिव वैरायटीज की बात करते हैं, लैंड डिसीज की बात करते हैं, उसके साथ एक और बड़ा इशू है, दे आर नॉट इन द पब्लिक चेन सीड सिस्टम। उसका सीड कहीं मिलता नहीं है, वो फार्मर के पास ही है, तो उसका कैसे अवेलेबल कराना है। देन कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड ऑल दिस। सो फर्स्ट स्टेप इज, as I said, baseline survey. This is what we did. One, this is ROMIS is the one format. This is a ODK based format, and this is software through which we collected the data. Around more than 300 different indicators were used for that, and we collected that data. And another is focus group discussion. सर्वे होता है, एक होता है 1-to-1 सर्वे, हम आपके पास आए, पूछा, वो कर दिया। एक होता है फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन। अब मान लिया मैं आप सबके पास तो इंडिविजुअली जा नहीं सकता, तो मुझे अगर कोई सर्वे करना, मैं यहाँ खड़ा हो जाऊंगा और आपसे फिर डिस्कस करूंगा, क्वेश्चन पोज करूंगा, तो बहुत सारे आंसर जो आप नहीं दे पाएंगे दूसरा दे देता है उठ करके। तो वी हैव ए, दैट इज आल्सो फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन। देन वी हैव ए, टू असेस द न्यूट्रिशन लेवल, वी हैव ए 24 आवर रिकॉर्ड डाइटरी सर्वे। उसमें क्या पिछले 24 घंटे आपने क्या खाया, वो फोन करके पूछते हैं। सो दैट इज आल्सो ए, गो इन द कंप्यूटर, देन आइडिया इज लिखा है। अब आपने सर्वे कर दिया, सब कुछ कर दिया। अब आपका सेकंड स्टेप क्या आता है, आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ फाइनेंस। हर फार्मर नहीं करता है, आप 500 फार्मर के साथ काम कर रहे हो, आपको उसमें से एक चैंपियन फार्मर आइडेंटिफाई करना है, जो विलिंग हो, जो आपकी हेल्प करें ग्राउंड लेवल पे। जैसे मान लिया हमने लाल सिंह जी का इनके साथ किया तो उन्होंने फार्मर आइडेंटिफाई किए पहले कि ये फार्मर मेरे काम के हैं. सो फर्स्ट आइडेंटिफाई दोस फार्मर, नेवर गो रैंडमली. एफजीटी के अंदर आप आइडेंटिफाई करोगे, देन वहाँ है क्या, they collected also, and if not you can mine the gene bank. हमने जीन बैंक को माइन किया. जैसे एफजीटी का मैं एग्जांपल दूं आपको, एक हम राजस्थान में कर रहे थे एफजीटी, तो वहाँ फार्मर ने बोला कि हमारी ना एक पीली बाजरी थी, एक मूछ वाली बाजरी, ये बिल्कुल खत्म हो गई हमारे से. हमने कहा ये क्यों चाहिए? तो उन्होंने कहा मूछ वाली बाजरी इसलिए चाहिए कि अब न्यूक्लियर फैमिली हो गई है, कमाने वाले एक या दो है घर उसमें, तो जो दूसरा बाजरा लगाते हैं उसको चिड़िया सारी खा जाती है. उसके लगाने से है कि यील्ड उसकी कम है भले ही, देखने को तो टेस्टी होती है. दूसरा उसका एक हफ्ता रखवाली करो, उसके उसके ब्रिस्टल बन जाते हैं, तो चिड़िया नहीं बैठती है. तो ये आप कहीं से हमें अरेंज कर दीजिए. एक पीली बाजरी होती है उस तरफ. तो उन्होंने कहा ये कि कहते जब हमारे पुराने बुजुर्ग में जब उसका पॉपिंग करते थे तो हाथ में कपड़ा बांधना पड़ता था, वो इतनी तेज थी, इतनी उछलती थी. कहते आप पॉपिंग करते हैं खुले में पॉपिंग हो जाती है, कुछ है नहीं, ताकत ही नहीं है कहते. So those kind of experience that we got, and we mine the gene bank and we repatriate those material to the farmer field. Then you have to train. हम लोग कम से 400 ट्रेनिंग कराई होगी. बिना कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग उनकी प्रॉपर्टी को कन्विंस करना है फार्मर, इतना इजी नहीं है, उसको कन्विंस करना पड़ता है. देन लॉट ऑफ अवेयरनेस एंड यू हैव ए काइंड ऑफ लिटरेचर बुकलेट्स प्रिपेयर करनी पड़ेगी जिसमें आपको डेटा लेना है. अब आपने ये सब कर लिया. अब थर्ड स्टेप है, आपने फार्मर आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए, सीड हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया. अब थर्ड स्टेप में आएगा ट्रायल्स. ये एक हमारी अप्रोच है, क्राउड सोर्सिंग अप्रोच, एक ट्राइकोट अप्रोच है. इसको नॉर्मली जैसे हम एफएडी लगाते हैं इस तरह का नहीं है. इट इज पार्टिसिपेटिव राइटर सिलेक्शन अप्रोच है. इसमें फार्मर को साथ लेकर के देन वी गो डिजाइन ए ट्राइकोट ट्रायल्स. इसका 3-3 करके ट्रायल जाते हैं, जैसे ABC करके. हम फार्मर को इसमें क्या, आप डोंट टैक्स द फार्मर, आप थोड़ा थोड़ा करके उनको छोटा छोटा प्लॉट लगा दीजिए, उनको उनके साथ काम करिए, उनके हिसाब से काम करिए. तो उनकी अपनी मर्जी का है कैसे उसको सिलेक्ट करते हैं. जैसे ही हम जहां भी ट्रायल किए सारा सीड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, उससे काफी इनोवेशन चीजें की थी इसमें. ये इस तरह से काम करता है कि आपकी मान लिया 10 वैरायटी हमने सिलेक्ट करी है फर्स्ट साइकिल में. नाउ विल गिव 3 टू ईच फार्मर. अब ये जो अगला है उसमें आप देख रहे हैं कि एक साइकिल में 10 में से 2 फार्मर ने सिलेक्ट कर ली, किसी पर्टिकुलर ट्रेड के लिए, किसी को अर्लीनेस लगा, किसी को टेस्ट में अच्छा लगा, कैसे लगा, तो वो सीड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन साइकिल में चली जाएगी. अगले साल 200 और डाली हमने, उससे लगा हमने पूरे इस प्रोजेक्ट में 5000 वैरायटी के आसपास टेस्ट की है सारी डिफरेंट 20 क्रॉप्स की. So at the end of the day, आपने if you have tested 50 varieties in a particular crop or 50 native variety like whatever called, at the end of the day आपके पास 6, 7, 10 जो है वो निकल के आ जाती हैं, जो फार्मर खुद सेलेक्ट करता है. कोई अर्लीनेस के लिए, कोई लेट के लिए, कोई टेस्ट के लिए, कोई न्यूट्रिशन, इस तरह से वो एक डिफरेंट कॉम्बिनेशन हो जाता है. तो फार्मर को एक आपने उसकी कैपेसिटी बढ़ा दी कि डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ इन्वायरमेंट कंडीशन आती हैं. सो ही इज रेडी टू हैव दैट. और जब अभी हम उड़ीसा गए थे संबलपुर में, वहां 2 महीने का ड्रॉट पड़ गया, तो वो कह रहे हमारे पास वैरायटी नहीं कोई, अब क्या करें, जो सोई की है वो आ नहीं रही है ठीक. तो इस तरह की सिचुएशन अब बड़ी कॉमन हो गई है. हैवी ड्रॉट, हैवी रेनफॉल, कई कुछ इस तरह हो गया क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से. तो फार्मर हैज टू हैव सम kitty of varieties, kitty of the non-disease variety with him, so that he is prepared to address this challenge. So this is how we do participatory varietal selection. इसके फायदे क्या है? एक तो ऑन फार्म टेस्टिंग हो गई, दूसरा फार्मर को एक एम्पावर्ड फील करता है. जब उसको आप साथ काम करते हैं उसको लगता है कि नहीं, समथिंग गुड इज हैपनिंग. उसको अच्छे से आप बुकलेट देंगे, उसको मोबाइल पे उसे देंगे, तो ही फील्स एम्पावर्ड. देन so at the end of his cycle, farmer have a varieties of their own choice, suitable to variable environment, traits and all this. तो at the end of third step में क्या कर दिया हमने, we are able to reach के फार्मर के पास एक अच्छी varieties हो गई. सो फर्स्ट मैं कहा था क्लाइमेट वल्नरेबिलिटी. तो उसके लिए लगभग फार्मर थोड़ा तैयार हो गया कि जो भी क्लाइमेट होगा. अब प्रॉब्लम आती है, ये ट्रेन भी करने पड़ते हैं फार्मर को. हैव टू ट्रेन. 2 टाइप के ट्रेन है, एक होता है सीड प्रोड्यूसर, एक होता है ग्रेन प्रोड्यूसर. अगर आपकी फार्मिंग कम्युनिटी जो आपको 500 फार्मर है, उसमें से आपके 50 फार्मर ऐसे होंगे जो सीड प्रोड्यूस करेंगे. सीड प्रोडक्शन एंड ग्रेन प्रोडक्शन 2 डिफरेंट थिंग्स. सो फार्मर हैव टू बी ट्रेन लाइक दैट. तो चैंपियन फार्मर जो है आपके, वो मोस्टली सीड प्रोड्यूसर रखे जाते हैं. अब चौथा स्टेप क्या है, अब आपने सब कुछ कर दिया, वैरायटी टेस्ट कर ली, सीड नहीं है, मैंने कहा सीड्स का सीड मिलता नहीं है वन यूज नेटिव वैरायटीज का, चाहे वो लाल दाना है, राजमा है, जिसकी भी बात करेंगे उसका सीड नहीं मिलता है. नाउ यू हैव टू हैव ए सीड. फार्मर भाई क्या करेगा, सीड कहाँ से लेंगे हम? सो यू हैव टू हैव ए कम्युनिटी सीड बैंक. सो हमने वी क्रिएटेड ए कम्युनिटी सीड बैंक्स ईच साइट. इसका फायदा क्या है? ये तो लोकल अपने कंजर्व वैरायटी कंजर्व कर ली, दूसरा एक्सेस दे दी, दूसरा एक सर्व प्लेटफॉर्म है लोकल कम्युनिटी लेवल पे। तो ये एक कंप्लीट वैल्यू चेन है। तो इसमें क्या हुआ, हमारा जो मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस था, लेसन लर्न जिसको कहते हैं, व्हेन वी आर इम्प्लीमेंटिंग NAIP, हम इस तक पहुंच गए थे, यहां तक हम पहुंच गए थे, कम्युनिटी सीट बैंक हमने बना दिए थे, उसका प्रोजेक्ट खत्म हो गया। तो जब हमने 2 साल बाद उसको दोबारा सर्वे किया तो सारे वो उन्होंने उठा के सब कुछ सेल्फ में रख दिया, स्टोर बना दिया था। रीजन पूछा क्या है, कहते सस्टेन कैसे करना था जी, पैसे कहाँ थे हमारे पास, जब तक आप दे रहे थे हमने चलाया था। So that was a big challenge for me. So I ensured that how to self-sustain these community seed bank. So we develop a complete value chain for that. उसके लिए मैं सारी न्यूट्रिशन प्रोफाइलिंग सारा किया, कैसे किया मैं बताता हूँ आपको। ये जो स्टेप्स इसके साथ, ये सारे डिफरेंट स्टेप्स से सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को, स्टार्टअप्स को, एंटरप्रेन्योर को, इनको सबको किया। बट न्यूट्रिशनल प्रोफाइलिंग ऑफ दोज वैराइटीज वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, वो हमने उसकी करी। फिर उसकी जो ये देखिए इसे, और ऐसे ऐसे रिजल्ट आए, जैसे जो लोग रिस्क इंडेक्स की बात करते हैं, जो हमारी जो रिलीज वैरायटी है जिसका सबसे कम है क्लेम करते हैं, उससे भी कम था ये लैंड रेसिस का, जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट की लैंड रेसिस थी। प्रोटीन कंटेंट वाज वेरी हाई, सो दोज काइंड ऑफ न्यूट्रिएंट्स वर अवेलेबल ऑन दोज लैंड रेसिस। सिमिलरली बाजरा में बात करें, आई वाज डिस्कसिंग में तारा दैट लो रेंसिटी की दिक्कत है नहीं वैरायटी उनके पास, और ये जितनी लैंड रेसिस थी राजस्थान की, दे वर फाउंड टू बी लो रेंसिड। अब उसके ऊपर इतना काम वो कर रहे हैं कि ये बहुत अच्छा मटेरियल मिल गया, दे आर पुटिंग इन ब्रीडिंग एंड दे आर यूजिंग दोज मटेरियल एज ए लो रेंसिड। जो लेवल था लो रेंसिड उनके पास इज द लोएस्ट देन दैट। सो दोज काइंड ऑफ मटेरियल्स आर अवेलेबल विद द फार्मर्स। सो कल किसी ने कहा था कि अगर आपने प्रोफाइलिंग कब किया, अब बोरे में भर के किसी को दोगे, नोबडी इज गोइंग टू टेक। आजकल कंज्यूमर बड़ा अवेयर हो गया है। सो ब्रांडिंग, ट्रेड मार्किंग, टैगलाइन, पैकेजिंग, लेबलिंग, न्यूट्रिशन और लाइसेंसिंग। कोई फूड आइटम ऐसे नहीं बेचते जब आपका FSA लाइसेंस नहीं है आपके पास। हमारे सारी साइट में वी ट्राई टू टेक FSA लाइसेंस, बिकॉज द एडवांटेज FPOs FPC क्रिएट करके वी डिड ऑल दोज एक्सरसाइज। सो आवर ओन प्रोडक्ट्स आर नाउ ब्रांडेड विद डिफरेंट ब्रांड्स, फॉर एग्जांपल, एंड GI टैग एज वेल। एक जीरा फूड एक ऐसा था जिसको GI टैग हमारा मिल गया, तो उसकी जो प्राइसिंग थी वो इतनी बढ़ गई। और रेड राइस के पूछिए कितना, 150 रुपए किलो पैडी, 150 रुपीज पैडी पर केजी इनके पास डिमांड है। तो राइस का वो कितना भाव पूछा, 400 रुपया, 500 पर केजी का ऑफर है इनके पास, बट ओनली सेल कर रहे हैं। बट दिस इज द ब्रांड दे हैव, दिस पर्टिकुलर माउंटेन ग्रेन इज ए ब्रांड। तो इसमें 1-2 किलो के पैक बना के जैसे भी रिक्वायरमेंट है, बट ओनली कंज्यूमर विल टेक जब आपके पास ये सारा होगा। इन्फॉर्मेशन, न्यूट्रिशन प्रोफाइलिंग की इन्फॉर्मेशन है, सारा उसका लिखा है, क्या है, कैसे पकाना है, क्या इसके न्यूट्रिएंट है, क्या इसका प्राइसिंग है, ये सारा जब तक नहीं करेंगे तब तक आपका मार्केट में नहीं जाएगा। ये सारे डिफरेंट ब्रांड हमने इस पे क्रिएट किए। ये देखिए डिफरेंट, ये उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड है, क्योंकि हमने हिमाचल में उत्तराखंड 2 जगह काम किया, दोनों जगह हमारा माउंटेन ग्रेन इनका है, और दूसरा ये सारी लाइसेंसिंग है। ये स्टार्टअप से छत्तीसगढ़ का एक स्टार्टअप है उसका है, ये उधर DRI चित्रकूट में हमने किया। तो ये वो सारे किसी के पास नहीं, धन के पास। ये इवन DRI सच अ बिग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वो बाहर अपने उस पर बेचते थे काउंटर में सारा सामान। हमने कहा यार ऐसे क्यों बेच रहे हो भाई, ब्रांड बना लगाओ अपना। देन दे आल्सो टुक लाइसेंस, दे आल्सो वेंट अप टू दैट, सो वी रेज दैट। दिस इज माउंटेन ग्रेन ब्रांड, मैं थोड़ा बड़ा करके दिखा दिया आपका वाला। सो दिस इज हाउ इट लुक्स लाइक द पैकेट, and this is the impact of GI and how the price have increased now in the Chhattisgarh. This is a small case study that how the things are improving with this. So until we try see climate, nutrition through nutrition profiling, income and livelihoods, the price they are getting, and when you grow these native varieties, they are very low input demanded. So in turn, they are contributing towards the improvement of ecosystem services through these various. So this is somehow, this is what we wanted really. You have a buyer now, you have a big people, पैसा इनके पास खूब, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, जितना मर्जी खींच लो, आप खींच रहे हैं। और we have a farmer and we have landless labor as well. So इसका combination कैसे बिठाना है, is very important. Buyer is there, purchase is there, material is there, but how to sell it, that is very important. How to conserve at the same time. इतना अच्छा आसान नहीं है, लेकिन बिग चैलेंजेस. चैलेंज सबसे बड़ा क्या है? एक तो एग्रोबायोडाइवर्सिटी इज नॉट ए वन साइज फिट फॉर ऑल सोल्यूशन. इट्स वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स. कहने को आसान लगता है. दूसरा, जब हम इसके ऊपर बात करते हैं, हमारे ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ा पहाड़ खड़ा होता है प्लांट ब्रीडर्स का, जीनोमिक्स का. फार्मर बोलते हो ये क्या है, हटाओ. लाइन डिपार्टमेंट कहता है सीड रिप्लेसमेंट रेट मुझे चाहिए, मुझे तो हटानी है ये. तो दैट इज ए बिग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. तो इस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को बराबर करते हुए कैसे यील्ड पेनल्टी को आपने उसको ठीक करना है, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड थर्ड, क्रॉस सेक्टर वर्किंग बड़ी डिफिकल्ट है. क्यों? सबका अपना अपना है. एक मिनिस्ट्री कुछ कर रही है, कुछ दूसरा कुछ कर रही है, तीसरा, वो सबको इकट्ठा लाना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. स्टार्टअप कोई और कर रहा है, न्यूट्रिशन कोई और देख रहा है, वाटर कोई और देख रहा है. सो दैट इज आल्सो ए बिग कॉन्फ्लिक्ट. लाइन डिपार्टमेंट को इकट्ठा करना मुश्किल हो जाता है. व्हाट आई कुड नॉट डू, एबीएस की बात कर रहे थे. I tried my best. I could not establish any ABS mechanism. Reason being, कंपनी एक लाख फार्मर के साथ काम कर रही है, इसका हम बात करते हैं. वो कहता है आपके तो 100 फार्मर है, मैं क्या क्या करूं इनके साथ. फार्मर कहता है मुझे नहीं, मुझे तो अपने चॉइस का दे दो, आप फार्म गेट लिफ्टिंग कर लो, मेरा प्राइस दो, बाई बैक कर लो, मैं इससे खुश हूं. बट एज ए स्टैंडर्ड प्रोटोकॉल जो हम बात करते हैं, जो सुबह बात की थी, वो हम नहीं कर पाए. I am admitting this, or probably you are example of that. And these are the few awards they have. But यही बात आती है जो रास्ता निकाल का था, इकोसिस्टम. What for ecosystem? So one time award हम दे रहे हैं, लेकिन what is after that to the farmers? So thank you very much for your attention. This is what I wanted to share with you.
So thank you very much, Rasap. To meet at least the timeline, you are very near to that. We can have 1 or 2 questions from Dr. Anna. He has explained, sir. बता दिए. He has explained, sir. Thank you very much, Rasap. This is the whole story of the sustainable food systems, how you explained, and along with the success stories, and with a little bit challenges also, which still we have to take care of. Now we'll move to the invited lectures. So first one is from another luminary from the field of the mushrooms. He's heading the Directorate of Mushroom Research, which is the one of the premier institute of ICR, Dr. B.P. Sharma. So I would request Dr. B.P. Sharma.
I have the honor to introduce Dr. Sharma.
Yes. Dr. Vijay Singh to please introduce him. Although in Himachal Pradesh, he's a well-known name, but still as a matter of fact, I would request you to please introduce.
Okay, I have the honor to introduce Dr. V.P. Sharma. He is the Director of Directorate of Mushroom Research, Solan. He started his career as a mycologist at UHF Solan. After that, he was selected as senior scientist in the Institute of Mushrooms. And since then, he had been working. This is the second tenure of his directorship. Besides this, he has published several books on mushrooms. He has developed cultivation technology for shiitake mushrooms. For his excellent work, he has been endowed with several awards. He has a patent in his name, and he also remained as a president of Mushroom Society for 2 tenures. So we welcome Dr. Sharma, and we would love to hear your lecture.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to everyone. Most respected Dr. Prodha Saab, former Secretary, DARE and DG ICR, Professor Khotla, Chancellor Shulin University, Professor Gautam Saab, former DDG, Crop Sciences ICR, Professor Dhillon, former Vice Chancellor, PA Ludhiana, Professor Dhiman Saab, former Vice Chancellor UHF Noni, Dr. Jindal Saab, former ADG. Then on the coach here, Professor Chandel Saab, Honorable Vice Chancellor UHF Noni, Dr. Brajesh, Director CPR Shimla, rapporteurs, other dignitaries present in the hall, delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. I shall be speaking on status of Indian mushroom industry and nutritional value of mushrooms. And state way, mushroom, basically they are the fungi and a separate kingdom. And all the mushroom, all the mushroom, they are fungi, but all the fungi, they are not mushrooms. And basically mushroom is a vegetable, and every day I think we eat a lot of fungi in the form of cheese, bread, etc. And basically all the mushrooms, they belong to two classes. One is basidiomycetes and another is ascomycetes. If the fruit body is having this basidium, then it is basidiomycete. If it is having ascus, then it is ascomycetes. So basically, nearly 1.5 million of fungi has been reported in 1991, but the new estimate said that it is nearly 5.1 million fungi. And if it is just whatsoever the estimate, nearly 10% they can the mushroom or the macrofungi. But so far, only 110,000 has been investigated. And out of that, 14,000 they are the mushrooms, and just 3,000 they are prime edible, and 2,200 has been cultivated, and nearly 6 are being produced on the industrial scale. So if you go to the history, it was Auricularia boudier mushroom that was cultivated long back, nearly 600 AD. And the most common mushroom, button mushroom, was cultivated in 650. Of course, the most popular mushroom still in India. And another is Pleurotus, latest mushroom. But these 6 mushroom species, they contribute nearly 90% of the total mushroom production in the world also. Of course, the scientific cultivation started only in the last century. And the commercial cultivation, it started when the commercial, this World War II. Initially, the growth was slow. And in the last 20 years, certainly the mushroom industry, the world mushroom industry has witnessed a very exponential growth, and the compound annual growth rate since 1970s nearly 9.6%. So if we talk about the ranking of different countries in the mushroom production, it is China that is heading a way forward from other countries, and we are standing at number 6. And according to the data of 2021, we are producing nearly 240,000 tons of mushrooms. If you see the continent-wise, it is Asia that is contributing 95.3%, and second is Europe, and then America, then Oceania and Africas. If you see the relative contribution of different mushroom species in the world, it is the mushroom industry was dominated by button mushroom initially, but now we are cultivating nearly 42 mushroom species. But these 6 mushroom species, that is your stake, then oyster, this boudier mushroom, button mushroom, flammulin, and pedistra mushroom, they are contributing nearly 87% of the total mushroom production. Coming to India, here the mushroom production started in 1961. When a scheme was launched here with the development of mushroom cultivation HP. Thereafter, some FAO experts, they also visited. Then 1971, one ICR coordinated scheme, it was launched in Solan with some 3 headquarters, some stations. In that also some FAO experts visited India. And DMR, which was initially formerly known as National Center for Mushrooms and Training, it was established in 1983. And thereafter, some commercial farms that were established from 1965 to 68. And the major boost was given to the mushroom industry from 1992 to 1997. If you see the mushroom production from 2000 to 2022, certainly Indian mushroom industry also witnessed the exponential growth. And if you see the present scenario, we are producing more than 3 lakh tons of mushroom. Major mushroom species are cultivating 5, but the button is accounting only 70% of the mushroom species. These are the 5 species: white button mushroom, oyster, then milky, pedistra mushroom, stake mushroom, and other they include Ganoderma, that is reishi mushroom, purely medicinal mushroom, hericium monkey head, cordyceps, another medicinal mushroom. If you see the species contribution, initially again the Indian mushroom industry was dominated by button mushroom, but now we are cultivating 5 mushroom species majorly. 70% is button mushroom, and another is this your Pleurotus, nearly 17%, then pedistra mushroom, and other is milky and stake mushroom. If we see the state-wise contribution, number 1 is Odisha. Here actually they are not cultivating much this button mushroom, but they are cultivating pedistra mushroom. Another mushroom, very tasty, but the shelf life is very short. Bihar has emerged as number 2 state in the last 5 years. Tremendous growth has been there in that state. Then Maharashtra, mainly the button mushroom industry. Haryana, both seasonal and this your controlled environment units. Uttar Pradesh, again controlled environment units. Punjab, here button mushroom is the main one. Uttarakhand, Himachal, Tamil Nadu, and Chhattisgarh. These are the main, the top ranking states in India. And we have done the SWOT analysis of Indian mushroom industry. What actually favor the mushroom industry here in India? We have got this diverse climatic condition, so we can cultivate different mushroom. There is large pool of unutilized agro waste. and that can be used to grow mushrooms. Then availability of low cost and abundant workforce. In European, mushroom industry is coming down because the main reason there is the workforce, the cost of that costly workforce. But here actually workforce is available at the low rate, very cheap rates. Then we are also rich in biodiversity. Then our weakness is that we are lacking infrastructure, we are lacking the skilled manpower, and then we are having inadequate forward and backward linkages. Then availability of spawn is another bottleneck in Indian mushroom industry. Then fluctuating and unorganized market prices. Here, that is another, that major issue that is actually, hindering the growth of this Indian mushroom industry. Then lack of financial help and schemes. Then coming to the opportunity, low cost round the year cultivation technology of mushroom. Nearly DMR has developed the cultivation technology for more than 40 mushrooms, and they can be cultivated at different climatic conditions. Rural youth is inclined for the not farming and labor intensive, hence generate employment, self-employment opportunities, and requirement of functional and healthy food. Mushroom is a healthy food. I will discuss that also. Then coming to the threats, low consumption. Nearly one Indian is consuming nearly 200 grams of mushroom in a year, whereas one Chinese is consuming nearly 27 kg mushroom in a year. So huge difference is there. So nearly we have to make some efforts to promote the consumption here in India. Diseases and insects are also there. They are affecting the mushroom production. Highly technical agriculture, so risk of low technical knowledge there. Then high and instability prices of input. Sometimes you get that mushroom they are selling at the rate of 50 rupees kg. At one time you get that they are selling at the rate of rupees 1,000 per kg. So this is the fluctuation, and basically it is considered a rich man food and perishable commodity. Shelf life is very short. Coming to the nutritional value. So there is one Chinese proverb that says that medicines and food, they have common origin, and mushroom they can be used as the health food, dietary supplements, and medicine. And if you see the relative contribution of edible mushroom, they contribute nearly 60%, then medicinal nearly 31%, and wild nearly 10%. And besides the food, they can be utilized, or the drugs, they can also be used for cosmeceuticals, and because they have the ability to activate epidermal growth factors, and so many, merits are there for which the mushroom they can be utilized for other purposes also. The overall general composition of mushroom, that nutrition is carbohydrate nearly 40 to 60%, protein 20 to 40%, fat 2 to 4%, and others 1 to 2%. If we talk about the protein, the mushroom, they are having quality protein. All the essential amino acids are present, and the digestibility is very high. And FAO has already, recognized mushroom protein as a good protein source. Then another advantage of mushroom protein is that mushroom do not naturally contain gluten. So that is another advantage, that why mushroom should be preferred as a eating food. And coming to the carbohydrate, starch is not present there. So it is because of that, it is delight of the diabetics, and then less sugars are there. Fiber and dietary fermentables are there. So because of that, it avoids the constipation and low calorific food. So it prevents the obesity. Then, of course, that fibers are there. So it is really very much helpful for our system. And then they are having this low sodium and high potassium diet. So because of that, it is very much anti-hypersensitive. In the previous talk, I think the previous speaker was talking that what is the cause of the maximum deaths in the world. So it was more consumption of the sodium. So basically the mushroom, they are having very low sodium, and because of that, it is a very good food. Then it is good for heart because the fat content is very low, and they are mostly nearly 80% fatty acid. They are the unsaturated fatty acid, and there is cholesterol is not absent. Besides that, some of the compounds are there. They can reduce the cholesterol. For example, erythritidine compound is there in stake mushroom, in reishi mushroom, and then in button mushroom. That can reduce the cholesterol, and same likewise, lovastatin is there in western mushroom. It can also reduce the cholesterol content. So it is nearly 80%, that fatty acid. They are unsaturated fatty acids in mushroom, and it is good source of vitamin B complex. Rather, it is the only source in the vegetable that is having this vitamin B12, that is cyanocobalamin, vitamin C, and it is the only source of vitamin D for the vegetarians. And consumption of nearly 100 gram fresh mushroom per day can meet out your vitamin D requirements. A survey was conducted in Delhi, and nearly 100%, that population, this college girl, they were found deficient in vitamin D. In the other sections also, more than 90% vitamin deficiency was observed there. So it is another area. Likewise, in the rural adults, urban adults, rural children, urban children, that maximum deficiency of vitamin D was there. So this can really we can address by the use of mushroom. Then vitamin D enhanced mushroom using ultraviolet, because if you expose the mushroom to ultraviolet, there is nearly 400 to 500 times increase in the vitamin D content. So this type of products are already vitamin D fortified mushroom are already in sale in some other countries like Australia and Europe. And then mushroom is low calorific food with no cholesterol, no starch, delight of diabetes, presence of flavonoids. It is they are having this highly antioxidant properties. So weight watching, we can also, take care by consuming the mushroom. Then glycemic index is negligible almost in mushroom. So that is another advantage. So because of that, it is delight for the diabetics. Then free radicals, that they are there and they are causing this aging, etc. problems. And mushroom there have got a number of antioxidant properties. So just consumption of mushrooms can keep us healthy. So anti-aging properties are there in the mushroom because of this antioxidant, contents. Then many minerals are there, particularly the selenium, very important mineral. Copper is there. So as you know that the selenium has got this anti-cancer, it is antioxidant property, and copper is this cardioprotective. Then some other compounds are also there, that has got anti-HIV, antiviral, antihistaminic, hypocholesterolemic, hepatonephroprotective, and stamina-enhancing properties. And mushrooms, they are also having some, that compound, they can reduce the side effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. And there are nearly 130 medicinal functions. They can be attributed to the mushroom. They have got this anti-tumor, immunomodulating properties, antioxidant, radical scavenging, cardiovascular, cholesterol lowering, antiviral, antibiotic. So likewise, number of properties are there which the mushroom have. So just to sum up, there are four key drivers for the development of mushroom industry. One is diversification, because India is blessed with various varied agroclimatic conditions, and there are nearly 42 mushrooms for which the technology is available, and they can be cultivated at different temperatures. And here in India, all the technology, the cultivation technology for all these mushrooms is available. So we can really explore different mushrooms in the different regions of the country, and we can make mushroom available to the common man at the low price available. Second is the availability of high yielding strains in different mushroom. Directorate of Mushroom Research, the only institute of ICR that is working here in Solan, had developed more than 32 varieties in the last few years for different commercially cultivated mushroom, and they are all high yielding varieties and really meeting the requirements of the growers. Then availability of quality spawn, that is another challenge in the Indian mushroom industry, or rather the bottleneck, because the quality spawn is not available. Earlier there was no system for the variety release, there was no system for the certification of spawn, but now our directorate has made some efforts, and all these that things, they are in place. And then policy support, there is no policy support. Earlier this income from the mushroom was also taxable, but now government has taken that decision because of some court cases that now it is not taxable. Then the electricity rate, they are different. In some states, they are charging the commercial rate, in other the industrial rate, in some states, some agriculture rate. So that type of policy is not existing. There is no sport price, etc. And to know that, that subsidy, etc. For the mechanization, automation, etc. So all this policy support is badly required. And then another important issue, that mushroom is certainly a very health food, and we all should consume it. With this, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dasab, for showing the word of fungi. And out of 5 billion fungi, 42 are the edible fungi. And out of these 42, 32 have been developed by your institution. So a big hand of applause for Dr. BP Sharma. Next presentation is from Dr. K.K. Jindal. So again, I would request, before he starts explaining his experience before us, I would request Dr. Brajesh Singh to please introduce him. Again, Dr. Jindal is a known name in Indian horticulture.
Thank you, sir. I have the honor of introducing Professor K.K. Jindal. He has done his master's and doctorate in horticulture from IRI New Delhi. He did his postdoctorate in Royal Agriculture University, Copenhagen, Denmark. And he started his career as postdoctorate from Copenhagen, then Sweden. Then he was associate professor in HPKV Palampur. Then he was associate director. Then he also served ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, as ADG Horticulture. Then he was professor and head department of horticulture.
Good afternoon.
Directorate He had been
Research.
director of research, and at
Research.
present he is chairman of Nursery Accreditation Committee at Medzifema, Nagaland. He has received several awards, including HSI Shiv Shakti Lifetime Achievement Award, a Lifetime Achievement Award by Society of Tropical Agriculture, and he has also received Lifetime Achievement Award by Society of Extension Education. So we welcome you, sir.
Thank you. The topic which has been assigned is underutilized temperate fruit species in the western Himalayas, scope for enhancing the rural livelihoods and improving the food security. With the special reference, I'll say the kiwi fruit is the one which is underexploited and overexploited also. In the underexploited the western Himalayas, but overexploited in the east, in the northeast Himalayas. Next. Okay. Now this kiwi fruit, I'll just put it that this underutilized fruits, they are more important than the cultivated ones because
आप यहाँ भी पढ़ सकते हैं सर, यहाँ खड़े हो जाएं और ऐसे करके आप यहाँ आ जाएं, इस साइड भी आ सकते हैं, इधर से बैठ के करना है, चेयर लगा दें.
Yeah, I can read it, no problem.
Thank you.
Now these underutilized fruits, I call them as the gem of the cultivated species. Okay. All right. Now, the general scenario, the underutilized fruit crops are best represented by neglected and underutilized fruit species, the source of the food and nutrients to the mankind since a prehistoric era. There are about 30,000 edible plant species known to the mankind, out of which 1,200 minor fruits and nut crops are in the temperate region. And only 150 plants species are cultivated commercially, whereas the 103 plants contribute about 90% of world calories, while the species, the plants, they still are unexploited and the commercial. Now, the prospects of the underutilized temperate fruits and nut crops in India, in the western Himalayas, the most people depend upon the agriculture and allied activities. Geographically, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand comprise the western Himalayas and are known for their greater diversity of species like Malus, Pyrus, Prunus, Vivitis, Ribes, Rubes, and Fragaria. In the northern western Himalayas region, most of the area consists of difficult hilly terrains of different types, that is low, mid, and high hills, which are unfit for cultivation of high input demanding crops. Such lands can easily be put to use for growing with low input in order to diversify the present day horticulture and to meet the demands of increasing population, nutrition security, and the fast depletion of natural resources, as well as growing and changing the human needs in the region. Now, among the underutilized exotic temperate fruits and nut crops, I will salute the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources at Fagli, Shimla, which has taken a worthwhile note on the use of kiwi fruit in the country, and for which the stakeholders and the farming community, not only for the Northwest, but the Northeast Himalayas, are very grateful. The kiwi fruit has got the origin in the Western and in China, and it is native to the
China, this South and Central China. It is known as the China's miracle fruit and horticulture wonder fruit in the New Zealand. In India, it was first introduced in 1960 at Lal Bagh Garden, Bangalore, but the plant did not come to fruiting because of the lack of chilling. And thanks to National Bureau of Plant Resources of Fagli, that it took it up in 1963 and introduced and made it popularized in 1969. Now this kiwi has not confined only to Himachal, but it has gone to the northeast states like Arunachal, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Manipur also. Kiwi fruit in Arunachal has this fruit size bigger than even the New Zealand apple. The New Zealand kiwi is 120 gram A grade, but in the northeast we got more than 150 grams. Now this kiwi is it looks like very much similar to sapota, but it's got a hairy structure. Now, there are two secondary genetic relatives of the kiwi fruit, which has been found growing in the natural forests in the Himalaya region. And I have come across Actinidia colosa, which is Thekiphone Sikkim, and Actinidia stygosa in Arunachal. Now, among this kiwi is a dioecious plant. It has got male and female plants differently, and these are the 5 varieties which are commercially grown as a female plant varieties, and there are 3 as the male varieties. Now, this natural security and the wellness enhancement through kiwi fruit, you can name any. The kiwi fruit is the most nutrient-rich of the top 26 fruits consumed in the world, and it has got the highest density of vitamin C, and it has got low sodium and high potassium content. A good kiwi has been demonstrated to prevent the cancer, and the heart diseases and all that. Now, in addition to the kiwi fruit being recognized by FDA, it is an excellent source of dietary fiber also, and its benefit of its laxative action is to decrease the buildup of the cancer-promoting metabolites. The kiwi fruit is one of the few fruits that are grown green in maturity, and chlorophyll is responsible for its color. And several studies have suggested that chlorophyllin, a derivative of chlorophyll, is an inhibitor of the liver cancer. Now, kiwi also plays a role in depression, in diabetes, and even in neurotransmitters. It is reported to control the cholesterol control, heart health, hypertension, and sodium potassium ratio is very critical, and it's good for the heart also. Now, it is an immunity booster. It has been used in the physical fitness. Kiwi fruit contains wide range of minerals, and it is used in China for this drink. This eye health, the stress reduction, and the weight control are also some of the contributors. Now, when we worked out the economics of the kiwi cultivation, we had this study, at the Horticulture University, Solon. We did some case study, and we found that to establish 100 plants of kiwi, it requires about 1.5 lakhs of cost. About 3.5 lakh, and if you have the fertigation, you add another 1.5. But if you see the kiwi fruit, it starts fruiting after 3 years, and at the eighth year, it gets stabilized, and then after 30 to 45 years, 40 years, it declines. So the life of a kiwi fruit plant, it starts up to 40 years or so. Now, the priority areas and activities suggested for high-tech farming is introduction, evaluation, and mass multiplication. Then secondly, training and pruning in the kiwi is very crucial. Crop and quality regulation, that is size of the fruit, is important by using the growth regulators. Now, while working in the Northeast, I have taken the kiwi from the Northwest Himalaya to Northeast, and I found that kiwi can be grown in the area where with large cardamom in Sikkim is grown, and there is a sowing that where you can grow the kiwi, you can grow the large cardamom, and vice versa, where there is a large cardamom, you can grow the kiwi also. Now, value addition in kiwi fruit, you can make kiwi squash, kiwi appetizer, you name it, this ready to serve these products. Now, this is the state, the Northeast, which has taken up a lead in production of kiwi wine also out of this. Now, under the other fruits which are in the Western Himalayas is the blackberries, blueberry, black currant, cranberries, raspberry, gooseberry, and strawberries. Now, these are the berries which need to be further exploited and paid to the use for cultivation. Now, these are some of the photographs I want to share with you, the blackberry, blueberry, cranberry, and gooseberry, and their nutrient value. And the raspberry, strawberries, even pineapple, guava, Chinese bear, and the Japanese persimmon. Among the other underexploited fruits are currants, quince, pecan nut, hazelnut, and sea buckthorn. Now, these are some of the potential scope. These are there's opportunity for diversification in the production system, genetic diversification and production system. Now, the strategy for the genetic for there is a strategies for genetic conservation of underutilized fruit crops in the Western Himalayas. There is encouragement of local people to produce it, stoppage of uncontrolled harvesting for retaining them in their native habitats where they perform best. Establishment of plant arboretum and research should be therefore directed towards the establishment and our strengthening of the existing community-based efforts. Ex situ conservation of wild crops relative better than in situ conservation, and the clone preserved for their edible fruits are usually propagated by budding or grafting. The rootstocks can also be propagated into specific clonal rootstocks and maintained in the stool beds in in vitro conservation also. Next. Okay, sorry. Strategies for utilization of underutilized temperate fruits in the Himalaya. Underutilized temperate fruits have to be potentially to play a role in the improvement of food and nutrition security, domestication of potential species, identification of genes of interest, and development of efficient production and management techniques, development of value-added products, utilization of marginal and wasteland, and then setting up of the processing industries. In conclusion, the genetic resources of major fruits is a gold mine, but I call that the underutilized temperate fruits, they hold the status of a diamond mine. Then we have to make a substantial long-term investment for exploiting the full potential. The genes derived from the genetic resources can be effectively utilized, patented for the global competitive and to ensure the national food and nutritional security. The loss of every gene, species, ecosystems, and ultimately the bioresources will obviously limit our options for future. Therefore, the conservation is the topmost priority. The development of nutrient-rich, value-added products, post-harvest management, and marketing hold the key of efficient utilization of business. Without an intelligent and judicious conservation and utilization of the use of bioresources, it will be difficult to achieve the sustainable advances in the fruit size and industrial production. Sorry. I'd like to share with you, and the Professor Dhiman is here to help me, that there's a long journey of commercial kiwi cultivation from the Northwest Himalayas to the Northeast Himalayas. In 1995, I was deputed by this university to look for some opportunity of temperate fruits in the northeast Himalayas, and I went to the Jhoomland in 1995 and established the first kiwi orchard in 2001 in Arunachal. And now the Honorable Vice Chancellor of CAU also wanted to see my work, and in 2012, we had a joint visit, and we found that the Jhoomland has been converted into a beautiful kiwi orchard. These are some of the ads which we had in the Sikkim, that kiwi has been from Arunachal, it has gone to Sikkim also, and then the Honorable Prime Minister, while in one of his visits, he mentioned that the Arunachal has got a certified organic kiwi, and he called it must have in every home, whether it's a northeast or northwest. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We can have some questions from the audience, one or two. Yes, kiwi is a not very new crop to Himachal Pradesh, but most of you must have not seen it yet in the orchards. So you can have some questions. Not at all. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for presenting your long experience in fruit biodiversity of the Himalayan region, more specifically on the kiwi fruits. So now the last presentation, two more. Okay, we have two more presentation. One is medicinal value of local plant diversity of northwestern Himalayas by Dr. Bhupinder Das. He is the professor at Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry. Again, I would request Dr. Brajesh to introduce him.
Thank you, sir. I have the honor of introducing Dr. Bhupinder Dutt. He is professor at Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan. He has a specialization in forest product, medicinal and aromatic plants, their conservation and maintenance, multiplication, then wood science, non-timber forest products. He has handled many projects like ICR network project on harvesting, processing and value addition of natural resins and gums. Then production of planting material of selected medicinal plants. But he has established botanical garden through ex situ conservation of rare, endangered, threatened, endemic and economic plant resources. And he has, because of his excellent work, he has been awarded with several prestigious awards, though it has not been listed. So we welcome you, Dr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी जनों का नमस्कार. Co-chairman of the session, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Rishwar Singh Chandel, University of Horticulture and Forestry. Co-chair Dr. Brajesh, Director CPRI, conveners, and most distinguished dignitaries sitting off the dais, and dear participants. So I will be speaking on the topic that medicinal value of local plant diversity of northwestern Himalayas. So I am just giving an overview, in brief overview rather. So what is happening and what are the diversity point of view? What are different plants which are medicinal in nature, and what we are doing at present in the university, as well as what are the challenges, what are the issues before us. So I'll start with the first, that is medicinal plant, that global scenario, that out of 72,000 globally, 70 to 18% of the world flora that are currently utilized for medicinal purpose. We can see that there is no plant which do not have medicinal value. All the plants has got medicinal value in one way or the other. So more than 200 therapies which are employed by different cultures to treat physical and physiological ailments employ medicinal plants as curative medicines. So out of 3,000 medicinal plants traded internationally, only 900 are under cultivation, and majority of exported biomass is harvested from the wild. And this is a big challenge that we are not able to conserve these medicinal plant diversity, and it has to be given priority when bringing it under domestication. India, the land of mega biodiversity, the land of mega biodiversity having 15 agroclimatic zones, 10 vegetative zones, 15 biotic zones, 426 biomes, and 4 biodiversity hotspots. India is one of the 12 mega countries with mega biodiversity accounting for 8% of the total plant species, despite 12.5% of the land cover of the world. Then, but the production scenario at present, India is the second largest producer of medicinal aromatic plants, and around about 8,000 species are being used or being given medicinal importance in different treatises. Among total, 240 species are enlisted of high commercial demand. So when we see this Indian plant diversity, excuse me, आपने दूसरी कॉपी कर दी, सॉरी नहीं कर रही सर. इन्होंने किया था सर, मैंने तो दे दिया था. हाँ जी, राइट राइट. So the medicinal plant, every plant has, sorry for the interruption, sir. So there was some technical problem. So Aushadhiya Vanspatya Jivanam Jivandhara. Medicinal plants are the basis of lives of living beings, an idea that has been propounded by saints and monks. So coming to this wide value of medicinal aromatic plants, medicinal plants are the local heritage with global importance. So it has aroused a phenomenal importance for the last few years, or for the last time, some history of medicinal plants. We call it herbal plants. In spite of emergence of many wonder drugs from the synthetic field, there is a greater demand for natural medicine and health food today than ever before in the world. And that can be seen that number of industry, number of enterprises are coming up with medicinal plants. India, therefore, has been referred as a medicinal garden of the world. So we have different systems: Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, and naturopathy. So Ayurveda, the science of life. We all know we are representing the world in this field, and we are much advanced system, traditional medicinal system, which is ruling all over the world. So global preference for natural products from herbs has generated immense prospects for medicinal aromatic plants, making it as a sunrise industry. So popularity of these has already among rural and urban people is well known to everybody. So there are about, in our traditional system, when we talk about Vedas, in Rig Veda, 5000 BC recorded 67 medicinal plants. Yajurveda, 81 species has been recorded. In Atharveda, it is 290 species. And in Charak Samhita and Sushant Samhita had described the properties and uses of number of medicinal plants and in the number of drugs, and these are still used in classical formulation in Ayurvedic system of medicine. So many valuable medicinal plants are now under the verge of extinction. The Red Data Book of India has 427 entries of endangered species, of which 28 are considered extinct, 124 endangered, 81 vulnerable, 100 rare, and 34 insufficiently known. So this is a concern for us to conserve and to maintain or to study the biodiversity of medicinal aromatic plants. There are about 250,000 higher plant species on Earth, and 80,000 are considered to be medicinal. And there are a number of medicinal plants or number of plants which are being brought under cultivation. But still, these efforts are not enough, and we need to go to deal it on a major, and further we have to go for its cultivation in different areas. So India, the mega biodiversity, I already explained. So this is the usage of plants. So in India, out of approximately 17,000 species of flowering plants and around 31,000 non-flowering species, 10,000 species are used by people in one form or other, and we can see their usage is different for different purposes. And we are number of plants which are used in Indian system of medicine is 1800, and source of medicinal plants traded in India from forest, it is 538, cultivation 88, and wild and cultivation is 212, and imported we are 42 plants are being imported. So this is the breakup of the different plants and plants that is being used or being imported or traded for medicinal purposes. Medicinal plants, if we talk about different system of medicines, so these are the breakup that Ayurveda, we are using 1800 medicinal plants, and Siddha 500, Unani 400, MT system of medicine 300, and modern 30. So these are the contribution. When we talk about the contribution as far as the life forms of or the trees, we are giving 33%, shrubs it is 20%, then herbs 32%, and 12% are climbers, and others constitute fungi, etc., only 3%. Plant diversity, when we talk about the northwestern Himalaya, that is the topic. The northwestern Himalaya includes 3 major states, that is Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand, and occupies 18% of India's total geographical area, and covering an area of 33 million hectares. So this is a huge area, and it is a veritable emporium of medicinal flora ranging from tropical, subtropical, subtemperate to temperate region, including dry temperate and cold desert area, culminating into alpine flora, both dry and moist. So northwestern Himalaya has been a source of spiritual, mythological, and biological sites since ancient times. So richness of the high quality, high value, low volume medicinal herbs in alpine and subalpine regions of northwestern Himalaya has regarded as a sacred heaven of potential medicinal herbs. when we talk of Himachal Pradesh, so out of the 3,500 plant species, medicinal plants are over 18,800 are medicinal, and aromatic are around 150, and trade in medicinal plants is over around about 165 species. So when there are 20 top medicinal plants which are traded in India, so this is the long list, that 20 plants. Out of the long list, we have 12 species which are found in the Western Himalayas, mainly when it is given here asterisks that Aconitum heterophyllum, Chlorophytum arundinaceum, Aconitum ferox, and Dactylorhiza heterozyra, Swartia chiraita, and Valeriana jatamasi, Viola pilosa. These are number of species which are endemic to this region and are being required by industry in large scale. So these are some of the important medicinal plants of the Shivalics. So this includes the your Calotropis procera, Acacia fistula, Acacia catechu, Bacopa. So different regions have great diversity, and that's why Himachal Pradesh is considered as a mini India. So it contains all the species right from the lower altitude to higher altitude. These are highly valuable. These are some of the species which are found in the temperate zones. That is, this is Berberis and Virginia ciliata, and number of other species which are having high medicinal value. And we are known for the unique and rare plants which are not found in other part of the country. That's why this is exclusive to this northwestern Himalayan region of the country. Then coming to the alpine zone, there are a number of species. There are Artemisia, Picrorhiza, Nardostachius, etc. These are highly valuable species which are found on this alpine zone or some dry temperate zone of the area. So coming to the that when we see this diversity or biodiversity, so we have now the different types of plants which are available. We have this Dashmula list group of plants. This is a number of plants, and which needs to be explored further and which needs to be conserved. So vitality strengthening Ashtavarga group of plants. We have number 8 plants. So the main thing today is that identification, how to identify these plants. That is a big challenge for us. There is no no taxonomy most nowadays available which can identify all these plants in the nature which are in highly endangered categories. So we know these 8: Iridibriti, Jiva, Krishmak, Beda, Mahaveda, Kakuli, Kshir Kakuli. These are the 8 plants which are life rejuvenating properties. So these are some of the industrially important. So these are some Picrorhiza cadua, the important one, then the Virginia ciliata. These are major species of the Western Himalayas: Swartia chiraita, Sosoria costus, and Chinopodophyllum hexandrum, and Rheum australe, Texas wallichiana, Angelica glauca, Valeriana jatamasi, etc. So these are a few which have got great industrial potential. Now coming to the weakness of the medicinal plant sector: poor database, lack of quality, well-defined quality standards of raw drugs for ISM products, lack of knowledge on quality aspects. So I'll take just 2 minutes. Lack of knowledge on quality aspects, variability, inadvertent use of wrong plant species, etc. These are some of the challenges before us, the increasing demand, and we are not able to meet out the demand. That is one of the major challenges at present. So large number of problem of marketing and medicinal plant is also challenging. So some of the work that has been done, that we have studied the biodiversity of the plant. The university has studied more than 20 regions of the state has been studied, and we have documented the biodiversity of these plants, and further work is in continuation. We have established herbal garden in different parts of the state as well as at the main campus, and we are conserving, we are producing number of species, there are 300 species throughout the year for seeds and all that. We have well-maintained herbarium, and all these are some of the species which are activities of our department of the university. So we have developed certain better strains under the medicinal aromatical plant this project and beetle wine project, ICAR. So number of work that is still being continued. These are certain activities. This is what we have developed till now, and these are. But to conclude, so rich phytodiversity of northwestern Himalaya has an immense potential and need solid scientific support. It plays a significant role in food and nutritional security at the household level, and the local people depend greatly on tradition and values that are rooted in the nature. Rising pressure to build up the demand is a big challenge. Essentially, it is important to such that wild and non-cultivated edible plant species used for food, medicine, and other purposes can contribute to the food security in future. Integrated approaches are required. So these are some of the measures that need to be taken into account. Conservation of biodiversity will continue to fail to meet target if scientists and practitioners are not efficiently able to partner with stakeholders and indigenous landowners to form novel and dynamic institutions. Local peoples are central point of any conservation program. Attempts should be made to maintain balance among scientists, conservationists, policymakers, and people's livelihood. Participation of local communities in preparations of execution of conservation policy and management plans could facilitate to attain the biodiversity conservation objectives. Creation of understanding and educational programs on conservation and permissible utilization of plant genetic resources and intensification coordination with the help of various government departments, NGOs, and local institutions is immediately required. So I'll leave you with this some picture. That's Soria ovulata. This is a sacred plant, high altitude plant. This is again save plants that saves lives. That is the medicinal plants. And there's no man on this earth who is incompetent, and there's no plant which is of medicinal use, where everything is present. In fact, a man to manage them properly is seldom available. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhupinder Dutt.
For showing this whole universe of the medicinal and aromatic plants in northwestern Himalayan, and what you have done in the university as a scientist, and you have also presented some of the challenges. I think the challenges are before us, not with the public. So how to minimize that gap of the challenges and our work which we have been doing in the universities, in the institutions. That is the responsibility. Can we have 1-2 questions? Yes. Yes. Professor is just near, sitting near to you.
Hello. I appreciate your presentation, but you in your presentation said that there are no taxonomic key available for the identification of the particular some contaminants in the herbal drugs, neither taxonomic nor the molecular. But I think there is DNA coding markers are there, species-specific markers are there. By using those markers, you can identify the species and the contaminants as well.
Okay, these are some of the modern tools that can be utilized. However, when you are collecting it from the nature, so we need correct identification that we are where it is being, the problem is being faced to correct identify these plants. So there is a number of plants which are resembling to these plants and they are being mistaken. So that is the issue that is coming before us, and that needs to be addressed on an earth level. Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. This was the right question, and again the right answer from your side, because there is a declining interest in every field, whether it is in entomology or pathology or in medicinal plant. We don't have now the good number of the taxonomists. So thank you very much. Anybody else? It seems कि या तो सब कुछ पता है या कुछ भी पता करने की जरूरत नहीं. But now I think the last presentation of this session is from Mr. Nandalal. So he'll now actually recharge us with adding something to our taste buds. He's a renowned chef of the Himachal Pradesh. So he would be the most important
Thank you, sir.
So he could be the most important intermediary when we talk of the diverse food, when we talk of the nutritional food, how to make that food as a fashionable food for the youngsters. So I think he could, he is playing a, he has
This
been doing
subject is
a lot with
little
this.
different from what you have discussing from the morning.
नंदलाल जी, इससे पहले कि इंट्रोडक्शन आपकी हो जाए, आपका एक बड़ा नाम हिमाचल प्रदेश में है.
नहीं, sir.
So please,
Okay, I
Dr.
have
Brajesh.
honor of introducing Chef Nandlal Sarma ji. He's president of Himachal Chefs Association and also working as deputy general manager in HPTDC. He has done his MBA with specialization in hotel management and HR. He has more than 38 years of experience. He has a specialization in cookery, and he has achieved Guinness World Record for preparing and serving largest beans and rice measuring 1995 kgs. So this means probably Rajma Chawal. Okay. So
Khichdi.
Besides that, he has got several awards in different exhibitions, and he has been performing in leading TV channels like Star TV, NDTV, ZTV, India, and Zyka. And then he has also organized many national and international level food festivals. And he also serves food to VVIPs, dignitaries, including Prime Minister and Presidents of India. So we welcome you here.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished guests on dais, faculty members, and the enthusiastic students. I am honored to stand here before you today to deliver into the tantalizing world of the traditional Himachali cuisine. A culinary tapestry woven from the rich tapestry of the plant diversity that graces the magnificent state. Himachal Pradesh, nestled among the majestic Himalayas, is a land of breathtaking beauty and cultural kaleidoscope, and a heaven to the diverse flora and fauna. Himachal Pradesh, with its ancient history dating back from the Indus Valley civilization, has been a melting pot of culture, traditions, and culinary influences. From the Aryan to the Mughals, each era has left an indelible mark on this state cuisine, shaping the flavors and cooking techniques that defines Himachali gastronomy. The state's topography, a mesmerizing blend of snow-clad peaks, verdant valleys, and meandering rivers.
नंदलाल जी, मैं सॉरी, मैं आपको एक रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा. मुझे लगता है आप मन से बोलेंगे तो ये सब सुनना चाहेंगे, because it will be entirely different topic. आप मन से क्या कैसे करते हैं, कैसे दुनिया को हिमाचल का एज एम्बेसडर बना के भेजते हैं, आप मन से बोलेंगे.
हाँ, बस 2 minutes. The state topography is mesmerizing blend of the snow-clad peaks, vibrant valleys, and meandering rivers has fostered the remarkable diversity of plants life, from the temperate forests teeming the edible fruits, berries, to the alpine meadows. Adorned with aromatic herbs, Himachal Pradesh is a cornucopia of the botanical treasure. The abundance of wild plants known as bhutas in the local language has been the integral part of the Himachali cuisine. And centuries, these wild edible gathered from the foothills and higher mountain ranges have enriched the state culinary heritage, adding a unique dimension of flavors, features, and textures and nutritional benefits, which has tough terrain. The state has a tough terrain added to the difficulty of the sourcing conventional edible plants from the great Indian terrains. It surely did give a huge room to the new discoveries amidst the local flora, bringing out the culinary genius from the locals. Let us embark the culinary journey through the diverse landscape of the Himachal Pradesh, exploring the fascinating interplay between the plant diversity and local cuisine. सबसे पहले मैं I am Chef Nandlal Sharma, as you can see, President of Himachal Chef Association, and starting from the culinary journey. I have started my career in the kitchen only, and now I'm a DGM in Himachal tourism. And जो ये सफर रहा है, इसमें बहुत सारे कहते हैं कि कांटे भी रास्ते में आते हैं, और बहुत सारी मुश्किलें आई हैं, बहुत सारे टफ टाइम रहा है, और जो ये सफर तय किया है मैंने, और बहुत सारी अचीवमेंट्स भी मिली है इसमें। जिस तरह से अभी सर ने जिक्र किया कि गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड, वो एक मुश्किल काम था। 1995 किलो खिचड़ी बनाना एक बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट टास्क था। हम 25 लोग थे मेरी टीम, और हमने 1 महीना की प्लानिंग करके सबसे पहले पॉट को जो पतीला था, कढ़ाई थी जो बनाने के लिए, उसको वो बनाना ही बड़ा मुश्किल था। इसमें ही 1 महीना लग गया था, और हिस्ट्री बड़ी लंबी है, मैं इसमें ज्यादा नहीं जाऊंगा। और बाकी मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा बिल्कुल साथ साथ बीच ये बताना चाहूंगा। इसको थोड़ा 40 पे जूम कर लीजिए। अच्छा, ठीक है। The Northern Himalaya, as you know, हिमाचल एक बड़ा डाइवर्स काइंड ऑफ फूड है हिमाचल में भी, जिसमें मैंने एक बुक भी रिलीज की है अपनी। एक बुक मतलब रीजन, उसमें 4 रीजन थे। उसमें एक रीजन नॉर्थ आउटर रीजन है, इनर रीजन है, और एक मिडल रीजन है, और एक साउदर्न रीजन है। आउटर रीजन में जो लाहौल स्पीति किन्नौर वाला एरिया है, वहाँ का जो खाना है, इट इज क्वाइट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम दी मिडल रीजन और इनर रीजन कह सकते हैं। जैसे आप देख सकते हो, दी आउटर रीजन contains food that has an influence of Chinese food. आप देखते होंगे टिंगमो, ये जो मोमोज, थुपका, चौमिन, ये सारा वैसे हिमाचली फूड में आता है, पर इन्फ्लुएंस चाइनीज फूड का है। और जो चाइनीज फूड है, इट इज लिटिल डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द चाइनीज फूड। उसके बाद हम मिडल रीजन पे देखते हैं। जैसे आप देखते हैं चंबा, कुल्लू, मंडी है, कांगड़ा है। ये हमारे मेन जो धाम के रीजन है वो है, जहाँ धाम एक डिफरेंट वे में आप मेरे ख्याल में आप सब लोग हिमाचल से ही होंगे, और हिमाचल में धाम एक बड़ी फेमस फीस्ट मानी जाती है। ये सिर्फ हर रूटीन में घरों में नहीं बनती है, सिर्फ रिलीजियस फंक्शन में, जैसे मैरिजेस हैं और आपके पास कोई और अदर रिलीजियस फंक्शन है, तो उसमें बनाई जाती है। धाम में इस रीजन में जो चंबा कांगड़ा है, इस रीजन में खासकर मदरा और मानी, राजमा मदरा है। और जैसे चंबा में राजमा मदरा बनता है, और कांगड़ा में चना का मदरा मशहूर है। जो मदरा बनाने का जो टेक्निक है वो भी थोड़ी डिफरेंट है, चंबा में अलग है और कांगड़ा में अलग है। आप देखते होंगे कई जगह कद्दू का बहुत इस्तेमाल होता है, और कई जगह हमारे यहाँ बहुत ज्यादा कड़ी भी इस्तेमाल होती है। ये बिलासपुर रीजन और जो हमीरपुर बिलासपुर, जिसमें इन्फ्लुएंस पंजाब का है ना, जो इनर रीजन है जिसमें बिलासपुर, सोलन और ऊना है, इसमें इन्फ्लुएंस पंजाबी फूड में, जिसमें आप देखते हो पंजाबी कल्चर भी रहता है और पंजाबी फूड भी, जिसमें कड़ी हो गया, कद्दू का खट्टा हो गया, इस तरह की आइटमें, दाल माश, मतलब 8-10 दालें तैयार करते हैं लोग। और फिर मैं छोटा सा ब्रीफ डिस्क्रिप्शन साउदर्न रीजन की तरफ जाता हूँ। साउदर्न रीजन में शिमला और सोलन का कुछ पार्ट है, और किन्नौर का कुछ पार्ट आता है, और सिरमौर का कुछ पार्ट है। इसमें जो फूड है वो एक बिल्कुल डिफरेंट तरह का फूड, वो फर्मेंटेड फूड बहुत ज्यादा यूज किया जाए। जैसे सिड्डू है, इंडरा है, कुछ आइटमें टूरू है। इसमें जो फर्मेंटेड फूड है वो एक पेट के लिए या गट हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहता है, इसलिए इन पार्ट्स में। और आप किन्नौर की तरफ जाएंगे तो किन्नौर में रिच फूड, मतलब जो एनर्जी जिसमें ज्यादा हो, वो लेवल एनर्जी लेवल जिसमें ज्यादा हो, तो वो फूड वहाँ अवेलेबल भी है। जैसे कहा जाता है कि सीजनल फूड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सीजनल और रीजनल मीन जिस रीजन से आदमी का जन्म हुआ, अगर उस रीजन का आप वो कंटिन्यू या सीजनल फ्रूट खाते हैं तो वो हेल्थ के लिए बहुत बढ़िया है। आप किन्नौर में जाएंगे, आपको चिलगोजा मिलता है, पाइन नट्स मिलते हैं, और कुछ ऐसे हर्ब्स हैं जो वहाँ अवेलेबल है, कचूर है वहाँ पर, और मतलब जो कि वहाँ की लोगों की हेल्थ के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा बेटर है। आप लोअर रीजन में जाएंगे जहाँ पर गर्मी ज़्यादा होती है, तो वहाँ जो फ्लोरा फौना या वेजिटेशन है वो भी उसी हिसाब से होती है कि जिसमें जो कि हेल्थ के लिए वो बेनिफिट हो। इसलिए सीजनल सीजनल फूड और जो रीजनल फूड है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है आपको डेली लाइफ में यूज करने के लिए। मेरी पीपीटी रह गई है, मैं थोड़ा सा अलग जा चुका हूँ। तो मैं पहले हिस्ट्री थी हिमाचल की, जो मेरी पीपीटी में थी हिस्ट्री थी, जिसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि चंबा का है, कुछ शिमला की फोटो हैं, पुरानी हेरिटेज ट्रेन है, ड्रेसेस। नाउ मैंने पूरा कल्चर, ट्रेडिशन एंड फूड के बारे में थोड़ा सा पीपीटी बनाई थी। ड्रेसेस आप देख सकते हैं, चंबा में ड्रेसेस अलग है, किन्नौर में अलग है, और मंडी में अलग है, शिमला में अलग है, सिरमौर में अलग है। The people of Himachal Pradesh are extremely hardworking and talented. That reflects in their art and craft. The extremely beautiful handicraft and come out the state is really worth appreciating. Carpets, leather work, shawls, paintings, metal works, woodwork, and paintings. Other color. Himachali cap is very famous in worldwide. Kulwi shawl is famous. Chamba Rumal is very famous. Metal working Chamba and other part of Chamba is also. ये कुछ कुल्लू टोपी, किन्नौर की टोपी, और ये शॉल्स है, चंबा रुमाल है। म्यूजिक एंड डांस ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश इज वेरी फेमस। किन्नौर में आप देखोगे, चंबा में अलग डांस होता है, और घी डांस, बुरा डांस, सिरमौर में नाटी एंड अदर डांसेस इन कुल्लू, शिमला में भी फोक डांसेस। ये डांसेस की कुछ तस्वीर है, वाद्य यंत्र भी वहां पर है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम द फेस्टिवल्स सेलिब्रेटेड इन ऑल ओवर द इंडिया, हिमाचल में कुछ फेस्टिवल मनाए जाए, जैसे आप फेमस आप देखते हैं कुल्लू दशहरा, शिवरात्रि, मिंजर फेयर, छतराड़ी जात्रा, रेणुका में फेयर, कुछ इस तरह के फेयर की फोटो। अब मैं यहाँ आपको मेन पॉइंट पे आया हूँ, गुच्छी, जो हमारा बायोडाइवर्सिटी का पार्ट है। गुच्छी की बहुत सारी वेजिटेबल, इट इज अ वेजिटेबल। आप सबको, आप तो सब डॉक्टरेट है इसमें, मुझे ज्यादा बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। गुच्छी की मैं सिर्फ आइटम्स बताता हूँ। गुच्छी का मदरा बन जाता है, गुच्छी मटर, गुच्छी आलू, गुच्छी बिरयानी ना, बहुत सारी इंट्रोड्यूस की है हमने जो गुच्छी की आइटम है। हम भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो हिमाचल के जो हिमाचल में जो प्लांट्स हैं, जो हमारे यहाँ जो लोकल प्लांट्स हैं, जो हमारे यहाँ जो वेजिटेबल्स मिलती हैं, उनको उनकी रेसिपीज डेवलप करें, ताकि ये नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल में ग्लोबली मतलब हमारे को एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिले। क्योंकि हिमाचली कुजीन जो है ना, इट इज नॉट फेमस ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, या ऑल ओवर इंडिया भी कह सकते हैं कि इंडिया में भी अभी फेमस नहीं है। तो हमें इसमें कोशिश करनी है कि हमारे नई रेसिपीज तैयार हों। पुरानी जो धाम है, अब लोगों को इसके बारे में जानकारी है वर्ल्ड वाइड इवन फॉरेन कंट्रीज में हमारे कुछ शेफ्स हैं जो हिमाचल के हैं, तो वो धाम को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। कचूर हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स, इसके गुच्छी के हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स बहुत सारे हैं। इट कंटेन्स जो विटामिन डी है, विटामिन बी है। तो कचूर भी एक मेडिसिनल एक ट्यूबर है, और इसकी हम वेजिटेबल्स बना सकते हैं। कई तरह की इसकी रेसिपियां हम डेवलप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चलाई है, चलाई हमारी साग के तौर पे भी यूज हो सकती है, और इसका जो सीड है वो भी यूज किया जाता है खाने में। आप छूछ का साग इज वेरी न्यूट्रिशियस, इसमें बहुत सारे विटामिन सी होती है, और हेल्थ के लिए बहुत, आपकी स्किन के लिए बहुत अच्छी है, हार्ट के लिए अच्छी है, शुगर पेशेंट के लिए बहुत अच्छी है। एक काला पीस, ब्लैक पीस, बटरफ्लाई पीस भी कहते हैं इसको, तो ये लाहौल स्पीति में पाया जाता है, और इसके भी बहुत सारे हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स है, और बहुत सारी इसमें हम डिशेस बना सकते हैं। इसका मदरा हमने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है अभी, ये है चोरू। इट इज अ स्पाइस विच इज यूज्ड फॉर फ्लेवरिंग एंड इंडियन और हिमाचली डिशेस। ये भी किन्नौर और उसमें पाया जाता है। बाकी आप देख सकते हैं चलाई का साग है, कचनार है, कचनार के हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स है बहुत। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कचनार की बहुत सारी हम डिशेस तैयार करें। अभी रायता हम बनाते हैं, एक सब्जी हम बना सकते हैं, बिरयानी हमने इंट्रोड्यूस की है। बुरांश का फूल है, अच्छा ये ब्रांस का फूल है, रेयोडेंड्रोन। तो इसकी हमने चटनी, स्क्वैशेस, इवन हमने डिशेस भी तैयार की है इसमें। मैंने इसकी एक फिरनी तैयार की थी अभी। आप इसको फ्लेवरिंग के लिए यूज की जा सकता है, और सो मेनी अदर आइटम्स कैन बी मेड। छूछ का ये बिच्छू बुटी लोग खाने में इस्तेमाल नहीं करते। हमने मेरा एक नेशनल लेवल पे एक मास्टर क्लास थी स्टेज पे, तो मैंने बिच्छू बुटी को स्टफिंग के तौर पे यूज किया था, और इसके बहुत सारे हेल्थ बेनिफिट है। और इसको एज ए चाय भी ड्राई करके इसको चाय भी बना सकती है आप। ये जो हिसार है, इसका एक बेरी टाइप है, इस बहुत अच्छे बेनिफिट्स है। हमारा अनारदाना है, अनारदाना हमारे हिमाचली फूड में बहुत सारी जगह इस्तेमाल है। अनारदाना, आलू, रेसिपीज हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं। और लिंगड़ू है, लिंगड़ू का मदरा ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है। लिंगड़ू की सब्जी, लिंगड़ू के बहुत सारे हेल्थ बेनिफिट आप जानते हैं। और बहुत सारी बेरीज हैं। और करी पत्ता हिमाचल में बहुत सारी तादाद में होता है। हिमाचल में ये ज्यादा यूज नहीं करते। इवन साउथ इंडिया में ये जो करी पत्ता है, साउथ इंडिया में बहुत ज्यादा खाने में यूज होता है, हमारे यहाँ नहीं होता। तो हम इसको कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम इसकी रेसिपीज डेवलप करें। मैंने कोई 6 इसकी रेसिपियां तैयार की थी। इसमें सिंपल, मैं आपको भी बता दूं, आपके घरों में भी काम है। इसको सिंपल आप थोड़ा सा बॉईल करो, अदरक लहसुन के साथ पेस्ट बनाओ, देन वी कैन यूज इट इन एज अ पालक, जैसे इस तरह से यूज करते हैं। तो पालक पनीर जिस तरह से बनाते, करी पत्ते का पनीर भी बना सकते हैं। एंड कुछ हिमाचली कुजीन के बारे में, आप डिशेस के बारे में मैं ज्यादा ब्रीफ ही जाऊंगा अब। और ये कुछ धाम्स है, जैसे हमारे शॉर्टकट में बताऊंगा। पहले भी मैंने ये इंट्रोड्यूस आपको बता दिया है कि हमारे जो कांगड़ी धाम अलग होती है, चंबियाड़ी धाम अलग है, बिलासपुर की धाम अलग है, मंडियाली धाम अलग है। और उसमें आइटमें भी वेरिड करती हैं। जैसे आप मान लो आप कांगड़ा धाम में खट्टा जरूरी है, एक मदरा, चने का मदरा, और अम्बुआ जरूरी है, राइस के साथ देते हैं। और हम मंडियाली धाम की तरफ आए तो मंडियाली धाम में हमें जो स्वीट है पहले सर्व करते हैं, उसके भी हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स हैं। आयुर्वेदा में कहा जाता है जिस तरह से कि अगर आप स्वीट को पहले एक, इस पे तो मेरे ख्याल में मंडी जो हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर वो है, तो उन्होंने एक रिसर्च भी की हुई है कि जो ट्रेडिशनल जो मंडियाली धाम है, वो एज पर आयुर्वेदा बहुत हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स हैं उसमें। बिलासपुरी धाम
थोड़ा शॉर्ट करें प्लीज,
बस खत्म है, रूरल हिमाचल में। और मैं थोड़ी सी ब्रीफ डिस्क्रिप्शन थी, मैं इसमें नहीं जाऊंगा अब कि चना मदरा क्या होता है। मिक्स दाल, खट्टा इस तरह से बनाया जाता है। बूंदी का सेपू बड़ी मंडी की मशहूर है। कद्दू का खट्टा, माँ की दाल, झोल इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट इन दी मंडियाली धाम में, हमेशा झोल सर्व किया जाता है। और या मूंग, राजमा मदरा, मीठा भात, तेलिया माश की दाल, कड़ी, खट्टा, जो कि इम्पोर्टेंट है। कुछ यूटेंसिल्स आप देखे होंगे कि हिमाचल में जो धामें बनाई जाती है, उस बिल्कुल सेपरेट डिफरेंट यूटेंसिल्स के साथ बनाई जाती है। आप देख सकते हैं धाम, ये कई जगह इसको बलटोई बोलते हैं, कई जगह गोलिया बोलते हैं, कई जगह टोकनी बोलते हैं। तो इस जो मेटल का इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ द कुकिंग, क्योंकि इसका कुकिंग पे बहुत ज्यादा, या डिश की टेस्ट पे बहुत ज्यादा इफेक्ट पड़ता है मेटल का। आप देखते हो, आप सिंपल मैं आपको बता दूं कि जैसे आयरन की कढ़ाई में आप कोई चीज बनाते हो, तो वो आपकी जो हेल्थ, मतलब आयरन की कमी हो बॉडी में, तो वो आयरन उससे मिल जाता है। इसी तरह से हम, जैसे ये भर्त है, मिक्स मेटल है, तो इसकी अलग हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स भी हैं। धाम सर्व करने के तरीके हमारे बैठ के पत्तल में जिस तरह से करते हैं। मैं भी जिक्र कर रहा था कि सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, सिड्डू इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट, जिसकी स्टफिंग हम पॉपी सीड या कुछ तरह से करते हैं, घी के साथ सर्व करते हैं। फर्मेंटेड फूड, वही बटूरू है, फर्मेंटेड फूड। और मंडी में एक लुची पोटी, आपने सुना होगा, एक नॉनवेज डिश है। इट इज वेरी न्यूट्रिशियस। अगर आप इसको, पतीड़ इज अनदर सीजनल वेजिटेबल। एक एक बाड़ी, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। वैसे साउदर्न पार्ट में बनता है, पर अब लोग भूल चुके हैं उसको। मैं रिमाइंड करना चाहूंगा कि बाड़ी एक बड़ी न्यूट्रिशियस है, घी के साथ देता है, और बहुत लाइट होता है खाने के लिए, और इसको बहुत हेल्दी माना जाता है। बाकी अचार, चटनीज, लॉट्स ऑफ चटनीज, अचार वगैरह हिमाचल में बहुत सारे बनते हैं. थैंक यू.
So thank you very much, Nandlal ji, for showing the food diversity of Himachal Pradesh. Please, madam.
Thank you, sir. I think we are all hungry and we have been realizing this through his presentation all through. But though our presentations hai, I think we'll take the post-lunch presentations because they are very short presentations. So 4 minutes to 6 minutes to both the presenters. The first presentation will be from...
Please. We have set only 2 presenters out of 4, and each will take 4 to 6 minutes, and we'll try to restrict them within 6 minutes.
It's a rapid presentation.
Rapid, sir. Okay.
So it's a request from our side that the presenters, they should just don't take too much of time and be focused on their slides. So if the chairs permit, we should continue with the presentation. The first presentation is by Ramaya KR, ICAR, NBPGR, New Delhi. So please.
And also ask second to be ready. Virendra Kaur.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Ramya K.R. I am coming from ICR IRA, New Delhi, and I am welcome you all to my presentation on the topic Reviving Grass Pea Lathyrus sativus, a potential green leafy vegetable source for the Himalayan regions. As we all aware of the increasing populations and in the scale challenges in the nutritional imbalances, as per the report of Global Nutritional Report 2018, there almost 88% of the countries face 1 or 2 forms of malnutrition. To revert back this and to achieve the SDG goals 2, 3, 13 and to improve the soil health and wealth, we have to look for the climate smart crop. One such crop is grass pea. My research topic is on grass pea. So grass pea is containing it is a nutritional rich crop having a seed and leaf, can be used as the food and a green leafy vegetable, and it has a high protein value up to 31.6%, and it has a pharmaceutical and industrial uses, and it such as rice, it is used in rice filtration of setups, wineries, and it is the only known dietary source of L-homogenine.
Ramaya, don't want you to shift your slides. Why are you not running it?
Okay. So it is the orphan crop, and it is having multi-purpose uses, as I telling, and out of 180 species available in the genus, 9 species are present in the Himalayan region, such as Lathyrus aphaca pratensis, Lathyrus asparagus, Inconspicuous odoratus, Impolensis, Luteus, sativus. These are the 9 species present in the Himalayan region. Out of 2,622 accessions in the National Gene Bank of India, these are the germplasm collection sites, and this much potential crop is limited because of the presence of the anti-nutritional factor beta ODA, beta N oxalate 1 alpha beta diaminopropionic acid. This causes the lower limb paralysis, but this was proven to be less, and it was reduced during the years by the studies from Nagarajan and Gopalan to the recent studies of 2019 Chaurasia. And with this objective, we have devised our study to bring back this golden legume to again into the cultivation. My study material consists of 168 accessions with 4 checks, and we have raised for 2 seasons. These are the field view for season 1 and season 2, and the samples are screened through NIR spectra. After that, through clustering, I have chosen 40 diverse accessions for wet lab analysis. And these are the biochemical parameters that I looked for in the leaf: protein, total dietary fiber, total sugars, phenol, amino acid profiling and beta ODAP estimation. And in case of amino acid and beta ODAP, I have used UPLC, ultra high performance liquid chromatography. The column used for amino acid is Zorbax Eclipse C18, and in case of beta ODAP, I have used the column of SBC18. And the detector is DAD 338 for amino acid and 254 nanometer for beta ODAP. And these are the chromatograms I have observed. And the summary stat is that the protein value was observed to be 33.50 in the maximum protein content, and the dietary fiber is about 31.05%. And beta ODAP, the lowest content was 0.03 mg per kg, and which was very negligible amount. When we look into the association studies, the phenol and ash shows negative correlation with the beta ODAP, and sugar and TDF shows a positive correlation with the beta ODAP. And as I have done my and the amino acid profiling shows sarcosin is the highest content. Sarcosin is used in one of the property which will be used in the wound healing. And as I have done in a seed, these are the comparative density plots of a seed and leaf. And ICRIP recommendation is 0.1%. Mine evaluated samples are having very less beta ODAP in its seed and also in leaf. So we can recommend this as a green leafy vegetable, and we can promote this multi-purpose golden legume, and it can be the future food, promising future food. And these are the best association, promising association which I have found with the low beta ODAP values and a high protein. And I thank Director NBPGR, Dean PG School, Professor PGR, advisory members, and IRA fellowship for doing my research, and all the facilities I have done in NBPGR Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramaya KR. Now the next presenter is Vikender Kaur, ICR NBPGR New Delhi.
Respected dignitaries, colleagues, and dear students, I am Vikender Kaur from NBPGR, and I am presenting the genetic diversity assessment of the linseed germplasm collection at NBPGR Gene Bank, National Gene Bank. So, sorry. So, for the sake of students, because linseed is a minor oilseed crop, I would like to introduce this crop. Just brief introduction. Linseed is also known as flax, and it belongs to the family Linaceae. It is a minor oilseed crop in Indian context, although in European countries like Canada, it is a major crop. And there are two major uses of this crop. One is the oil purpose, seed morphotype is used for that, and the other is the flax type, from which the fibers are extracted from the stem, which is used for the manufacture of the coolest fabric of the world, that is linen. So in addition to these two major uses, there is the nutritional and nutraceutical potential of this crop, which is very well known for the highest omega-3 content among the plant sources, and also the SDG content, which has proven anti-cancerous properties, is the highest among plant sources. So we are extremely lucky in this, that in our country is the one of the two proposed centers of origin of this crop, and we are having the high biological diversity of this crop as well in Indian subcontinent. So I am showing here the global status of the linseed germplasm collection, and here we can see that approximately 60,000 accessions are conserved overall in 42 gene banks globally, and there are around 4,900 safety duplicates that shown by green dot, this green dot at Svalbard, and which are the safety duplicates. So in terms of the collection in gene bank, after Russia and Canada and China, we are the fourth largest, most accessions are conserved in Indian gene bank. And we have recently reviewed the present status, the latest updates regarding the availability of these genetic resources in global gene banks, and also the utilization of the germplasm resources. And in this regard, we have published this review article in Frontiers in Nutrition. Then, despite of the center of origin and a very high number of the this genetic resources in gene bank, there are still systematic efforts lacking in this crop, because there is neither nutritional profiling nor this agromorphological characterization has been done properly, and also the evaluation for the major biotic and abiotic stress has not been done in a proper systematic way for this crop in Indian context. So with this, this study was formulated to with the major two objectives. Like, first one is the characterization and the of the whole gene bank collection, and to have a look into the genetic diversity we are having, and the other one was to develop the core set collection. So the core is the representative set of the which represents the whole diversity and the presentation of the whole gene bank collection, and it is a smaller subset in the form of 10% of the whole collection. So it is a minimum representable set which can be utilized for this thing. So in this study, we have used the whole collection, which constitutes the 2,700 accessions. For this purpose, this characterization work was done in 6 environments, 4 at Delhi in consecutive 4 years from 2018 onwards, and 2 at Akola. And total 36 traits, of which 10 were qualitative and 26 were quantitative, they were recorded. This is the glimpse of the variability for the various flower and seed color traits and seed luster traits in the germplasm. Most of the germplasm, as shown by these plots, were the blue colored flowers in the funnel shape and semi-twisted estivation and brown seeded. So for quantitative traits, the agromorphological variation we have recorded for 26 traits, which the major one I have shown here, along with the trait-specific promising accessions. For the other objective, that is the core set development, because of the paucity of time, I will not go into details.
Madam, please go to the outcomes.
This is the one of the outcomes, sir. That core set development. So we have developed 5 core sets, of which the best one, based on the summary statistics, we have chosen here. And this is the comparative evaluation of the entire collection and the core set, and which represents well the entire collection. In addition to this, we have developed the trait-specific reference set for various key traits. Then the conclusion is that we successfully extracted the core set from the entire collection, which can represent the whole collection. In addition, trait-specific germplasm accessions were also identified. And we have done the gap analysis, and also the gene bank augmentation from PGRC Canada and wild accessions were also collected and conserved in gene bank. And as shown in this, the figure on the right-hand side, that we have completed this genotyping, evaluation, characterization, and this diversity analysis and core set we have done. And in the future, we are moving towards these kind of various biochemical, biotic, and abiotic stress evaluations. These activities are going on in under DBT-funded Linseed project at all over India and 11 centers. And the funding by DBT and the support from ICR is duly acknowledged. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I don't see any time to conclude it, but still to be more formal, I will have only 1-2 comments to make over here. That yes, we are talking about the biodiversity, we are talking about the sustainability, we are talking about the nutritional food security, but how to take forward this beyond our seminar, our conferences, our workshops. You see now within next week, COP28 is going to be organized in I think Dubai. In 2009, the Western countries, they have talked about the 10 billion budget for this sustainability and food sustainability. Nothing has happened. So I think this is our individual responsibility now to take these issues forward from our individual efforts, from our individual initiatives, from our organizations. When we plan any activity, when we do any activity, because whole food model has been shown to us by our key speaker, Dr. Rana, and thereafter by other speakers also. So where we are trying to align Sustainable Development Goal 2 and 12. So we try to map each of our initiative, each of our activity with these two Sustainable Development Goals. I think it would be a step forward in this direction. And this would certainly meet the 10 sankalp of our Honorable Prime Minister, out of which he talked about Pani Bachana, स्वच्छता, वोकल फॉर लोकल, प्राकृतिक खेती, श्री अन्न का इस्तेमाल और किसी एक गरीब परिवार का सदस्य बनकर उसकी सामाजिक और आर्थिक स्तर बढ़ाना. So how to take over this lab initiative to validate under real farm condition? I think this would be the outcome of our this workshop. Thank you very much for very illuminating presentations, for your very hard work and for your patience hearing. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for Dr. Parjay Singh and other coordinators of this session and all involved in limiting people within their time frame. Thank you.
I think Dr. Somesh Sharma would like to thank.
A very good afternoon to all. So it gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this session to the co-chairs of the session, Professor R.S. Chandel, Sir, VC Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Naoni Solan, and Dr. Brijesh Singh, Director CPRI Shimla, for sparing time from their busy schedule and giving informative information about this session. I would also like to thank Dr. J.C. Rana for delivering his keynote lecture on activities conducted by Alliance for BI and CIT. I would also like to thank the eminent scientists, Dr. V.P. Sharma, Dr. K.K. Jindal sir, Dr. Bhupinder Dutt, Mr. Nandlal for their invited talks. Lastly, I thank the presenters of rapid oral presentation and all the participants and dignitaries or reporters for this particular session. Once again, I thank you all. Now I request Dr. Nitika to please conclude the session.
A big round of applause for this wonderful session. बस अब हम खाने के लिए ही जा रहे हैं. So please energize yourself. So we'll be proceeding towards our felicitation ceremony. I would like to request our co-chairs, Dr. R.S. Chandel, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Y.S. Parmar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solon, and Dr. Brijesh Singh, Director ICR CPRI Shimla, to felicitate the speakers of the session. Dr. J.C. Rana. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Dr. V.P. Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, Dr. K.K. Jindal, sir. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Dr. Bhupender Dutt. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Dr. Nandlal Sharma, sir, जिन्होंने हमारे टेस्ट बड्स रिप्लेनिश कर दिए हैं. खाने के नाम पे ज्यादा तालियां, है ना? हिमाचली धाम के लिए तालियां. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. P.L. Gautam, sir, Chancellor Dr. RPCAU Pusa Bihar, to felicitate the conveners of the session, Dr. Manjusha Verma. And Dr. Sumesh Sharma. Sir, one more. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. K.R. Dhiman, former Vice Chancellor Dr. Y.S. Pramar, University of Horticulture and Forestry, Solon, to kindly felicitate the reporters of the session, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. Thank you, sir. And next, Dr. Ravi K. Pamarthi. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to felicitate our co-chairs, Dr. R.S. Chandel, sir. तालियां नहीं रुकनी चाहिए ना. हाँ, गुड.
And I would now request Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to felicitate Dr. Brajesh Singh. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to felicitate Dr. P.L. Gautam, sir.
This is a special appreciation note from the organizers, especially ISPGR, for the enormous contributions of Dr. Gautam, not only for this seminar, from day one till today, Dr. Gautam has been our guiding force. And he continues to support us in all our activities of the ISPGR. Sir, a very warm thank you from all the PGR fraternity, from all the delegates of this seminar. A very, very heartfelt thanks for all your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And सबसे important session, हाँ उस पे तालियां बजनी चाहिए, lunch break session. Okay, so we'll be having a lunch break of around like 45 minutes, and we'll be back with another session after that. So पहले तो टी ब्रेक पे मैंने कहा था कि मैंने सबके चेहरे याद कर लिए हैं, but आप लोगों ने वो चीज मानी नहीं है ना. So I want everyone to be back because we'll be having like exciting sessions. So we need your support, and I think आपको इससे बहुत benefit हो रहा है हर चीज के लिए, ठीक है? So thank you so much. Have your lunch. I request the presenters for the technical session, the next technical session after the lunch break, to kindly share their PPTs with the IT team. Thank you, everyone. We'll be uploading all the PPTs regarding all the sessions onto the website of ISPGR and Shulini University. If any speaker has some objection in sharing, so they are like most welcome, and we'll be respecting their advice. Thank you so much. So we are heading towards our technical session 5, which is based on the entrepreneurship and value chains, role of youth and women. The co-chair will be Professor Parvinder Kaushal, Vice Chancellor UUHF, Pauri Gharwal, Dr. Anuradha Agarwal, National Coordinator, NAHEP, ICR, New Delhi. The rapporteurs for the session are Dr. Vikender Kaur, ICR, NBPGR, New Delhi, and Dr. Anil Kumar, ICR, DMR, Solan. The conveners for the following session will be Professor Pankaj Sood, KVK Mandi, and Professor Ramesh Bhardwaj, YSP UHF Solan. I would now request the conveners, Professor Pankaj Sood and Professor Ramesh Bhardwaj, to please initiate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So a tough time after lunch, but hope many participants will join afterwards. So starting the session, I take privilege to introduce co-chairs for this session, Dr. Parvinder Kaushal ji and Professor Anuradha Agarwal ji. Professor Kaushal is at present serving as Vice Chancellor, Uttarakhand University of Horticulture and Forestry, Warsaw. And before that, he has served as Vice Chancellor, Dr. Y.S. Parmar University of Horticulture and Forestry, and Birsa Agriculture University, Ranchi. He has been an acclaimed forest scientist, engaged in teaching, research, and extension, handled more than 65 projects in various domains of forestry education and research, more than 150 publications to his credit, visited more than 30 countries, and we can say he is a widely traveled, widely learned scientist in the discipline of forestry. So it's an honor to have you as a co-chair, sir. Another distinguished personality and scientist, Professor Anuradha Agarwal. She is National Coordinator, National Agricultural Higher Education Project of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, widely known for her work in the discipline of conservation of plant genetic resources, has been associated with NBPGR for more than 25 years. Particularly, she was engaged in vitro gene bank and cryogene bank of some of the very endangered species of plant genetic resources, more than 300 publications in the discipline to her credit. And she was instrumental in hosting 2 international agro-biodiversity congresses at Delhi and Rome. And at present, she is also secretary of Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources. So, ma'am, it is again a profound privilege to have you as co-chair. So before we proceed on, I take this honor to hand over the dice to Professor Kaushal ji to further the proceedings of the session. Professor Kaushal, please.
Welcome to the last technical session. And we have the honor, rather I have the honor personally also to have Dr. Paroda in this session. He has been last 2 days, but especially in this session. Sir, welcome for this session here. Dr. P.K. Khosla, Dr. Dhilo, Dr. Jindal, and Madam Khosla, Madam Paroda, and all others. I will not be speaking just now. I'll be talking and discussing later on. First, how many speakers we have?
To invite it and for.
So I request Dr. Pankaj Sood rapidly, rather shortly, please introduce the speakers.
Sir, thank you very much. So during the session, there is one keynote presentation by Dr. Brajesh Singh, two invited lectures by Dr. D.P. Sharma and Dr. Lal Singh, and 4 rapid presentations by Mr. Rahul, Joginder Balia, Snehaji, and Nick Ramji. So I'll briefly introduce 2 of the speakers and then invite Dr. Ramesh Bhardwaj to further introduce the rest of the speakers. Joginder Balia ji, he's associated with Society of Technology Development, and for last 30 years, he has been associated with the entrepreneurial activities, particularly related to the farmers. He has used science and technology to nurture entrepreneurship among the farming community. Many brands like Farmers is the brand he has introduced in the Kolo region, apart from some leather-based value entrepreneurships and many other activities. So, sir, it will be an honor to listen to you. Apart from this, we have got Padam Shri Nekram Sharma ji. We all know about him. And he has been associated not only with the preservation of land races and resources of Himachal Pradesh in general, but more particularly, he has been associated with millet preservation since last many years in Himachal Pradesh. Belongs to a very remote and far-flung village in Mandi district. His area was known particularly for intensive vegetable cultivation, where many, you can say, a lot of pesticides were used since last more than 2 decades. So he was instrumental in that area to introduce natural farming and millet cultivation. Not only he himself, but also he has introduced millet cultivation in Mandi district, entire Himachal, and even now to many other adjoining states. So welcome you, sir. Now I invite my co-convener, Dr. Ramesh Bhardwaj, to introduce hurriedly about the rest of the speakers during the session. Professor Bhardwaj, please.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. Good evening to everybody. And with the permission of the chair, respected dignitary on the dais and off the dais, hello scientists and my dear students. I'm here, or have the honor to present before you the biodata of first this speaker. We have this keynote lecture from Dr. Brajesh Singh. Jada elaborate introduction dene ki zarurat nahi hai. Before lunch, Dr. Brajesh was the co-chair of the session, but Dr. Brajesh started his career from CPRI Shimla since 1995, and then from 1995 to till date, he remained on the various positions at CPRI Shimla, at the position of the senior scientist and then principal scientist, and then remained for more than 9 years at head division of the crop physiology, biochemistry, and then post-harvest technology. And since January 2018, he is serving as the director of that prestigious institute over there at the Shimla. So during his career, he has significantly contributed to the post-harvest management of this potato and was associated with the development and refinement of the potato storage and processing technology. He has developed this elevated temperature storage for table and the processing potatoes, and his research has been recognized among us the peer group, resulting in the publication of the more than 100 such papers and then 200 others publications. He remained the fellow of many societies like the NAS and then Indian Academy of Horticulture Sciences, and then Indian Society for Plant Physiology, and then Indian Potato Associations, and then Confederation of the Horticulture Association of the India. So, Dr. Brijesh, please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bhardwaj, for introducing me to the house. First of all, I present my gratitude to the organizers. Paroda Sahab is here, Dr. Gautam, Khosla Sahab, and all the organizers that you invited me. You thought me worth giving a keynote address in this August gathering. Potatoes. First slide, no, the first one. Okay. Okay. So there are ample opportunities for entrepreneurship using potatoes. And two such opportunities could be, one is seed production, and another one is post-harvest, that means processing of potatoes. Both the things are already going on at a very large scale in our country. And I shall be touching today only about seed potatoes, but otherwise also potato processing had been growing at a very, very big pace. More than 10% growth is observed in potato processing sector. And COVID, though it was a nightmare for most of us, but then for potato processing, it resulted in a boon. And now what has happened is several countries who were earlier exporting processed products, they have come to a lower level, and India is picking very, very fast. And I would just mention one sentence about that, and then I will come to my topic. And recently I had been, I visited Gujarat with my team to understand how processing is going on. And just for the information of the house, now we are exporting more than 18,000 metric tons of processed potatoes from our country to the other countries, including Europe. So that's a big, big achievement in potato processing sector, as well as for entrepreneurial development. It's a very big opportunity. But now I'm coming to my topic. It's entrepreneurship for seed potato production. So if we see at present, we are producing almost 54 million metric tons of potatoes from almost 2.2 million hectares of area. Now, for cultivation of 1 hectare area, we require almost 25 quintals of potatoes, because potato seed is not like grain seed. Grain seed is a totally different scenario. Here, it's mostly clonal propagation. We plant potato as a seed and we harvest potato as crop. So from in one cycle, normally we are able to produce like in 1:6 or 1:8 ratio at the max. So for this much area, if we calculate how much seed we require, it's almost 54 lakh tons. And this much quantity of potato seed nobody can produce. No any organized industry, no organized sector, no government agency, it can produce so much potatoes. The mandate which we have obtained from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare is for breeder seed production as institution, and we are able to produce almost 2,500 to 3,000 tons of breeder seed every year. Out of that, almost 80% is given to state governments, and they are responsible for multiplying it to 3 generations: Foundation 1, Foundation 2, and certified seed. That certified seed is meant for distribution to farmers. But actually, it is not happening. So even if it was happening, we could have touched up to 10% of the total requirement of potato seed in the country. Besides that, there are private seed agencies. Punjab is very famous for supplying seed to whole of the country. And there are a number of private seed organized sectors, private companies. They are also contributing about 12 to 15% in seed sector. So overall, if we see, we are not able to cross 22% or 25% requirement of the country. So there is ample opportunity for anybody to come in and start this business. Now I will just in brief introduce you about the conventional seed system. Conventional seed system was developed in 1960s by our predecessors, and they saw earlier because we are sitting in Himachal, so we must understand that most of the potato seed was being grown in hilly areas because it was mostly pest-free area, and all the seed used to go from hilly areas, particularly Simla district, to rest of the country. But there was a difference in season. There were a number of issues. So finally, our scientists, they developed seed plot technique. It was based on the virus vector relationship. And there was a period which was identified as pest-free area. And it started from Punjab. And that's how Punjab picked up very fast in seed potato production and supply. And then now this based on this seed plot technique, in plains, potato seed was being grown and supplied. And now since 90% of our potato area falls in plains, so it was important that seed from plains only should be available for normal cropping. So this is the conventional seed system, and then comes up high-tech system. This is based on tissue culture technology. So in tissue culture, earlier we used to produce mini tubers, micro tubers, but now things have changed. And this is just a slide to show how this conventional seed system works. So it is done in 4 stages. After 4 stages, it is called as breeder seed, then 2 stages of foundation seed, and 1 stage of certified seed. But the problem is, there are plenty of problems with conventional seed system. It's cumbersome. It's time taking. Dr. Dhillon is here. I would like to bring in to your kind attention that we had an MOU with the PAU for the conventional seed production, but finally that didn't work. So because it's a cumbersome system, it's not very easy to adopt, and that's why no government agency is really taking interest in conventional seed system. Now we come to tissue culture system. Tissue culture has a beauty that it can multiply, like you can multiply plants very fast, and in 21 days cycle, 1 tube can be multiplied to 3 tubes, 3 tubes can be multiplied to 9 tubes, like that. So, this has picked up very fast in the country. Almost 30 plus tissue culture labs have been established within the last 10 years. And now they are multiplying these plants and supplying to seed growers for different purposes. I will come to this. This is very important, aeroponics. This technology was developed in 2015 by our institute scientists, and this has revolutionized potato seed industry in the country. This is in aseptic conditions. Tissue culture plants are planted in aeroponic system. It's air mist based system where nutrition and water is supplied from the base, and it directly reaches to the roots. And since stolons are also formed in that zone, so those stolons, they just fall in. ये लाइट वाला ऊपर वाला भाई नहीं अगर thank you. So if you see these stolons, they form tubers in here itself, and in one generation itself, from one plant we are able to produce almost on an average 50 mini tubers of potatoes in one single plant. So that is the beauty. Where in conventional seed system we were able to multiply to 1:6 or 1:8. Here we are able to multiply 1:50. The only difference is these tubers are very small. They are like grapes. So that size, like grape-sized potatoes, we pick, and multiple pickings you can do within a single season. And this can directly be in next season, it can be planted in fields. So this is we call as G0. And then in 2 cycles, it becomes G2. And that G2 is considered again as breeder seed. And same way, we are able to supply it to different agencies. So where we have our cycles were very slow, here it has become very fast. And now this technology has picked up so fast that every year we are licensing this technology to 7 to 10 agencies, including whether it is a state government, whether it is any seed growers, seed agencies, like that. So this is the list of aeroponics takers, and the kind of, because since the topic is related with entrepreneurial development, so I want to give you one example. This is Mr. H.S. Sandhu. He had a Sandhu farm. He was able to cultivate potatoes in an area like 20, 30 acres only, the seed quality was not so good, demand was low and things like that. And after he took aeroponics from us in 2015, and now the scenario has totally changed. Now he is cultivating in 250 acres of area, high quality aeroponic seed. There is huge demand, and he is earning 70 to 80 lakhs per annum from this technology. And the name of Sandhu Farm has changed to Sandhu Biotech. This is the kind of entrepreneurial opportunities with the potato seed multiplication. Besides that, there are a number of there are simpler technologies, because aeroponics involves a lot of infrastructure development and multi-crore investment. So everybody obviously cannot do that. But then we have a simpler solutions for small growers. One such technology is called apical root cutting. Here what we do is, from a tissue cultured plant, we make multiple cuttings, at least 10 cuttings we are able to make, and then plant them in net house. And again, from single cutting, again we are able to harvest 6 to 8 tubers. So in one generation we are able to harvest from one tissue culture plant almost 60 to 70 tubers. So this again is a very good technology which is coming up very fast, and this is farmer friendly. What farmers can do is that they can develop, make cuttings and plant them in pro trays, small trays, and then those trays can be sold to actual growers who are growing table potatoes or processing potatoes like that. So this technology is also picking up fast. We are licensing it at no cost, zero cost, and particularly those areas which are mid hills, there is humidity, there is longer season. So there we can always use this technology, advantage of technology. Similarly, sprouts. Sprouts can also be from a single potato, you can harvest almost 10 to 15 sprouts. So, and those sprouts can again be grown, and since it is again a meristem, so it can develop into a plant, and finally you can produce potatoes from there. So such technologies we are popularizing. And there are a number of challenges. I'm not talking about this, but future strategies. So first of all is related to conventional seed system, where seed plot technique itself is under challenge. The actual vector-free area is decreasing, and season is also decreasing. So we have our challenges. We are continuously monitoring the vector pressure in seed growing areas. Then another challenge with aeroponics or any other high-tech based system is that there are no norms of certifying this seed. So presently, whoever is supplying these tubers, they are supplying it in the name of truthfully labeled seed, not as breeder seed. So that that has gone into seed law, and we are waiting that once it is approved by the government, then this can also be taken up very fast. And then, okay, fine. So this is the my last slide. Technologies, entrepreneurs, what they can take. Since we have limited area, we cannot go beyond those limitations. So anybody having good land area, making FPOs, they can come up and take conventional seed system from us, or they can go for aeroponic seed system. Similarly, if a small farm holding person comes up, he can go for apical rooted cuttings. And we also expect to work with universities, KVKs for all the seed multiplication avenues. So this way, entrepreneurial development can be done through seed potatoes. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. We can rapidly take some important questions if you have any from the audience. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
My question that farmers and many times they face the problem of tuber greening when tuber is opened come out from the earth.
Right.
So have you any plan or solution in the future so that this greening will stop?
No. Okay. There is a very simple solution with farmer only. See, potatoes are grown under soil, And once they are exposed to outside environment, so in the presence of sunlight, they produce glycoalkaloids called solanine and chaconine. So that is why we say कि आलू को लगाने के बाद मिट्टी चढ़ाना होता है. तो जब भी ट्यूबर बन रहे हैं तो उसको मिट्टी चढ़ा के आलू को ढक के रखना. अगर सनलाइट में एक्सपोज होगा, चाहे वो फील्ड में हो, चाहे वो घर में हो, वो हरा हो जाएगा, and that is poisonous.
I'm talking of genome editing technology or
That is not required, Dr. Sahab, because glycoalkaloids, we need glycoalkaloids in potatoes because that itself gives a defense mechanism to potato tubers. Particularly in case of seed, it's very much required.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sahab, Dillo sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sir,
Sir,
for very good presentation, and also offering that yes, you can avail your system. We did try, but we found it too costly.
Right.
Have you reduced the licensing fee? Number one question.
Yes.
Second one is that you have three methods: aeroponics, apical root system, and sprout led. Which one is better and which conditions?
Sir, if you want to go for high tech, then I would suggest aeroponics. Because there the virus load is zero. Because
we tried ourselves because it was too costly to
obviously
take the system from
so
you.
Then if
unbelievably.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then the second option is apical rooted cutting. With apical rooted cutting, you can have it very easily. It can be tried, tested, no issues. The only thing is we have to take care of diagnostics because we are talking about virus degeneration in potato seed. So that checking has to be done regularly. If that is, if you are able to do that, apical rooted cutting is just fine. Thank you, sir. So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Next speaker, thank you, Dr. Saab. Please introduce the next speaker.
Now we have with us the next speaker is Dr. D.P. Sharma. Before we start, I had the honor to go through his biodata. So Dr. D.P. Sharma is presently serving as the head of the Department of the Fruit Science. And he has started his career from Regional Horticulture Substation, Tabo, in 1995. And he remained over there for more than 13 years. In total of his 28 years of the services, he served over there for 13 years. So rather I should say he's the authority of the temperate horticulture. And during his tenure at Tabo, he has established a very good orchard over there. And then his research work is performed over there, commended by the Board of Management of the University in its 57th and 67th meeting for his excellent work as the good one. So he's instrumental in establishing this canopy management and then nutrition and then new orchard management and then replanting and nursery management and then in various other practices pertaining to the fruit crops. So during his tenure, the orchard he has established over there, presently that particular orchard is earning more than 40 lakhs per annum. And then he has also served as the head of the Regional Horticulture Station, the Skandaghat, and then in charge of the KVK. And during his tenure, that particular station and then KVK grabbed the first KVK award for 2019. And he has handled more than 16% of virtually handling and then earned more than 577 lakh funds through that externally funded projects. And moreover, he is continuously visiting the US since 2020 to till date regarding the state level, this predisposed inspection committee for the import of the new planting material from the award under this Himachal Pradesh Mission Board project. So, sir, he has guided more than this 7 MSc and then 18 PhD student, and then he also published more publications and then textbook and author of many books and then book chapters and then many awards and national and international in his credit. So now, with the permission of the chair, I invite Dr. D.P. Sharma to please deliver his delivery.
Good afternoon. First of all,
I thank organizers for providing me an opportunity to be here as a to deliver my talk on the topic high density plantation. High density plantation in apple in Himachal Pradesh, particularly I will refer to Himachal Pradesh. Well, as we know, apple is the prime crop of temperate region, particularly northwestern Himalayas, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and Uttarakhand, and even northeast Arunachal Pradesh is also taking lead. So, being most important crop, we have achieved large strides in apple production. We achieved highest level of the productivity also, but now we are facing problems with productivity of the apple. I like to show one slide which speaks about the problems of the apple. Sir, if we see the production scenario of apple in Himachal Pradesh since 2010 and 2021, it was only the year 2010 where we picked the highest production level of apple in Himachal Pradesh. But afterwards, even when the environmental conditions were congenial for the production of the crop, that too in 2013, we also had 7.39 lakh metric ton of the crop. Similarly, in 2015, 2019, but never we could reach the highest level of 2010. So this speaks about the production constraints of apple, particularly Himachal Pradesh. Keeping in view this problem in production, a project was formulated by the State Department of Horticulture and this university, our University Vice Parmar University, and we have standardized some varieties, rootstock varietal combinations, and planting densities for improving the productivity of apple in Himachal Pradesh. Well, if we talk of high density plantation, it's a quite old concept. It was started in 1960s in Europe, and then it was followed to many other countries, USA, New Zealand, Australia, and even Israel, Japan. Many countries are doing, and we are also following this high density plantation concept. Well, the basic principle of high density plantation is to accommodate more number of plants per unit area, per unit time, utilizing vertical as well as horizontal space, whatever is available, particularly in hills. Because of the undulating topography and difficult working conditions, accommodation of high density plantation is also a problem. So, keeping in view all these aspects, we have tried some models to improve productivity of the crops. Well, I think it's all everybody knows. The basic idea of high density conventional, I think this photograph makes the difference. The old traditional system, which is still being practiced by the farmers, and the high density which are in practice. Sorry. This is the new concept, high density plantation. This is a photograph from Mashobra, one of our research station in at district Shimla. And the old plantations, most of the plantations which we made during 1960s and 70s, they have crossed their lifespan, economic lifespan, and the productivity is going down. So that is also one of the major reason for low productivity in Himachal Pradesh, the old increasing proportion of old declining orchards. And to revive the declining productivity, high density plantation is the one concept which can help us. Well, these are the why we need to cover more area, produce more per unit area. We need to produce quality fruits and also to have ease for farming operations, as the labor cost is also increasing day by day. So lower down the input output cost, we need to evolve such technologies. In Himachal Pradesh, we are using basically the middle system of high density plantation. It is not very intensive, but semi-intensive system. We are using intensive. We have standardized here 3 system of plantation where we accommodated 2,006 166 plants, 3,000 plants, and then 4,000 plants per system of the spacings. And the high density plantations can be achieved only by using these 3-4 components, where the sign variety is also very important. It has to be productive. It has to be dwarf in nature. It must be spurry. Then rootstocks. Without the use of clonal rootstocks, we cannot think of high density plantations. The spacing, we have to reduce. The conventional system was at 6 by 6 meters of spacing, but now we have reduced the spacing to 2 into 1, 2 into 1.25, 2 into 2.5 meters of the distance between the trees. Then, of course, training and pruning plays vital role as far as production of high density orchards are concerned. I will discuss later on. And of course, use of growth regulator is also a tool, but particularly in case of apple, it is not used. We are not using this component of the HMS. Particularly if we talk of varieties, in standard apple delicious variety, delicious group, we had 3-4 generation of the varieties. In the earlier, there were only 3-4 varieties: red delicious, royal delicious, riche red, and golden. So these were terminal bearing varieties and were having a long juvenile period, 10 to 12 years. But now with the introduction of semi-spur and spur type varieties, they are precocious, produce early crops, quality crops, and we are able to grow these varieties in high density plantation. Then 2 new groups of apple varieties have been introduced, particularly Gala and Fuji, which are fetching good market, and they have distinct flavor, aroma, and are also having good market value. And some other varieties which are beyond these groups have also been introduced under this HPSDP project. Well, this is the combination of rootstocks, how vigor-wise they looks like, and what will the canopy size of the trees if they are sign varieties, if they are planted on these rootstock combinations, particularly Amla 9, Bud 9, Bud 10. These are the most popular rootstocks because they are dwarfing and precocious. So these 3 combinations are doing very well. Of course, Geneva Cornell Geneva series of rootstocks, particularly G41 and G11, they are also performing well, but the plants in these 2 rootstocks, they are only 3-4 years. Still, its potential has to be harnessed. Of course, because they are virus-free material, the vigor of the sign varieties which has been grafted on Geneva Cornell series, that is excellent, par excellence than the traditional rootstocks which we had earlier. With this high density, this HPSDP project, we have been able to, sir, it is my proud to announce here that we have now wood banks of rootstocks as well as progeny banks of clonal rootstocks and sign wood banks. Now we have all these about 9 rootstocks. We have more than 70,000 mother stools of apple rootstocks in different stations of the university, including main campus at UHF Noni. So these are different locations. This is at आगे चल रहा है। So these are at different locations. This is at main campus Noni, again at main campus Noni. This is at Mashobra, and again at main campus Noni, this gene bank blocks. Then manipulation of distance. We have used 3 densities under high density plantation. One was 2.5 into 0.5, 2.5 into 1 meter, and another was 2.5 into 1.5 meter, using 3 different densities on clonal rootstocks. Well, these are the basic orchards which have been established, one at main campus at Kandaghat, and then this is at Mashobra winter season. Well, pruning plays vital roles, as I was saying, and pruning both dormant pruning as well as summer pruning, and particularly summer pruning has great role to play to have good output from the high density orchards, particularly as it helps in to improve the many attributes and of the fruits. And along with the pruning, different training systems which we have tried. We have tried three training system: tall spindle, vertical axis, and slender spindle, and another is cordon system of training for apples. This is how pruning is done in the initial years, particularly first year. That's very important. If we could use the pinching technique, we can train the tree without using sketcher in the first year by the in the month of end of May or beginning of June. We need to remove the lower buds below 2 feet of height of the plant, and then it starts for the next year. These plants will they can be trained to a sizable and good canopy we can have. And these are the training systems. After 4 or 5 years, how our canopies, our orchards look like. Well, these are the system. I'll not go much in detail. The training, how we done it. Basic idea of this training system is to make the plant, train the plant in such a way that maximum light is entrapped into the interiors of the canopy, so that we can improve good quality. We can have good quality fruits through all the training combinations. These are the three training systems which we tried: tall spindle, vertical axis, and slender spindle. And at our main campus, Noni, espalier and cordon was also tried. Well, this is new concept of training, particularly high density plantation, where the 2D system of planting is training is being used to have more exposure of light and have best use of the space available. Well, these are some type of prunings. I'll not go much in detail. Summer pruning improves not only penetration of light into the interiors of the canopy, but it also helps in improving the quality of the fruit. It also helps in improving the fruit bud differentiation for the next season. Well, these are some type of pruning, particularly click pruning. It's a technique when if we have blind wood on the selected feathers, they have to be cut in this way. So this is how. Sir, here is the trial which we conducted. I'll go in just brief. This is a data for 4 years of production. The plantations were made in 2016, and in the last table we can see we could achieve the productivity up to this is for cold deserts. Mashobra. At Mashobra, we could reach to the level of 36 metric ton per hectare, whereas in conventional systems, we are getting only 6, 7, or 8. 8.9 was the maximum productivity which we had. So with these, however, these trainings, these high density planting systems had different output in low elevations, higher altitudes, and cold desert areas. The production was higher at lower altitude, but the quality was better in higher altitude areas. I'll show some photographs of our plantations. I like to show one slide how same variety looks like at different places. The first one is at 12,775 meters. Another is at Mashobra, Sharbo, and another is at Tabo. So same variety, looks different, tastes different, and of course the price is also different for all these. So this is how altitudinal variation affects the quality of the fruit. So I think these are the varieties. Of course, our ex-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kaushal, has special mention here because he was instrumental to force us to put us on task, and particularly he inspired us to establish mother blocks of sign varieties as well as rootstocks, so that in future we can supply planting material to not only the neighboring states but also outside neighboring countries also. So thanks to Dr. Kaushal for pressing us hard and extracting work from us. So this is how the final recommendation in case of these rootstocks: tall spindle system at 2 by 1 meter density in this system at Noni, we could achieve productivity of 42 metric tons per hectare at Noni. So we also had programs for creating awareness among the farmers of Himachal Pradesh. We had continuous programs for trainings, Kisan Melas, even the visitors also. And then finally, thank you very much for hearing me patiently. Thank you very much. The topic is open for discussion. Any question, please? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sharma ji, is there any ACRIP on temperate horticulture for releasing a genetically improved variety? If not, then what would be our approach to get the genetically improved varieties of apple in Northern Hills? Thank you.
Sir, it's very unfortunate. You know, August gathering is here. It's very unfortunate there is no ACRIP on temperate fruits. And temperate fruit has a big area. It mainly occupies 3 major states, and it is the only area in the country. But we don't have any ACRIP. Of course, in temperate fruits, we don't have any ACRIP, ma'am. There is ACRIP for all other foods, but there is no ACRIP for temperate foods. Of course, CITH is our lead center for all the activity, but even we don't have ACRIP. And despite we don't have any ACRIP, even then we are working. Recently, we have been able to identify 4 mutants from our existing northwestern Himalayan region, which has been recently they were also discussed in recent meeting for the registration also. So we are working, but there is a need. There is a need to have separate ACRIP on temperate foods, particularly to identify more mutants to improve genetically the materials and have further improvement in temperate food crops.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dhillon, also you have the question.
Thank you, Dr. Very much. Thanks to you for the presentation. Thank you. You raised this point. I'm taking advantage of your presence. You are an executive of IAU. Here is one thing. IAUA has money, and we have decided already for nanotechnology. At least the scientists, they should come together and let the expenses be borne by the host, not host university, the home university. And at least you should discuss every year whatever is going on. I went to TNAU in nanotechnology. They were doing same thing what we were doing.
Right, sir.
I requested ICR. ICR also has limitation of resources. Then we started sort of network, only have help to 1 nodal scientist under IAUA. Same thing, Dr. Please start. Think of it. Please consider.
Thank you, sir.
This is an issue which, of course, we will discuss in IAU. IAU is the Indian Association of Agriculture Universities. That's to many of you. Yeah. So we'll discuss that, and it's very important. I think we have already discussed many other such programs to be taken up, and I think, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Now we have next speaker, Dr. Lal Singh ji. He's a founder director of this non-government organization. And then he's exclusively dealing with the development of the professional involved in the development of the technology that is based on business model for sustainable rural livelihood and then natural resource management. So with the permission of the chair, I invite Dr. Lal Singh to please deliver his deliberation.
Respected Dr. Parodaji, Dr. P.K. Khosla, co-chairs, conveners, senior scientists, students, and fellow scientists. I'm here to present a very short presentation related to the intervention we were doing for the last almost 10 years in collaboration with National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, Agriculture University Palampur, and coordinated by the Biodiversity International. And this was a UNEP Jeff sponsored project. And we were involved right from the beginning, generating a baseline information in Himachal Pradesh at 4 sites. And finally, when project was started, and only one site, that was in district Mandi, was selected for the implementation. And I'll give you a detail of the site as well. And this was for mainstreaming of the agrobiodiversity for climate resilience and other kind of farmers benefit and so on and so forth. And I'm very happy to share and stand here. The project has achieved its goal, as Dr. Rana made a presentation in morning session. And the part, what he has not explained, he explained in terms of methodology, in terms of terminology and technology, what they utilize in different center across the country for implementation of this project, right from Leh Ladakh to southern state like central India state, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Assam, and all other states. And we as a team started working for this project in a valley that is called Juni Valley in district Mandi. And that is the catchment of the Juni River, which emerges from the Shikari Mata catchment. On the both sides of that, till it submerged with the Byas at Pando. And this is a name, you can say that locally people call it as a Juni Valley. But if in Hindi, if you say it was a Jeevani Valley, means providing life. And the life was because of this river. And you go anywhere in Himachal, but you won't find a traditional way of doing agriculture as is happening in this valley till now. And we have seen a very commercial crop of apple. But even people have not shifted to apple this time. They do still maize, wheat, barley, and other traditional crop, in addition to the cash crops in a big way. I was talking to Dr. Brajesh that we also grow a lot of potatoes, but I would like him to be in that area sometimes because we are finding difficult to cope up with seed potato. And as you can see, in Himachal, almost 20% of the total cultivated area is in mountains, and that is too with very large number of crops like apple, horticulture, vegetable, grains, and other things. And we were given the mandate of mainstreaming of 6 crops: red rice, barley, kidney beans, rice bean, buckwheat, and amaranth. And we worked with these. When the day we decided to work with these 6 crops, you can see in an area we were having only one variety of rice. But don't mind, I'll make some reference that some of the people from Agriculture University in a farmer meeting said that their vice chancellor is a rice breeder, and you grow rice, we can do something good. But one of the very old fellows stood up. He said that our scientists were Pandavas, and after Pandavas, we have not seen any variety or any scientists giving us the variety of rice to grow any further. And there was only one variety of rice, 1 barley, kidney beans hardly 3, amaranth 2, and buckwheat 2, and rice bean only 1 in that area. And this was the situation from where we started. And the major take for taking these was that these crops were very, very rich in nutrients. People used to cultivate and have these in regular season, Rabi and Kharif, everybody knows of agriculture. But with the pace of time, they left these crops despite having very good nutrition. This rice variety is very rich in iron. Can you imagine? It is a land race. And we are doing research to fortify rice with iron. It was naturally having some quantity of rice in it. It is a NBPGR analysis. And we are not able to cultivate. And this has manganese, this has copper in it. We were not a nutritional analyst.
but NBPGR mentioned this has a very high protein, 11% protein in it. But people diversified all those rice fields to potato fields. Dr. Brajesh must be very happy. This is the way, you know, when we conducted a survey, there were so many parameters in a baseline survey, and you see the main problem was low crop yield, because everybody wanted money to educate their kids, to have good clothing, to have good houses, and at the same time, very low sale value. These were the two major things which diverted whole of the valley to convert irrigated lands to non-irrigated lands for cultivating potato, cabbage, and other cash crops. And then we started working with this, and you will be very happy that we tried 111 varieties and land races of these 6 crops over a period of 5 years, and with the involvement of 107 farmers to conduct field trials, as Dr. Rana mentioned in the morning, that CLIMOB, that crowdsourcing trial with the computer software ABCD varieties. And this is an example. For example, I am giving of a kidney bean. We had 14 varieties, and 14 varieties at a stretch were tested for 11 parameters with this CLIMOB software generated trial. And with this output, farmers selected these, I think 17 varieties are there for their cultivation or multiplication, and some for seed, some for grain. In that way, when these were selected, then there was a major demand of the farmers that they will cultivate only if they get economic returns, if not more, but at least equivalent to cash crops. That was a question. And how that will come, then it was discussed in many trainings. We discussed at the Delhi IRI, many scientists came to teach us. And only solution was that if we do a direct farmer to consumer kind of a value chain, and high-end consumers will only buy if it comes in a good packing, if it comes with a nutritional attributes. And we were recently, Paroda Sahab must be knowing, there was a one meeting from research to impact in IRI New Delhi. One lady came from US. She said that, why are you selling this rice for 500 rupees a kg? What is unique about this? My person who was at the counter was not able to understand the English and the slang. He was a farmer. Then he simply rotated that pack and just showed the nutrition analysis. And he just directed that it has iron, it has zinc, it has manganese, it has a copper. She said, give me 5 kg. That is how this packing and analysis and nutritional attribute works. And I can mention it for this August house. This red rice was a meal for 3 months for lactating mothers. After delivery, it was the only food both the times given with a methi ke saath kala namak mix karke desi ghee, and overcooked this red rice. And when we were doing shelling of this rice, most of the time that after removing husk, even that bran was removed, that red layer was removed. We had analysis again, but there was no zinc, there was no iron, there was no copper. Then we invested in almost 3.5 lakh to develop a sheller with a rubber rollers. And now we get that layer intact. And as morning, I think Dr. Rana showed you this. And we have developed a complete facility now for our farmers to store the grains, store the seed as a community seed bank with this project. And we developed this mountain grains transforming nutrition as a brand. And it is under registration. And we developed attractive packing. And this is now available, and shortly it is going to be online for outside consumer. We can't think of selling it in a rural market or a rural place for 500 rupees a kg. And we were forced to incorporate a farmer producer company, which we introduced last year on 22nd of October. And that was finally launched by, you can see some of the people there, Dr. Rana, Dr. Tej Pratap, and there were around 500 plus farmers in that function. and farmer producer company on the name of Juni Mountain Farmer Producer Company Limited came into being on 22nd October 2022. And we have completed 1 year and we have a sale till now around 1.5 lakh in the beginning of this. And there are around 500 plus farmer into this company. And we are selling red rice, as I mentioned in the morning, 500 rupees kg, kidney beans 300 to 400, keeping in view the grading, and amaranth 100 rupees puffed, 100 grams. This is the most lucrative one. And again, we have installed a machine for puffing, and we don't have to do in a kadai or in a traditional way. It is electrically controlled and the quality of puffing is very good. And now the traditional food has come back. All these food, for example, amaranth has very high omega-3, 6 and 9 fats. And at the same time, buckwheat has very good, rutin protein in it and very health beneficial. And this is a scene where this again, Biodiversity International and Jeff, they prepared a film on all these technology. And I think very soon that is going to be released. Many of you will be able to see that. And we have a now 5-year strategy for developing a cluster of 4,000 farmers over a district of around four districts in a state. And we have one center in Sangla Valley for buckwheat. We have another in Ani area for kidney beans and amaranth. And also we are tapping some resources from Dodra Kwar, high altitude of Shimla. And we have developed a complete database. And at the same time, the most important demand in an exhibition at Delhi was generated by people that your product has to be under traceability. How you will have a barcode or something which can give the detail of your geographic zone where it is grown, and people come to know the topography, the area and the soil types and the condition where it is grown. This is something we have just been showing, that this was the site in Mandi and these were the target crops and these were the villages where this work was carried out. And conclusion is business, research and innovation, global market trends and sustainable practices for economic benefit to the farmer is something very, very important. And strategy to improve high-end market access for native mountain crops is another requirement. And networking, partnership and leveraging technology for marketing is very, very important. And nutrition and climate clean attributes of native crops for future growth and development in the sector, it will be a very big USP for us. Need for collaborative effort in unlocking the potential of native mountain crops like universities, gene banks and farmers in different areas is solicited at this time. And we are grateful to the UNEP, Jeff, and we are supported under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India as a core group since 2020. And here I will acknowledge Dr. Khosla also. Had Dr. Khosla not supported us in 1999 for our first project, I would not have been here standing before you. He was the first person who supported us in getting the first project of Himalayan Research Group from G.V. Pant Institute of Himalayan Environment and Development, Almora, under IEREP program on routing of Texas Bacata, Texas Willikiana. These are the two same things. He gave undertaking there in a project PAC that I take this responsibility if you are ready to fund the proposal. I came to his office here in Noni when he was a director extension. He signed that certificate and the clarification what he had given and took it from me. And we got that first proposal with 3.99 lakhs, sir, that time. And after 25 years, I'm here. And thank you so much for that. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for the society for giving me opportunity.
क्योंकि किसान भी यहाँ बैठे हैं तो मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाहूंगा बीच बीच कोई क्वेश्चन पर नो थैंक यू
Sir, with your kind permission, though there was a tea break, but we will continue. There are 4 rapid presentations. हमारे साथ कुछ किसान भाई भी
ब्रेक की आवश्यकता तो नहीं है ना. I think all are energetic. If need we can have here. It's okay. That's
तो
fine.
4 रैपिड प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं. कुछ किसान भाई भी हमारे साथ हैं. तो सभी लोगों से निवेदन है कि वो 4 मिनट अपने जो क्रिस्प है उनका प्रेजेंटेशन का उसको प्रेजेंट करें, ताकि हम समय से इस फाइनल सेशन को कंक्लूड कर पाए। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर पंकज। अब हमारे अगले प्रेजेंटर हैं श्री राहुल सक्सेना जी। ये भी एक एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं और जो इनकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उसका नाम है बैक टू बेसिक नेचुरली। तो ये सक्सेना जी आपको बताएंगे कि कुछ एक जो नेक बार्ले है, रागी है, शीशम है और अदर केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स जो नेचुरली वहां पे अक्कर होते हैं वो कैसे हेल्प करते हैं आपकी गट हेल्थ को, और वो कैसे लोगों के बीच में उसको प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, और उसको प्रमोट करने के साथ साथ कौन कौन से वो प्रोडक्ट उनके बना रहे हैं, और उन प्रोडक्ट्स को बनाने के साथ साथ कैसे उनकी कुछ एक वैरायटीज और उसकी कल्टीवेशन प्रैक्टिसेस को फार्मर्स के बीच में ला रहे हैं। तो श्री राहुल सक्सेना जी प्लीज। समय कितना है सर? 4 से 5 मिनट।
शुक्रिया सभी को। सभी को प्रणाम। जल्दी जल्दी शुरू करता हूं ताकि जल्दी खत्म कर सकूं। मैं एक छोटा सा अभी एंटरप्राइज है बैक टू बेसिक्स नेचुरली नाम से, उसके लिए काम कर रहा हूं और हम लोग पालमपुर के पास बेस्ड हैं। कोशिश है भोजन की फील्ड में कुछ क्रिटिकल गैप्स जो हमारे को दिखाई देते हैं उनको फिल करना। मैं उस पर अभी धीरे धीरे आता हूँ। ये एक स्लाइड है, सबके लिए प्रश्न है, बाद में दोबारा इस पे आएंगे। ये क्या लगता है, क्या चीज है ये? इसमें कुछ हम जवाब बाद में आ जाएंगे, तब तक थोड़ा सोच लीजिएगा, हम कुछ और बात करते हैं जी। जो आज विषय था कि हम हेल्दी रेसिपीज कैसे डेवलप करें, क्या करें, तो सबसे पहला सवाल यह है कि हेल्दी रेसिपीज क्यों डेवलप करना है। आज अगर हम लोग ये देखें कि हर घर में बीमारी है, खासकर नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीजेस जैसे जोड़ों का दर्द हुआ, हाइपरटेंशन है और कार्डियोवैस्कुलर डिजीजेस हैं, डायबिटीज है, इस किस्म की बीमारियां हर घर में हैं, लेकिन ये पता नहीं लग रहा है बीमारी क्यों आ रही है। हम सब कुछ अच्छा कर रहे हैं, बाहर का नहीं भी खाते हैं तब भी बीमार पड़ रहे हैं। वो क्या कारण है, हमें कहीं वो ऑथेंटिक जानकारी नहीं मिल पाती और हम लोग इनसिक्योरिटी में जी रहे हैं कि बुढ़ापे में तो बीमार पड़ना ही है। एक तो हेल्थ कंसर्न्स हैं। आज साइंस ये रियलाइज कर रही है कि हमारी हेल्थ जैसी है, अच्छी हेल्थ के लिए हमें गट माइक्रोबायोम को हेल्दी रखना बहुत जरूरी है। और आपकी जानकारी के लिए, खासकर हमारे कोलन में खरबों बैक्टीरिया हैं, लगभग 2 किलो, 1.5 से 2 किलो का वेट हमारी बॉडी का वो गट माइक्रोबायोम का है, जो हमारी इम्यूनिटी, हमारी हेल्थ और हमारी हैप्पीनेस, 70% सेरोटोनिन जो हैप्पीनेस वाला हार्मोन है वो गट में बनता है। तो वो हमारी केमिकल फैक्ट्री है जो गट में बैक्टीरिया रह रहा है। और हम लोगों के बहुत सारे हेल्थ कंसर्न्स इसलिए हैं क्योंकि हम गट माइक्रोबायोम का ख्याल नहीं रख रहे हैं। उसमें बहुत बड़ा साजिश कहूंगा कि कंपनीज की है, कॉर्पोरेट्स की है, जिनको केवल अपने प्रॉफिट से लेना देना है। अगर आप आज देखें या कैंपस पे ही देखें किस किस्म का भोजन हम, वेंडिंग मशीन क्या दे रही है, वो वही मशीन दे रही, वो वही रिफाइंड फूड दे रही है या ओवर प्रोसेस्ड फूड दे रही है। आज हमने टी ब्रेक में क्या लिया, हमने सभी वो चीज ली जो नहीं लेनी चाहिए। मैदा लिया, चीनी ली, रंग वाली मिठाई ली, चाय ली, वो भी रिफाइंड शुगर के साथ, इस और दूध वाली चाय ली जो एसिडिटी पैदा कर रही है। लेकिन हम क्योंकि एक ऐसे ट्रैप में है आज, ना सिर्फ इन रिफाइंड फूड्स के बल्कि घर में भी जो भोजन खा रहे हैं वो ऐसे ट्रैप में है जिसमें डाइवर्सिटी बिल्कुल नहीं है, जिसमें फाइबर बिल्कुल खत्म हो चुका है। बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो थोड़े समय में बात नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन मेरा मकसद यहाँ पे आपका ध्यान इसके ऊपर लाने के लिए, अगर ध्यान ला सकते हैं तो ये सारी की सारी जानकारी इससे बाहर निकलने की इंटरनेट पे उपलब्ध है। यहाँ रेसिपी डेवलप करने के लिए तो नहीं मैं आपको बता सकता, लेकिन अगर प्रायोरिटीज चेंज करें, ओरिएंटेशन चेंज करें, तो बहुत कुछ पॉसिबल है। आप अपने लेवल पे धीरे धीरे एक एक कदम करके बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। हमारे बहुत सारे फूड जो हैं इन्फ्लेमेटरी हैं, खासकर चीनी या फिर एडिड शुगर वाले प्रोडक्ट्स जैसे कोल्ड ड्रिंक्स, बहुत सारे मिठाई, नमकीन वगैरह, ये सब इन्फ्लेमेटरी फूड्स हैं और खाने में से फाइबर निकल चुका है। अगर हम लोग देखें, अनाज के रूप में देखें, तो मेरे खुद के गांव में जब अनाज 100 साल पहले पिसाया जाता था तो उसमें 17 किलो जौ होता था और 3 किलो गेहूं मिलाया जाता था उसमें, और उसको फिर पिसाने के लिए दिया जाता था। आज की डेट में जौ सिर्फ पशुओं को खिलाया जा रहा है, और ये सिर्फ हमारे देश का ही प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पूरी दुनिया भर में जौ फूड पर्पसेस के लिए केवल 2% इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, बाकी या तो पशुओं को खिलाया जा रहा है या उससे दारू बनाई जा रही है। जबकि जौ इतना न्यूट्रिशियस फूड है, 15% से ऊपर फाइबर होता है, बहुत खास किस्म का फाइबर होता है, सॉल्युबल भी है और इनसॉल्युबल भी है, बहुत सारे हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स उससे आते हैं हमारे को। तो अब इससे निकलने के लिए हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, बड़ा ब्रीफली। सबसे पहले, डू नो हार्म। अगर गट बैक्टीरिया का ख्याल है तो हम कैसे कैसे गट बैक्टीरिया को मार रहे हैं वो बंद करना पड़ेगा। सबसे पहले हम लोगों को फाइबर रिच भोजन खाना पड़ेगा। फाइबर गट बैक्टीरिया का भोजन है, खासकर सॉल्युबल फाइबर। और उसके अलावा पॉलीफिनॉल्स हैं, और कुछ किस्म की और चीजें हैं, स्टार्चेस हैं कुछ किस्म के, रेजिस्टेंट स्टार्च जैसे। तो एक तो गट बैक्टीरिया को भोजन सही देना पड़ेगा। दूसरा, गट बैक्टीरिया को नुकसान पहुंचाना बंद करना पड़ेगा। उसको नुकसान आता है जब हम उसको भूखा रखते हैं, फाइबर नहीं देते हैं, जब हम केमिकल्स खाते हैं, इमल्सिफायर्स खाते हैं, एंटीबायोटिक्स खाते हैं। एंटीबायोटिक्स जैसे हमने अपने गट माइक्रोबायोम के ऊपर कारपेट बॉम्बिंग कर दी। 2 साल तक लग जाते हैं गट माइक्रोबायोटा को एक कोर्स एंटीबायोटिक्स का होने के बाद रिवाइव करने के लिए। हम लोग, बहुत सारे लोग अब सिजेरियन बर्थ्स के लिए जा रहे हैं। सिजेरियन बर्थिंग में क्या होता है, माँ के इंटेस्टाइन से जो गट बैक्टीरिया बच्चे के शरीर पे आता था और अंदर जाता था, वो प्रोसेस बिल्कुल बंद हो गई है। उस बच्चे की कई साल तक इम्यूनिटी वैसी नहीं रह पाएगी जैसा एक नॉर्मल बच्चे की होनी चाहिए। तो बहुत सारी तरीके से हम लोग गट माइक्रोबायोम के ऊपर हमला कर रहे हैं। ओके, या श्योर। सो नाउ व्हाट, हम लोग कुछ इस प्रकार की वैरायटी चीजें डेवलप कर रहे हैं। जी 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 जी। तो मैं बस ये बता देता हूँ, ये हायर ऑल्टीट्यूड्स में नंगा जौ नाम की वैरायटी होती है, नेकेड बार्ली, की कई वैरायटीज होती हैं। तो उसमें से एक ये है जिसको हम लोग स्प्राउट करते हैं। स्प्राउट करने के बाद ड्राई करते हैं एम्बिएंट एयर में, और उसको फिर हम लोग सेंधा नमक में पफ कर लेते हैं। तो ये एज अ स्नैक भी बहुत पसंद किया जा रहा है कस्टमर्स के द्वारा, और इससे और प्रोडक्ट्स भी बनाए जा सकते हैं, बना रहे हैं हम लोग, जैसे नमकीन है, सत्तू है। इसी प्रकार हम लोग स्प्राउटिंग, सोकिंग, फर्मेंटिंग से और प्रोडक्ट्स बना रहे हैं। फुल सर्कल नाम से हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स अवेलेबल हैं। और अगर आप लोग हमारे सारे प्रोडक्ट्स की रेंज देखना चाहते हैं तो ये नंबर सेव कर सकते हैं, व्हाट्सएप बिजनेस अकाउंट है, इस पे आप पूरा प्रोडक्ट्स का कैटलॉग देख सकते हैं, और इसको ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर भी किया जा सकता है, स्टोर्स में भी अवेलेबल है। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद राहुल जी। हम लोग ये 3-4 प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं, बहुत अच्छी हैं, और इकट्ठे ही हम प्रश्न ले लेंगे हम सबकी। नेक्स्ट,
अब हमारे बीच में अगले वक्ता है जोगिंदर वालिया जी, जिनके बारे में डॉक्टर पंकज पहले ही बता चुके हैं। ये भी एक एंटरप्रेन्योर है, और ये आपके बीच में अपना व्याख्यान रखेंगे और आपको बताएंगे कि ये कौन कौन सी गतिविधियों से जुड़े हैं और इनकी संस्था क्या काम कर रही है। वालिया जी।
Good afternoon, everybody. The organizer, convener, and fellow scientists and students, and सबसे पहले तो मैं आप लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आप लोग लास्ट सेशन में हैं और सुनना चाह रहे हैं, और खासकर और कन्वीनर का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि किसानों को 4 मिनट का समय मिला है, बाकी लोगों को शायद मिला होगा उतना ही, पर चलो फिर भी ये, क्योंकि लैब टू लैंड का सवाल है कि जो भी आप लोगों ने रिसर्च की है साइंटिस्टों ने, उसको जब तक लैंड पे नहीं उतारा जाएगा तब तक उसका कोई फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली एंड रिजल्ट तो वो किसान है जिसके बारे में आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं और जिसके बारे में आप करना चाह रहे हैं। तो बेसिकली जो हमारी ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, सोसाइटी, एक्चुअली ये आउटफिट है एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, जो सोसाइटी फॉर टेक्नोलॉजी एंड डेवलपमेंट के नाम से है मेन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जो लगभग 7-8 स्ट्रीम में काम कर रही है, और लगभग 12 जो CSIR लैब्स हैं हमारी, उनके साथ मिलके जो है टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर, उनकी टेक्नोलॉजी को लैब टू लैंड पे काम करते हुए उसको रेप्लिकेट कर रही है और एक सस्टेनेबल प्रोडक्शन यूनिट के रूप में काम कर रही है। और दूसरा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि ये जो सोसाइटी है, जो संस्था है, ये अपने ये एक कोर स्पोर्ट ग्रुप है डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का, और हम तो वी आर वेरी प्राउड ऑफ इट कि ये एक्सटेंडेड आर्म है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का फील्ड के अंदर, जो उसने आज तक काम किए हैं। दूसरा इसमें जो इसमें जो बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव हमारे, अगर इसके नेक्स्ट पे आ जाए आप, ये नगवाइंग के अंदर है जहाँ पे फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग का काम है। ओके, हाँ, तो मैं सीधा इस पे आना चाहता हूँ। एक्चुअली हम जो काम कर रहे हैं बेसिकली, सुबह बताया था थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्शन में, लेदर से स्टार्ट करते हुए पॉटरी में, ब्लैक स्मिथी में, फिर उसके बाद जो है हम फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग पे, फिर मेडिसिन प्लांट पे, फिर उसके बाद कंस्ट्रक्शन पे, इस तरह के कई काम अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से में, जैसे हमने IRI के साथ मिलके जो है फूड प्रोसेसिंग का काम करते हुए, फिर UHF आलमपुर के साथ मिलते हुए ये कई तरह की रेसिपीज और उसके अंदर काम किया है, वो मैं इसके अंदर एक्सप्लेन करूंगा। लेकिन लेदर का मैं CLRI के साथ हमारा संबंध रहा है। उसके अलावा जो हमारा ब्लैक स्मिथी का नेशनल मेटलर्जिकल लैब जमशेदपुर के साथ कोलैबोरेशन रही है। फिर पॉटरी में खुर्जा के साथ CCCRI जो लैब है उसके साथ रही है। फिर उसके बाद जो है मेडिसिन प्लांट में IHBT, और जो उसके अलावा जो और अदर चीजें उसके बारे में भी बहुत सी लैब्स का हमारी उनकी कोलैबोरेशन रही है। तो बेसिकली इसके अंदर जो है वो, क्योंकि ये तो पता ही है कि जितना लो रिटर्न हो रहा है टू द स्मॉल ग्रोवर्स, क्योंकि हमारी होल्डिंग बहुत कम है हिमाचल प्रदेश के किसानों की, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द जो फार्मर्स हैं, और डिस्ट्रेस सेल है। जैसे आप देखेंगे अभी 100 रुपए किलो टमाटर बिका, और अभी 4 रुपए किलो जो है, 3 रुपए किलो, 2 रुपए किलो गोभी नहीं बिक रही है। मतलब मेरी वैली की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, अपने बल वैली की। अभी लोगों ने 100 रुपए किलो टमाटर भी बेचा है, और अभी जो है वो अगली क्रॉप में वो 4 रुपए किलो पे आ गई है, 2 रुपए कोई नहीं ले रहा है अब गोभी को। तो अपने आप में ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है कि हमें जो है वैल्यू एडिशन लोकल लेवल पे करने की जरूरत है। और जो खासकर ये जो, नो डाउट वी कैन नॉट एलिमिनेट द बिजनेसमैन एंड मिडलमैन, पर उनका रोल कम कर सकते हैं बाय हैविंग प्रोक्योरमेंट एट डिफरेंट लेवल थ्रू कलेक्टिव मोड ऑफ कलेक्शन। और उसके अलावा जो है वो वैल्यू एडिशन एंड प्रोसेसिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि अगर जो हमारा अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव है, और साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ से भी हमें जो मैंडेट मिला था वो यही था कि हमें जो है मतलब जो इस सारे काम को हाउस होल्ड मोड प्रोडक्शन से आपको कलेक्टिव मोड प्रोडक्शन में ले जाना है। और दूसरा जो है स्किल डेवलपमेंट करना है। जब स्किल डेवलपमेंट करेंगे तो जो वैल्यू एडिशन करेंगे, लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट होगा और इनकम जनरेशन होगी। ये बड़ा साफ सा है जहां पे आप इस काम को करेंगे। और दूसरा उसके अंदर जो ये है कि हाउस होल्ड से कलेक्टिव मोड प्रोडक्शन में ले जाना पड़ेगा, नेटवर्किंग करना पड़ेगी, रिम्यूनरेटिव प्राइस जो किसानों को इसके अंदर देना पड़ेगा। और इधर से होगा, इधर से हाँ, ओके, मैं जल्दी जैसे इसको रन करने की कोशिश करूंगा। अच्छा, हाँ, ये जो, सॉरी, इससे पहले, हाँ, ये हमारा जो है ना एरिया है जहाँ पे एक फार्मर्स का ग्रुप है। वैसे हमारे 3 ग्रुप हैं जो एंटरप्राइज के रूप में आज तक सस्टेन है, जो अपने ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। मैं एक फार्मर्स का आपको जो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग का काम कर रहा हूँ उसके बारे में एक झलक सी दे रहा हूँ। ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि जहां से हमने शुरू किया आज, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट के कोरोना था 2019 से 21 के बीच में, काफी हम उसमें रहे, लेकिन अब जो है उसकी सेल जो है वो ग्रो कर रही है, ये लोग काम कर रहे हैं, इतने लोग, यानी कि अपने आप में जो है वो ग्रोथ रेट जो है 15-20% से ऊपर आगे बढ़ रहा है। और ये प्रोडक्ट हम जो है वो बना रहे हैं वहां पे, जो ये प्रोड्यूस है ये हमारे प्रोडक्ट हैं। टमाटर से क्या बना रहे हैं, एप्पल से, मैं ज्यादा इसमें जानना चाहता हूँ, आप सारे इसमें जानते हैं। और ये हमारे जो है वो नए प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें हमने बिस्कुट, कुकीज और क्रैकर्स और कार्बोनेटेड फ्रूट ड्रिंक्स, क्योंकि अब पेप्सी और कोक आ गया है और लोगों के मन में वही लगता है कि वो इसको पिया जाए, क्योंकि उसमें CO2 है और बेसिकली सिंथेटिक है और कोई भी फ्रूट पल्प जैसा कोई चीज नहीं है। ये उसके प्रोडक्ट हैं जो वो बना रहे हैं, वहाँ फार्मर्स ग्रुप जो महिलाओं का ग्रुप है, और अपने आप में ये चीजें हैं जो हम अभी लॉन्च कर रहे हैं और अभी इंट्रोड्यूस की हैं। मतलब इसमें एप्पल चिप्स है, इसमें आपका वाइल्ड एप्रिकॉट चटनी है, एप्रिकॉट पापड़ है, और ये चीजें हैं जो अभी हमने, और इसके अंदर जो यहाँ पे हमारे नेटिव जितने भी प्रोड्यूस है उनको लेकर जो है इसके अंदर लो कैलोरी एप्पल स्प्रेड है, कैलोरी एमरंथस बिस्किट है, और उसके अलावा जो ये भी हमने क्या कहते हैं, उसके अलावा कॉस्मेटिक पे भी कुछ काम किया है स्टार्ट, और हैंड मॉइस्चराइजर और ये क्रैक हील्स वगैरह, ये सारी चीजें हम मॉइस्चराइजर के रूप में, ये कार्बोनेटेड फ्रूट ड्रिंक का मैंने आपको बताया, नॉन एडिबल ऑयल की जो हमारे वहाँ पे जो वाइल्ड एप्रिकॉट है उसको लेकर जो है उसके प्रोडक्ट और प्रोड्यूस बनाए जा रहे हैं। और बिस्किट मेकिंग का मैंने बता दिया अमरंथस के, दिस इज अवर मतलब शोरूम जो उसमें काम करता है, और ये हमारी वेबसाइट है। यू कैन लॉग ऑन टू दिस वेबसाइट फॉर मोर डिटेल्स व्हाट वी आर डूइंग एंड व्हाट वी हैव अचीव्ड टिल सो फार। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
धन्यवाद वालिया जी। प्रश्न बाद में देंगे। अगले स्पीकर कौन?
धन्यवाद बालिया जी। अब हमारे अगले वक्ता हैं मैडम स्नेहा शर्मा जी, तो मैं उनको बुलाना चाहूंगा, और उनका काम भी लगभग ऐसा ही है, ये भी एक एंटरप्रेन्योर से काम करते हैं, और इनकी एक बहुत बड़ी संस्था है चिच्योट कृषक सोसाइटी के नाम से जानी जाती है, और इस संस्था में इन्होंने लगभग 30 से ज्यादा समूहों का गठन किया है, और हर एक समूह में कम से कम 8 से 10 औरतें जुड़ी हुई है, और ये ज्यादातर वुमन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए काम कर रही हैं, और उनको बता रही हैं कि हमारे वहाँ स्थानीय क्षेत्रों में होने वाले कौन कौन से ऐसे खाद्यान्न है, उनसे क्या प्रोडक्ट बनाए जाते हैं, और कैसे उनको फोर्टिफाई किया जाए, वैल्यू एडिशन का काम कर रहे हैं, और अन्य ऐसे कार्य कर रहे हैं जो कि मैडम आपको बताएंगे और अपने विचार आपके बीच में रखें।
थैंक यू सर। सबसे पहले मेरा आप सबको नमस्कार और धन्यवाद करती हूँ मैं अपने कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र के डॉक्टर पंकज सूद का, जिन्होंने मुझे यहाँ पर आने का मौका दिया। तो मेरा नाम स्नेहा शर्मा है और मैं जिला मंडी की रहने वाली हूँ, और मेरा गांव तरौर में है, और मैंने ग्रेजुएशन करी है, और 6 बीघा मेरे पास भूमि है जिसमें मैं कार्य कर रही हूँ। और ग्रेजुएशन करने के पश्चात जो है मैंने जो हमारे पुराने समय में खेती की जाती थी उसी में कार्य किया, लेकिन उससे हमारा गुजारा नहीं हो पाता था। उसके बाद मैं 2018 में KVK के संपर्क में आई, तो वहां से मैंने विभिन्न प्रकार की ट्रेनिंगें की, और विभिन्न ट्रेनिंगों के करने के पश्चात मुझे लगा कि मैं कुछ नया कार्य करूं। तो मेरी एक समाज में भी एक पहचान है, जो चिचौड़ कृषक सोसाइटी की उपाध्यक्ष हूँ, हिमाचल किसान यूनियन महिला विंग संयोजिका जिला मंडी की हूँ, महिला मंडल की अध्यक्ष हूँ, ब्रुक इंडिया संस्था में फील्ड असिस्टेंट हूँ। ब्रुक इंडिया एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो पूरे वर्ल्ड में चल रही है और हमारे इंडिया में 13 देशों में चलाई जा रही है। इसमें हम इक्वाइंस पे काम करते हैं, एनिमल वेलफेयर का काम कर रहे हैं। तो इसमें काफी सारे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हैं जिसको मैं अवेयर करने का काम करती हूँ। और उसके बाद ग्रामीण किसान सोसाइटी हिमाचल प्रदेश की मुझे CEO के रूप में मुझे अभी CEO बनाया गया है, तो मैं इसके ऊपर भी काफी कार्य कर रही हूँ और विभिन्न विभागों की मास्टर ट्रेनर हूँ। और कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र से मैंने 25 दिन का प्रशिक्षण नर्सरी उत्पादन में किया। उसके पश्चात मैंने एकीकृत कृषि में 6 दिवसीय प्रशिक्षण लिया, मशरूम का उत्पादन का लिया, प्राकृतिक का, और अन्य प्रकार के कई मैंने प्रशिक्षण लिए। उसके पश्चात जो हमारे मैंने कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र से एकीकृत कृषि की प्रशिक्षण लिया, ये मेरे फसल का कैलेंडर है जो मैं पूरे साल में फसल का जो चक्कर होता है उसको यूज करती हूँ। उसके पश्चात 6 बीघा में मक्की और गेहूं का उत्पादन करने, जिसे पुराने समय 65 में साल भर में 65,000 का इनकम होता था। लेकिन उसके जब मैं प्रशिक्षण के पश्चात धीरे धीरे मैंने एकीकृत कृषि में कदम रखा तो मेरी इनकम जो है लगभग साल की मशरूम से 2,70,000 रुपए, अन्य अन्य जो भी हमारी जैसे सब्जी है, वैल्यू एडिशन है, वैल्यू एडिशन से 1,20,000 साल की इनकम हो रही है। उसके बाद मैंने देखा कि अकेले इस काम को नहीं किया जा सकता है, तो मैंने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप जोड़े। 500 से अधिक महिलाओं को मैं मशरूम का प्रशिक्षण दे चुकी हूँ। उसके पश्चात अलग अलग विभागों का मैं मास्टर ट्रेनर भी हूँ और 230 मेरे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हैं, जिसमें महिलाएं जो हैं 8 से 10 महिलाएं उस ग्रुप में हैं। तो आप उसका अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि 230 में ग्रुप में कितनी महिलाएं जुड़ी हैं। तो ये हमारे एग्जीबिशन की फोटोज हैं जो हम अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट के साथ लगाते हैं। ये हमारा एक्सप्लोजर विजिट है और ये कुछ फोटोज हमारे मास्टर ट्रेनर के जो मैं लोगों को अवेयर करती हूँ अलग अलग फसलों या अलग अलग चीजों पे। तो मुझे लगा कि धीरे धीरे हम जो कि महिला हैं उनकी आजीविका को बढ़ाने के लिए मैंने धीरे धीरे कदम रखा। तो आज पर मेरे पास 230 ग्रुप जो है काम कर रहे हैं। तो इसमें हमारा मिलेट्स भी है, मिलेट्स का भी हम वर्क कर रहे हैं। तो अभी हमें मिलेट्स के ऊपर हमारे कृषि मंत्री ने भी हमें अवार्ड दिया है। तो उसके पश्चात मुझे लगा कि जो एकीकृत कृषि है वो हमारे लिए फायदेमंद है। तो महिलाओं का अगर हम किसी देश की अगर स्थिति को देखना चाहें तो हम उन महिलाओं की स्थिति को देखकर ही उस देश की स्थिति का जायजा ले सकते हैं। तो मैंने महिलाओं की जो आजीविका उसको बढ़ाने का प्रयत्न कर रही हूँ और मेरा यही प्रयास है कि मेरी जो ग्रामीण महिलाएं उनकी आजीविका बढ़े और उनको मैंने अभी सक्षम और सुदृढ़ बनाने का एक लक्ष्य लिया है जो मैं आने वाले टाइम में उसको पूरा करूंगी। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
लास्ट बट नॉट द लिस्ट।
धन्यवाद स्नेहसम जी।
और
यस,
मैंने पहले ही इंट्रोड्यूस किया, लेकिन नेकराम जी को इंट्रोड्यूस करना, उनके बारे में कुछ कहना, दीपक को रोशनी दिखाने जैसी बात है। नेकराम जी ने अपना कार्य सेल्फलेसली लगभग 25 सालों से वो किसानों के लिए लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं। शायद उन्होंने कभी सोचा नहीं था कि उन्हें कभी पद्म श्री मिलेगा, लेकिन आपके कार्य को भारत सरकार ने पहचाना। ये हम सभी के लिए, न केवल हिमाचल के वैज्ञानिकों के लिए, किसानों के लिए, भाई इस हाल से बाहर बैठे हुए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए एक प्राउड की बात है, गर्व की बात है। जैसे मैंने कहा कि आपके बारे में कुछ कहना शायद मेरे बस से बाहर है, और आई फील प्राउड कि मैं नेकराम जी से 15 बरस से जुड़ा रहा हूं। बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे अवार्ड PPBFRA में कंजर्वेशन के लिए हमने इनका नॉमिनेशन भेजा KVK के माध्यम से, बट शायद वो नहीं मिलना इनके लिए एक प्रेरणा थी कि मैं कुछ और अच्छा करूं और बेहतर करूं, और शायद आज आपको पद्म श्री जो मिला है उसी आपके नेक कार्य का परिणाम है। तो मैं इनवाइट करता हूं नेकराम शर्मा जी को कि वो, समय बहुत कम है लेकिन इन्हीं चंद मिनटों में आप अपने कार्य के बारे में हम सभी को बताएं। नेकराम शर्मा जी।
सभी को मेरा सादर नमन। समय कम है इसलिए कुछ ज़्यादा समय नहीं लगाऊंगा। मुझे लगता है कि ये हमारा जो विशाल प्रकृति है ये हमेशा से हमें पालती रही है और शायद हमारा फर्ज भी है कि हम इसकी सुरक्षा के लिए आगे आएं। बायोडाइवर्सिटी की जहाँ बात होती है वो कहीं भी हम देखें, अगर बायोडाइवर्सिटी तो लगातार हम लोग खोते जा रहे हैं अपनी बायोडाइवर्सिटी को। तो मैंने भी बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन पे हिमाचल प्रदेश के अंदर 2-3 साल में एक स्टडी किया था। वहां से मुझे समझ आई थी। मैंने 1984 से 1990 तक बहुत सारा केमिकल फार्मिंग किया। 1990 में जाकर के मुझे समझ एक चीज आई कि मेरा प्रोडक्शन घटती जा रही है और मैं बहुत सारा जो अर्थवर्म थे वो मरता हुआ देख रहा था। और तब मुझे मौका मिला यूनिवर्सिटी में कुछ प्रशिक्षण लेने का, तो मैंने सीखा और मैं आगे बढ़ा। और मैंने शुरुआत की अपने गांव के जंगल से। बहुत बड़ा समस्या थी, पंजाब से पराली आ रही थी जबकि जंगल इतने भारी हैं। बहुत सारा प्लांटेशन होता था मगर सॉइल इरोजन इतना होता था, आग लगती थी, ओवरग्रेजिंग होती थी। ये सब बात के लिए कभी लोगों के साथ कोई बात नहीं होती थी और लोग भी उसमें बहुत सारा नुकसान करते थे। तो मैंने वहां से शुरुआत की थी अपने गाँव से और उसके रिजल्ट बहुत जल्द आ गए। उसमें जितना सॉइल इरोजन होता था वो रुका और उसमें घास आ गई, बहुत सारी जड़ी बूटियां आ गई, बहुत सारे स्कूली बच्चों ने उसमें मदद की, टीचर ने मदद की और डिपार्टमेंट भी साथ में फिर जुड़ गए। धीरे धीरे हम लोग आगे बढ़े। तब एक बात आई बीच में, कुछ गांव के बुजुर्गों ने कहा कि हमारे जो घर के लकड़ी के बर्तन में जो हमारे पुराने अनाज पड़े हैं उनको ना कोई खा रहा है ना उनको कोई बीच रहा है, उनको कोई ना कीड़ा लगता है, जबकि जो नए अनाज आ रहे थे उसमें तुरंत जो है हमें एक जहर की गोली वो पूली डाल के डालना पड़ता था। तो ऐसा एक हमारे दादाजी थे, उन्होंने कहा कि तुमने एक काम तो अच्छा कर दिया कि ये सारा जो लगभग 300-350 हेक्टेयर जो जंगल है वो पूरा पीपल पार्टिसिपेशन से पूरी तरह से उसके सॉइल एरोजन जो होता था वो सारा रुक गया और पूरी तरह से जो घास चारा की जो समस्या थी वो सब उसमें सफलता मिल गई। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये सब कैसे करें, तो मुझे लगा चलो ये भी कुछ करते हैं। तो अपने खेतों से शुरुआत किया था मैंने। ये मिलेट का जितने भी हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश के अंदर 6-7 तरह के जो मिलेट्स हैं हमारे, तो वो मैंने शुरुआत की, अपने खेतों से शुरुआत की थी मैंने। और जब ये मैं काम कर रहा था तो बहुत लोग पागल ही बोल रहे थे, बिल्कुल पागल। मेरे थोड़ा दाढ़ी थी रखी हुई तो लोग बोल रहे थे वो गांव के जो देवता का ना उसका खेलने वाला गुर नहीं है, शायद ये वो लग रहा होगा ऐसा, तब वो करता है ऐसा गड़बड़। मुझे भी बड़ा लग रहा था कि पता नहीं शायद मेरे को कुछ हो तो नहीं गया है। परंतु फिर मेरे कुछ गुरुजन जो थे ऐसे डॉक्टर पंकज सूद जी हैं, इनकी प्रेरणा मिलती रहती थी हमेशा। तो हम लोग आगे बढ़ते गए निरंतर। और वो जब उसमें पैदावार आई तो उसमें हमने 5-6-7 तरह के अनाज लगाने शुरू किए, उसके बीच में वो सब हुआ। और धीरे धीरे मुझे लगा कि खेती में तो बहुत तरह के अनाज एक साथ हो सकते हैं। तो इस तरह से मैंने एक वो आइडिया दिया कि कम से कम 9 तरह के अनाज जो हमारे जो नवग्रह ग्रंथि बनती थी, हमारे जो जब हम कोई अनुष्ठान करते थे तो ग्रह निवारण के नवग्रह ग्रंथि करते थे। तो मैंने उसमें बड़ा स्टडी किया, देखा ठीक है हम लोग 9 अनाज लगाएंगे एक सीजन में, तो 2 सीजन साल के हैं तो 18 तरह के अनाज आएंगे हमारे थाली में, हमारे खेती से आएंगे। तो 18 तरह के अनाज जब आएंगे उसमें अनाज है, दलहन है, तिलहन है, सब कुछ होगा। अभी ओमेगा फैटी 3 की बात हुई है जो गोलियों के रूप में हमारे को मिल रहा है, वो हमारे खेतों से आएगा। तो हम बीमार कैसे पड़ेंगे? हमने बचपन से पढ़ा है हेल्थ इज वेल्थ। क्या हम अपना हेल्थ को वेल्थ समझ रहे हैं? हम तो सिर्फ 10 मंजिला मकान बनाने की कोशिश में लगे हुए हैं और वही हम सब लोग कर रहे हैं। पूरी तरह से हमारा जो हम प्राकृतिक चीजें हैं वो खत्म होती जा रही है। हम लोग भले ही बहुत ज्यादा पढ़ लिख गए हैं, परंतु मुझे लगता है, आप सब लोग मुझे नाराज होंगे पर मैं शब्द बोल देता हूं कि जब लोग कम पढ़े लिखे थे तो शायद लोग पेड़ पौधों की भी कदर करते थे। और वो एक बात होती थी कि पीपल ब्रह्मा है उसको नहीं काटना, आज भी कोई नहीं काट रहा, वो सोशल एजुकेशन है। परंतु आज ना जाने कितने सारे कानून भी बने हैं, परंतु फिर भी धीरे 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 हमारा जितना बायोडाइवर्सिटी है मेरे हिसाब से वो सब नष्ट होती जा रही है। तो मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सब लोगों का फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हमने प्लांट बायोडाइवर्सिटी की शुरुआत शायद फर्स्ट उससे की होगी और नेक राम जी ने इसका क्लोजिंग अपने डाइवर्सिटी उसमें फॉर्मल तो हम अभी करेंगे, पर मेरे ख्याल में पहले 2-3 क्वेश्चंस क्योंकि हमने नहीं लिए थे, हमारी प्रेजेंटेशंस अभी किसान भाई और बहनों की हुई हैं, तो अगर कोई प्रश्न है तो आप जल्दी से बताएं। मेरे ख्याल में नहीं है तो यस नेक्स्ट।
समय कम था किसानों के लिए, लेकिन जो तालियां थी और अब लोगों के मुस्कुराते हुए चेहरे हम वो बता रहे हैं कि उन्होंने कम समय में भी अपना काम कर दिया है। So to conclude the session, I request Professor Anuradha Agrawalji to finally say a few words.
थैंक यू। जैसा कि पता है, मैं हिंदी में बोलूंगी तो चलेगा ना। ये सेशन बहुत ही ऐप था, एंड अब मैं नॉट एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजर बट एज अ को चेयर बोल रही हूँ। ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने ये सेशन अरेंज करके बहुत समझदारी का काम करा है, क्योंकि ऑल द साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी जो हम रिसर्च में करते हैं, उसका ट्रांसलेशन जब सोशल गुड और फील्ड में जाता है, उससे लोगों की लाइफ इम्पैक्ट होती है। तो द रोल ऑफ एक्सटेंशन is extremely important in any R&D projects that we do. हमको इस सेशन से पता चला है कि साइंस जितनी तेजी से तरक्की कर रही है, उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट रोल है कि हम हमारी जो इंडिजिनस नॉलेज है उसको साइंटिफिकली वैलिडेट करके उसको आगे हमारे भाई बहनों के लिए, किसानों के लिए, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए कैसे ले जा सकते हैं। ये हमने थोड़े एग्जांपल्स देखे हैं। एक जिक्र आया था एक प्रेजेंटेशन में ब्रांडिंग का, कि अगर हम लोकल वैरायटीज का न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यू आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको मार्केटिंग करना चाहते हैं तो कैसे करें। तो आज तो टेक्नोलॉजी का जमाना है, ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जिस्ट करती है। हमें एज साइंटिस्ट एंड रिसर्चर्स इन टेक्नोलॉजीज को अपने लोकल इकोसिस्टम में इंटीग्रेट करना है। ये मेरा मानना है कि इसमें हमारा रोल टीचर्स, स्टूडेंट्स एंड रिसर्चर्स का है। So while we are developing technology and trying to develop theoretically the benefit for the society, the chain must be completed by taking that technology to the farmer. जैसे कि मोबाइल टेक्नोलॉजी हर आदमी के हाथ में है आज की डेट में, चाहे वो गरीब हो चाहे अमीर, ऐसे ही हमारी जो एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च टेक्नोलॉजीज है वो उतनी रैपिडली डिसेमिनेट होके किसानों के हाथ में, महिलाओं के हाथ में, नौजवानों के हाथ में पहुंच जानी चाहिए। और इस सेशन से आई होप जो यहाँ पे हमारे स्टूडेंट्स आती हैं थोड़ा मोटिवेशन लेंगे कि एग्रीकल्चर एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप काफी प्रॉफिटेबल है। ना केवल आप अपने लिए पैसा जनरेट करते हैं, आप सोसाइटी, आपकी कम्युनिटी के लिए जनरेट करते हैं, साथ में आप लोकल बायोडाइवर्सिटी का भी ख्याल रखते हैं। So learn from the examples that were given in this session. They were very inspirational. Even in agricultural education now, there is a major thrust on focusing, like Dr. Paroda had mentioned, look at the problems globally, but act locally. So these are classical examples of acting locally. जैसे हमारा हिमाचल प्रदेश का इकोसिस्टम है, थोड़ा फ्रेजाइल है, हमें हर कंट्री के हर इकोसिस्टम के लिए लोकल सॉल्यूशंस ढूंढ के लोगों को आगे पास ऑन करना है। सो दिस हैज बीन अ वेरी मोटिवेशनल presentation. My congratulations to all the keynote invited and rapid oral presenters. It was although very short, ये ऐसा टॉपिक है जिसमें बहुत बड़ा व्याख्यान हो सकता था, पर सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और I hope students will carry home a message from this particular session and keep in mind that when they are designing the experiments or their hypotheses or their problems for research, keep this aspect in mind. It is very important. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now for final comments from co-chair, Professor Kausalji, and we are thankful to co-chairs for completing the session well in time. We are still in time. Professor Kausalji.
धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले तो मैं, जैसा कि मैडम ने भी कहा, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की बात है, इस तरह का एंड में जो सेशन रखा गया है, एंड स्पेशली द रोल ऑफ यूथ एंड वुमेन, जिसकी आज पूरे हमारे देश को आवश्यकता है, पूरी दुनिया को आवश्यकता है। और हमारे देश में तो यूथ का वैसे ही परसेंटेज बहुत ज़्यादा है, और जिस तरह से स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात हुई, वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की हमने देखी प्रेजेंटेशंस, हमारे किसान बहन स्नेहा जी ने किया कि किस तरह से वो एज एंटरप्रेन्योर बनी। उसके साथ साथ हमारा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के साथ अपना जो अब समय आ गया है, जो सेशन की हम बात कर रहे थे कि भाई पहले प्रोडक्शन की बात हुई होगी, आई मिस्ड 1.5 डे। तो उत्पादन के बाद जो है अब हम हेल्थ एंड की बात और न्यूट्रिशन की बात जो है इम्पोर्टेंट अब सोसाइटी में बहुत हो गई है। तो उसी के हिसाब से अब लाल सिंह जी ने जो बात की थी कि हमें अब वैसे अनाज जो है उनका उत्पादन जो है के बारे में सोचना होगा कि जो कि एक हमारे फूड का हिस्सा बन सके, और जहां उत्पादन की कमी है हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को उस तरफ ध्यान देना होगा। वो एग्जाम्पल कर रहे थे जॉर्ज जी की, मैं प्रैक्टिकल उदाहरण अपने साथ ही बताना चाहता हूँ। कुछ दिन पहले हम लोग अपने सोइंग कर रहे थे, तो हमने कहा, मैंने अपने वैज्ञानिकों के भी मिलेट्स का कुछ सोइंग कर दीजिए और जौ जई वगैरह जाइए आप। कहते सीड सर, मैंने कहा नहीं मिलता, मार्केट से ले आइए। तो हमारे एक साइंटिस्ट मैडम थे, वो गए कहीं मार्केट में, तो कहने लगे कि जो जई है जी उसके बीज, कहते क्या आपने बैल पाल रखा है, उसके लिए आवश्यकता है। तो ये सोच बदलनी होगी। उन्होंने कहा था कि पशुओं को हम लोग देते थे, तो वो न्यूट्रिशन की जो हमें आवश्यकता है और जो हमारा जो मोटा अनाज है उसकी क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, ये हमें सोचना होगा। और जो हमारे वैज्ञानिक जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, इनकी सराहना करने की आवश्यकता है और आगे इस तरह के प्रोग्राम्स लेने की आवश्यकता है। आज इस टेक्निकल सेशन में जो हुआ है, इसमें फ्रूट में एप्पल की बात हुई है। हिमाचल में तो 5,000 करोड़ की इकोनॉमी हमारी है यहाँ पर, मगर आवश्यकता है इसकी जो प्रोसेसिंग, पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट और नई वैरायटीज की, उसके लिए तैयार होना है, और प्लांटिंग मटेरियल की उस तरह हम लोगों को बढ़ना। उस एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का बहुत स्कोप, स्किल हमारे यहाँ में पूरे प्रदेश की बात करता हूँ, वही उत्तराखंड की बात है, जम्मू कश्मीर की बात है। हम प्लांट बगीचे तो लगा रहे हैं, मगर उसमें हमारे को प्रूनिंग ट्रेनिंग के लिए लोग नहीं है। तो इस तरह का स्किल की बहुत स्कोप है, और इसको हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस इन्वॉल्व हैं, इन्हें आगे बढ़कर काम करना होगा। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आज तो ये बात हुई है, पोटैटो की बात कही, 32% की बात कर रहे थे, जो है कि उसके बाद स्कोप एज ए एंटरप्रेन्योर ठीक है। डॉक्टर ढीलो बात कर रहे थे कि इट्स वेरी कॉस्टली, यस, इकोनॉमिक टर्न्स आफ्टर इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना रिटर्न्स आ रहा है वो हम अगर देख लें तो आजकल बैंक्स भी आगे आते हैं हेल्प करने के लिए, गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स भी हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम जो दूसरे अल्टरनेट्स हैं, हमारा यूथ जो है उसको आगे आना चाहिए। मैं एक एग्जांपल छोटा सा बताना चाहूंगा। अभी एडमिशन हुई हमारे, तो मैंने पूछा, फ्रेशर्स की पार्टी हो रही थी, सब अपना अपना बता रहे थे कि हम कैरियर में क्या बनेंगे। सर जैसे प्रोफेशंस होता है, मैं इस सर्विस में जाऊंगा, उस सर्विस में जाऊंगा। और उसके बाद एक दो ने जो कहा कि भाई मैं ये बिजनेस करूंगा, मैं हॉर्टिकल्चर बगीचा लगाऊंगा। तो कहीं बाहर का था, उसने कहा उत्तराखंड में आके मैं बगीचा लगा लूंगा, हो गया काम, बढ़िया हो गया, हॉर्टिकल्चर में एडमिशन ली है। सिर्फ एक बच्चे ने कहा मैं फार्मर बनूंगा। मतलब किसानी जो है की सोच बदलनी होगी। ये एक प्रोफेशन जो है, इसमें गौरव फील करना चाहिए, ऑनर, वी शुड फील ऑनर्ड। दूसरा, इसमें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप लाने की आवश्यकता है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लाने की आवश्यकता है, बिजनेस लाने की आवश्यकता है। तो साइंटिफिक ढंग से चलना होगा। टेक्निकल चीजें तो बहुत बताई गई सर, आपने कहा कुछ एक प्रोग्राम्स की आईएयू की जिक्र भी आया इस सेशन में। तो वी आर अवेयर, हम यहाँ से आगे लड़के जो आज की प्रोसेस वो आएंगे, रिकमेंडेशंस भी आएंगी। और अब दिल्ली में एक प्रोग्राम आपने किया था, प्रोदा साहब की अध्यक्षता में हुआ था, उसको जो हम लोग कुछ अच्छे प्रोग्राम्स आईएयू जो एसोसिएशन हमारे एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज की है उसमें लेके शुरू करेंगे। अगर आईसीआर की कुछ वहाँ प्रोग्राम्स का फॉलोअप कुछ एक हैं जो हम लोग कर सकते हैं, विल डेफिनेटली ट्राई टू, एज यूनिवर्सिटीज स्टेट की हैं, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, वी विल वर्क टुगेदर एंड कम आउट ऑल दिस थिंग्स। बहुत अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशंस थे। नेकराम जी का सुनने का आज मौका मिला, और आपको पहले तो बधाई दे देते हैं, आपको अवार्ड के मौका ही नहीं मिला था बधाई देने का, गौरव का वो है, और आप यहाँ आए हैं। सोच है, प्लांट बायोडाइवर्सिटी की बात करते हैं, एग्जांपल्स हैं हमारे पास किस तरह से कंजर्वेशन करनी है, एंड वी हैव टू गो बैक ऑल दोस थिंग्स। एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की जो वुमेन का है वो बहुत अच्छा, हिमाचल में जो पोटेंशियल बहुत है और बहुत मेहनती है हमारे यहाँ महिला। हिमाचल के बाद में उत्तराखंड में भी यही हाल है सर, और जम्मू कश्मीर में भी है। क्वेश्चन है कि बैकअप हमें देना है, उनको जागरूक करके सपोर्ट करना है, तो उन चीजों की आवश्यकता है। इस तरह की चीजें आगे आएंगी। और मैं पिछले कल एक प्रोग्राम में था किसानों के, तो कुछ एक फार्मर्स जो हैं वो मशीन्स और उसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो एजुकेटेड हैं, फैब्रिकेशंस में आ रहे हैं। तो इस सेक्टर में भी आवश्यकता है कि वो अपने आगे आए, हमारा यूथ पढ़ लिख कर जो जाएंगे। इस उनकी जो हॉर्टिकल्चर एग्रीकल्चर पढ़ के होता है, जो अभी प्रेजेंटेशन थी, किसी फील्ड में आप यहाँ पर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हैं, साइंस में किसी फील्ड में भी आप जो है एज ए एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकते हैं। तो इन शब्दों के साथ एक बार मैं अपनी टीम का भी धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, और साथ ही डॉक्टर पड़ौदा साहब का धन्यवाद बहुत स्पेशली कि इन्होंने आने का मौका दिया। मुझे मालूम है कि ये जिस चीज को ठान लेते हैं पीछे लग जाते हैं, जब तक मुझे कंफर्म नहीं हुआ हो कि मेरा आना हाजिरी देना, तब तक कि पीछे नहीं हटे। तो सर, ये आपका जो डिटर्मिनेशन है इस एज में भी है, तो बहुत बहुत मैं आपको उसका शुभ बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और हमें बहुत बड़ा इसका बल मिलता है। डॉक्टर खोसला अनदर एग्जांपल है, जिन्होंने इतना बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूशन यहाँ खड़ा किया है। ढिल्लों साहब पढ़े हैं, इतने बड़े स्टालवर्ड्स हैं, वाइस चांसलर पंजाब एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी में। वाइस चांसलर एक छोटी सी बात है, मैं कहता हूँ इन्होंने जो फील्ड में अपना काम किया है वो वाकई काबिल तारीफ है। जिंदल साहब की मैं बात करूंगा सर, मैं करना तो आपने एंड है, मैं रुक नहीं सका कुछ बातें करने से। चल सकते नहीं, मगर इतना इनमें जोश अभी है साइंस के लिए और अपने फील्ड के लिए, तो अभी बैठे। तो आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
A big round of applause, बहुत जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए, बहुत ही सुंदर प्रेजेंटेशन थी। Now, I would like to request the co-chairs of the session, Professor Parvinder Kaushal, Vice Chancellor, Uttarakhand University of Horticulture and Forestry, Pauri Gharwal, and Dr. Anuradha Agrawal, National Coordinator, NAHEP, ICR New Delhi, to felicitate the speakers of the session. Dr. Rajesh Singh. Big round of applause, please. Thank you. Our next speaker, Dr. D.P. Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir. And third speaker, Dr. Lal Singh. So I think sir has left due to some urgent meeting. Yeah. So I would now like to request Professor B.S. Dhillon, former Vice Chancellor, Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, to felicitate the conveners of the session, Professor Pankaj Sood. A big round of applause, please. सर टोपी थोड़ी छोटी है। Thank you, sir. And Professor Ramesh Bhardwaj, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Mrs. Saroj Khosla and Mrs. Paroda to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate the rapporteurs of the session. Dr. Vikender Kaur. I would like to request Mrs. Saroj Khosla and Mrs. Paroda to kindly felicitate the rapporteurs, Dr. Vikender Kaur. A big round of applause, please. And Dr. Anil Kumar. No issue, sir. हमारे पास बहुत कैप्स हैं. शूलनी का दिल बहुत बड़ा है. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would now like to request Professor R.S. Paroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to kindly felicitate our co-chairs, Professor Parvinder Kaushal, sir. And Dr. Anuradha Agarwal.
ठीक है सर, एक ऐसा ऑनर, मैं सोच रहा था, वो कहते हैं कहावत है किसके पांव पहले पकड़ूं, तो वो वाली बात होगी, एक तरफ प्रोदा साहब हैं, एक तरफ डॉक्टर खोसला, ये मेरे लिए है। इन्होंने मुझे पढ़ाया, यहाँ तक पहुंचाया, इनका आशीर्वाद मुझसे रहा, और ये हम
Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor R.S. Paroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to kindly felicitate our co-chair, Dr. Anuradha Agarwal. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. Now we'll be having a short tea break. Short tea break means like 15 minutes tea break. And we'll be here for the next session, concluding session. And the most important valedictory session. It's only 15 minutes, please.
Yes, please. I'll request everybody to be back in the hall. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. So we'll be heading towards our concluding session. The co-chairs of the session are Professor R.S. Paroda, President ISPGR New Delhi, and Professor P.K. Khosla, Chancellor Shulni University, Solun. The conveners of the session are Dr. R.K. Tyagi, ISPGR New Delhi, and Professor Yashwant Singh Negi, Dean, M.S. Swaminathan School of Agriculture, Shulni University. The rapporteurs for the concluding session will be Dr. Sherry R. Jacob, ICR NBPGR New Delhi, and Dr. Pankaj Chauhan, Professor Food Technology, Shulni University. I would now request Dr. R.K. Tyagi to kindly initiate the session. Over to you, sir, please.
Respected Dr. Paroda, sir. Respected Dr. Paroda. President ISPGR and Chairman TAS, New Delhi. Respected Professor Khosla, Chancellor of Shulin University. Respected Dr. Dhillon, Madam Dr. Paroda, Madam Khosla, and many directors are sitting here. My colleagues from NBPGR and new colleagues from Shulin University, with whom I have been working for last 2-3 days, rather for a month, but 2-3 days physically I'm working with them. The assignment in this session is given to me to quickly compile the summary of the presentations in the form of the recommendations. So please note that I will not be making the summary of the proceedings, but the major recommendations which are called out from each technical session have been compiled with the great support from the rapporteurs of the respective sessions. I would refrain from naming them because of paucity of time. Already we are in late evening. But I must thank them for their quick and readily available support for sharing the points, major points, which of course needed some modification, addition or deletion. And I attempted to collate those recommendations in the form of 5 or 6 slides, technical session wise. So, sir, I will not be read the title and all that. The co-chair, conveners, rapporteurs, our details are given in the top headers. Straight away going to the recommendation for the technical session 1. The efforts should be made to establish DRDO DIHR Leh as Center for Excellence for endemic crops of cold desert region. Targeted collection of germplasm to be done in collaboration with ICR and BPGR, engaging its regional station based at Srinagar and Shimla. Promote the local food system of farmers' economy by utilization and value addition of bioresources of Himalayan region. SAUs in collaboration with CSIR IHBT Palampur. Agro-technology be adopted to multiply the seed or crop material for distributing to the local farmers. Introduction of novel fruit germplasm in research should be a continuous process. While respecting the international convention and treaties, the intensive efforts are needed to develop or to strengthen the active or to effective mechanism of exchange of germplasm. Site-specific germplasm exploration should be planned to collect local minor fruit of economic importance. For example, Cordia mixa from Himalayan region, which has very economically important tree plants here. There is a need to strong collaboration of ICR Institute with the CSIR and DRDO institutes for better utilization of Himalayan biodiversity and for the welfare of the farmers. Those institutes are located here in this region. And lastly, the success stories of utilization of local germplasm, along with the traditional knowledge related to the Western Himalayan region, should be documented on priority. So this is for the technical session 2, where the one keynote address was presented and the 3 invited papers or lectures were presented, and the separate 7 rapid oral presentation was made. So recommendations for this technical session on trade discovery and genomics in plants of Northwest Himalayan are: number 1, that Himalayan region is the biodiversity hotspot. Many plant species having exceptional trait like cold tolerance, drought tolerance, and many valuable alkaloids of medicinal plants. Interinstitutional collaborative efforts are need of the hour to tap the genetic and genomic resources. Genetic stock registration guidelines have been revised time to time, which need to be relooked again by the experts to simplify the process so that the trait-specific genetic stock be shared with plant breeders to utilize the same in shortest possible period. NVPGR and other institutes have evaluated germplasm for nutritional trait, but equally important is to evaluate the germplasm of biotic and abiotic stress-related traits with respect to the climate change in network and partnership mode. NVPGR need to make intensive efforts to obtain suitable or genetically improved root stock of apple and other temperate crops for conservation in the field gene banks, and to be shared with SAUs to multiply root stock for distribution to the farmers locally. Commercialization of varieties, technology, innovations is important. However, while doing this, farmers should always be given top priority and their right must be protected. Yesterday, we had a fantastic evening lecture, which was delivered by Dr. Paroda. And in fact, that lecture was summed up the whole essence of this seminar, what we have. And there are several recommendations were made by him. But I have been choosy to take some major recommendations, though this recommendation and proceedings will be prepared later in detail. All components will be included in the final proceedings or recommendations. It applies for not only for this lecture, for the other technical session, a discussion and deliberation also. So from the evening lecture, the recommendations are that responsibility of management of agrobiodiversity, including the exchange of germplasm, should be under the purview of ICAR. Mission mode approach should be adopted to evaluate the trait-specific germplasm in priority crops in wake of the climate change. Private-public and public-public partnership models should be developed and fostered for evaluation and utilization of germplasm in a network mode, ensuring a win-win situation for both the parties, whether it is public-private or public-public. NBPGR should pursue to create permafrost facility for conservation of safety duplicates of important crop germplasm on priority. NBPGR requires to establish legal cell to address the legal issues or concern related to PGR utilization and exchange. About exchange is something missing here. Addition, these about to legalities related to the PGR exchange and utilization. An offshore quarantine facility needs to be developed by NBPGR to check the entry of quarantine pests while importing useful germplasm from other countries. NAB-MGR needs to be, NAB-MGR is the National Advisory Board on Management of Plant Genetic Resources, needs to be revived. It was existing earlier, but it needs to be revived by ICR to advise the ICR to address the policy concerns and suggest the action plan in accordance with the national and international changing scenario, engaging all the bureaus of genetic resources. So here comes technical session third on in situ on farm ex situ conservation and access and benefit sharing. The documentation of all genetic resources of Himalayan region should be done by a network of institutes in this region at one platform. The forest genetic resources, rich wealth of Northwest Himalayan region play a major role in boosting national economy. Therefore, its conservation in the form of arboreta, colonial repository, and also in cryobank should be given the top priority. Northwest Himalayan region is the strategic area for the establishment of safety duplicate gene bank, community seed bank, and in situ conservation of native land races or genetic resources. In fact, yesterday also, Dr. Paroda has mentioned that the committee was constituted under his chairmanship, and the recommendation has been made to ICR, which are under consideration, that the permafrost facility can be created itself in Himalayan region or higher hills of the Himachal Pradesh. An integrative farming system should be considered as one of the approaches for the agrobiodiversity conservation. To harness the maximum potential of PGR of Northwest Himalayan region, the pre-breeding approach, advanced phenotyping, and genomics tool to be employed. The technical session 4 is planned by Adustin Local Food System. The integrated efforts should be made to mainstream the regional and seasonal crop diversity with complete value chain for food and nutritional security, and also to improve the livelihood of the farmers in the region. Establish plant arboretum to promote studies, research and multiplication of local fruit and medicinal trees. Research should be directed towards conservation and the establishment and or strengthening of existing community-based efforts, and integrate with ex situ national gene or national field gene banks. The root stocks need to be propagated onto special clonal root stocks maintained in stool beds and as self-rooted plants or plants as self-rooted trees, and also by tissue culture. An online database of medicinal plants of the region should be developed, engaging all the concerned institutes located in this region. There is an urgent need to have well-defined quality standards for raw drugs and ISM products also. The last session, which you have just heard on entrepreneurship and value chain, role of youth and women. The tissue culture seed production system and aeroponics seed production were recommended as high-tech, efficient, and high-throughput system of seed production as compared to conventional seed production in potato, which is one of the important crops in this region. High-density apple plantation need to be promoted for enhancing productivity along with cost effectiveness. Science and technology institutes and extension agencies located in this region needs to work closely with farmers or farmers producing organizations, self-help groups to develop the entrepreneurship skills and their business. Networking of a small grower women must be done to maximize their profit level and for their sustainable development. The development of value-added local food products, of niche marketing, and increasing livelihood options. And there is a need to change the image of farming from a poor farming profession to an inspirational farming profession. So, sir, these are the recommendations which quickly could be compiled, collated. I'm sure there is some repetition. I am sure there is some omission, but after going through the audio recording which we have made, we will fill those gaps and the redundancy can be decreased. And again, I would request, because Dr. Sherry is noting that if you permit, then if anything important is left out, it can be pointed out here. So Dr. Sherry can note down and we will include in this. And again, a word of profuse thanks to the rapporteurs, conveners, and the co-chairs to conduct the session, where this deliberation have been very important, and we have made few recommendations which I have presented here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi. I appreciate your having given good synthesis of what really transpired over the last 2 days of our deliberations. Colleagues, still there is time. If there is any specific aspect which has not been included and perhaps was brought to the attention of the conveners, you can possibly make intervention right now, or what I suggest is we will have the draft of the recommendations circulated to all of you after a few days, and you can then see whether anything is lacking which can be included. Any comment at this stage? Yeah, please. Negiji.
In yesterday's session, you very rightly suggested that we should have a legal cell. I hope it would be somewhere in the recommendation or rapporteur's report, but if not, then I think that's the point. We should debate on seriously and act upon it. Thank you very much.
Good point. I think must be noted down. Any other such important point? If not, then it is already getting late, and as per program, we have comments, concluding remarks by co-chairs, and I would request our co-chair, Professor Khosla, to kindly take floor and make his observations or final comments. And then before that, there is an award event. Anuradha, Ritika ji, there is some award certification. So please come. That is to be. So then better we do that at the end. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because Otherwise, this will get disrupted and again we'll have to sit. So I would now request Professor Khosla for his co-chairperson's remarks.
Dr. Paroda, Madam Paroda, Mrs. Khosla, Dr. Tyagi, Mr. Shetri, Dr. Professor Dillon, Dr. Pravinder, and many more known faces, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen. This gathering, normally in the concluding session, there is a very thin gathering. Most of the people slip away. But I was just counting, you are more than 100% sitting right now. This is Raj Paroda's Krishma. Since he is a hard task master, obviously the people are also sticking to their seats. And maybe you cannot overrule. The program is so interesting that everybody thinks that we should be here and learn whatever is spoken, delivered, and discussed in this meeting. Even the presence of so many students that speaks of their interest and also the magic of the Dean, Dr. Jashwant Negi, that the students are cooperating and they are here to listen what is in the end. There is nothing much in the end, but also very much to sum up. You see, when I was a boy, 10, 11 years old, the India was in very bad shape. As a city boy, my mother used to send me to a Russian shop. वहाँ हमें लाल गेहूं मिलता था एक थैले में 5 किलो एक बार में. हर हफ्ते में कई दफा 2 बार जाना पड़ता था और कई दफा गुजारा होता होगा जो भी था. But I still recall those days. Then came in the late 60s. Now all we know that the Green Revolution came, and there Dr. Swaminathan, his students like Dr. Paroda and many more, they came. You see, I always think, just as Mahatma Gandhi gave us freedom, these people gave us food. If we didn't have food, then, you see, all these buildings, the agriculture, all these things would have been borrowed one. Maybe America could have given you money to raise these buildings, but you may not have been the owners of this. Today, we are a proud nation, a strong, secular, democratic, I will say, economically also on the footprints of growth. Coming to this seminar, various sections, various sessions, they're very illuminating, very understanding. At least I have been benefited. So I think our students have also. I will say the students of this university are very lucky that Dr. Paroda has provided you a platform. They were in this university, you are listening to the top people from agriculture and the lecture thereupon. So this must give you a boost that agriculture is the future. No nation can survive without agriculture, and especially India. The challenge of population would always be there. If this challenge continues, the challenge of crop productivity, the challenge of diversification, the challenge of biodiversity, all these things will be coming, but will always be there. So in the different sessions, these things have been discussed and deliberated in a manner which is understandable. And I think the students have taken a full advantage of these deliberations. So I thank and congratulate Dr. To all of you, that we are thankful to Dr. Paroda that he has selected Shunli University as a platform for this seminar. And surely I can assure him that the degree or the postdoc, the graduate, postgraduate and doctoral program of Shunli University in agriculture will be second to none in the country. And we will ensure we produce the best students from Sulli University, Agriculture University. You all have the great future, and be sincere, and then divine hand will come to help you. So thank you very much, Dr. Puroda. Thank you very much, everyone, especially the workers. Dr. Nikki was telling me last night they left for their home at 12 o'clock. Of course, I reached at 10:30. So that shows how they are committed, and everyone has worked very hard. Students, teachers, officers, supporting staff, to make this function a success. Normally, even the farmers, it was always a great prayer that whosoever invited them thought of the women entrepreneurs. All these things were so interesting, especially the last session. I enjoyed listening to Mr. Nekram. Though I have read there is someone from Himachal, he's a Padma Shri. No, I'm seeing him, I met him. So I feel proud of that we have people like him. So India has a great future, and Himachal will always be in the forefront, and Himachal universities will also be there wherever their place is. I can assure on behalf of the Shunli University, we will continue to shine and will be second to none. Thank you very much.
Well, it is said that everything should come to an end. And 2 days deliberations certainly had been quite rewarding. We are also grateful to you, Professor Khosla, for having provided all the facilities and the resources over this campus. It was my personal desire, since I am associated with this university for long and on its board for more than a decade almost now. I had a desire when I used to come that maybe this university should become a center of excellence for biodiversity of Himalayas. It cannot just become center of excellence by your wish. We thought, let us have a get together somewhere, sometime, and get people here and maybe catalyze those who work here to do more relating to what do we possess. It is very clear that our region is quite rich. I don't have to repeat it again. And we also know that those nations who had taken advantage of genetic resources, worked on them, improved, and capitalized, had gained much faster than others. An example was also cited that soybean originated from China, but America benefited most. And then Latin America are the major exporters today of soybean, Brazil, Argentina, USA. Similarly, the oil palm originated from Africa, but Malaysia collected whatever they could and improved upon, established an institution for research on oil palm, and they became world leader. And we all depend on them. And then similarly, also when you look at kiwi, also originated from China, but went to New Zealand, and New Zealand is known as a kiwi country. We also introduced apple. We are not behind, let me tell you. Thanks to those who that time in the early 19th century, it was I think 1916, known as Mr. Stokes, who introduced apple. in Himachal. And today, which state is Apple state in India? Tell me. Himachal. Why? So we also benefited. We must have also done something. And today we are also growing now kiwi. Apple is, after the climate change, the apple is going to higher elevations. It happened in Japan, it is happening in China, it is also happening in India, and it is going to higher elevations. So at the middle elevation, we got a niche and we introduced also. So apple we introduced 100 years ago. Kiwi through NBPGR was introduced through Professor Harbhajan Singh in 1960s. So which means about 50 years back. Apple we introduced 100 years back. But kiwi now has become at least known to the people and it is in the market. We can therefore, if try to understand what do we possess, what do we have, and which is of value, and how can we link ourselves through value addition to the global market, we can also benefit on our own biodiversity. Therefore, there is urgency. We need not simply just talk, but this kind of deliberation is also important because then you know what do we have, how much knowledge is there, and who are the institutions working on them, and what else is required to be done. And we know no single institution can take care of entire biodiversity evaluation, conservation, characterization, and utilization. We would require, therefore, the institutions, and fortunately, the message is that there are institutions. ICR created even potato. Why potato in Himalayas? Because that time it was that potato seed production was only in the hill regions. But then through research, we took the seed production to plains. I think the presentation did not highlight that because of only aphid management. Just by aphid management, you could take it by planting in the Punjab to even up to the Bengal and Bihar. It has become an important crop for our country. We are number 4 in the whole world with highest growth rate. So the point is that you need institution and you need human resource. You need universities. University like Sulini, Solan is there, so many other, Palampur is there. We have Potato Institute, mushroom, a presentation was there. Now we have the best environment, but the mushroom estate is presently in the country is Sonipat of Haryana. Why not in Himachal? And this will diversify agriculture, and there is a potential. But then are we trying to focus on those areas and direction? Are we ever thinking in this direction that how we can get benefited? And somebody talked, the result must reach to the end users. So end users need knowledge, and who provides knowledge to them? Whether it is traditional knowledge or even scientific knowledge. So you require these scientific institutions, human resource, research programs, networking, and therefore networking is very important. You go to Almora, again in hill region, what wonderful work this institution has done. We had heard yesterday from many institutions, whether in Leh or in Palampur or right here. So there is no dearth of institutions in a way. Now what is required is we have to have a
a networking system and approach and coordinated effort, not do everything yourself. NBPGR has its own, regional center. IRA has regional center. We talked about also the rust management. You would require international collaboration. Without that, you will not be able to manage these. And then climate change is now really making a havoc. And maximum sufferer this time due to the floods and heavy precipitation had been Himachal Pradesh. So the biodiversity is lost if we don't take care. We have so many medicinal plants, and so far on medicinal plant, a person goes and gathers whatever he gets from the forest, and that is the medicinal plant program. The research work has to be there. Somebody said so many medicinal plants, but out of those so many medicinal plants, on which plants we can capitalize? Do we have that information and knowledge? Who will find that knowledge? So we have to therefore prioritize. We have to have a status report. I think this meeting is helpful. This should be also one of the recommendation that based on whatever has been presented and what more is available, maybe the society itself can catalyze this process, and we constitute a small group, working group, to put the status of biodiversity of Northwestern Himalayas. You don't have to work, but whatever has been there and then it is posted and shared is also very important. Then it is very necessary that we try to do it in a partnership mode. It cannot be done, as I said earlier. So it is not only institutional partnership, it is international partnership, it is partnership with the private sector. Unless there is private sector, the seed will not reach to the end user. Because researcher will say that I have good variety, but I have no resources to produce seed, and then I have no capacity and capability to give it to the farmer. I once, being chairman of Haryana Farmers Commission, thought why not link farmers to the market? So created 100 shops in Rohtak, Karnal, and Panchkula. And then we advertised that this is free. Chief Minister said all facilities will be given free, and farmers can bring their food, whatever produce, by the buses, and there will be no also ticket to be paid by them. Electricity will be there. We will provide all facilities. And then we said that, okay, let farmers come forward and ask for allocation of these shops. Nobody came. After 1 month, then I had to then convene a meeting with all progressive farmers. I said, what's the problem? They said, sir, it's a very good idea, but we have never taken taraju in our hand. तो हमारे बच्चों को तराजू हाथ में लेना सिखा दो, उनको भाव क्या लगाना है वो भी नहीं आता हमको, तो हम सामान ले जाके बेचेंगे क्या, कैसे बेचेंगे? So the question is that it is not that only you say that, okay, I do this and it will be done. There are constraints, and those constraints will have to be understood. And institutions have to provide technical backstopping. जैसा हमारे पद्म श्री किसान साहब ने कहा कि केवीके से जा के ज्ञान लिया उन्होंने. So you require institutions, and institutions have been created. Again, KVK in almost all districts are there. And I think the KVK मंडी से हैं आप डॉक्टर साहब, और आपके साथ में आप थे लगे हुए KVK के इंचार्ज. तो ये तालमेल जब तक नहीं होगी, वो हम और जो है कृषि से जो है भारतवर्ष में जो पुरस्कार हैं जो मिले हैं, पद्मश्री मिला है. This initiative was taken by us एंड हरियाणा से 2 को मिला, इंडिया से सारों से, राजस्थान से 2 को है। तो 4 साल पहले करीब 12 किसानों को पद्मश्री मिला पहली बार। तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि, और जिससे भी बात करो वो कहते हैं जी कि हमें तो ज्ञान जब मिल गया, और जब मैं भी हरियाणा के किसानों से कहा कि आपको चाहिए क्या, आप तो हरित क्रांति ले आए, अब आगे क्या चाहिए, तो बोले जी हमें और सब्सिडी नहीं चाहिए साहब, हमें तो अच्छा ज्ञान चाहिए, अच्छी खेती करने का नया तरीका चाहिए। ये जो, और हमारे बच्चों को खेती में कैसे रुझान हम लाएं, वो हमें आप तरीके बताओ। तो वो तभी पॉसिबल होंगे। और जब बच्चों से बात करते हो तो वो कहते हैं कि मैं तो साहब खेती तो, आई विल एम्ब्रेस एग्रीकल्चर, मैंने भी एग्रीकल्चर ही ली थी। तो मेरे पे सब हमारे क्लास फेलोज हंसे थे कि कहाँ जा रहा है ये एग्रीकल्चर में, कोई एग्रीकल्चर सब्जेक्ट है क्या। तो क्वेश्चन इज दिस दैट वो आप एग्रीकल्चर को जब तक एक रेस्पेक्टेबल प्रोफेशन नहीं बनाएंगे, किसान को, हम कहते तो आए हैं कि भारत कृषि प्रधान देश है, पर कृषक को प्रधान तो हमने कभी नहीं बनाया। अब कृषक को जब प्रधान बनाने लगे, उनको पद्मश्री देने लगे, तो अब देखना क्या होगा। होगा, जरूर कुछ होगा, ऐसी बात नहीं है। और एंड दे आर ऑल्सो मास्टर ट्रेनर्स नाउ, people can go and see there. Seeing is believing. So institutions have the role to provide technical backstopping. Also, they have to act as mentor for the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship को लाना होगा। और एग्रीकल्चर में सबको व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब के लिए नहीं जाना है। यू डोंट हैव टू लुक फॉर नाउ व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब। आप जॉब क्रिएटर बनना है आपको, आप जॉब सीकर मत बनिए। और उसके लिए कई अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, बट उस अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए हमें जो है नीड असेसमेंट करना होगा, और क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज हैं, क्या हम कर सकते हैं, तो उनके ऊपर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता होगी। तो बायो रिसोर्सेज को क्या क्या हमारे पास यूजफुल है, और उनके ऊपर क्या और किया जा सकता है, और कौन से इंस्टीट्यूशंस अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों के पास जाके हम अगर सीखना चाहेंगे और उसको आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे। तो जैसे मेडिसिनल प्लांट की एग्जांपल दी, मच कैन बी डन। आई से स्काई इज द लिमिट, बट फॉर दैट वी रिक्वायर एफर्ट्स टू बी मेड, एंड वी रिक्वायर ऑल्सो पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी टू बी डन। एंड पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी, स्टेट में एक्ट बना, बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट बनने के बाद में स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड्स भी बन गए, पर स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड्स क्या कर रहे हैं उनका कुछ पता ही नहीं है। वो कुर्सी पे बैठ जरूर गए हैं। तो वो अब इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी का क्या, उन्होंने बायोडाइवर्सिटी को, जो हम स्टेटस की बात कर रहे हैं नॉलेज की, कि कितनी बायोडाइवर्सिटी हमारी है और कौन सी इसमें इंपॉर्टेंट है जिसके हम ऊपर काम कर सकें, क्योंकि सब पे तो काम नहीं कर सकते, प्रायोरिटी तो करनी होगी। हमारे लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज हैं, तो उन लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज पे क्या काम करना होगा, क्या नहीं हमें करना है, तो उनके ऊपर ध्यान देगा। अब हम सुनते आ रहे हैं जो है ग्रीन एमरंथ की बात, आज की बात नहीं है। एनबीपीजीआर का मैं डायरेक्टर था तब से, कि बेस्ट वर्क फ्रॉम शिमला इज ऑन एमरंथस। और वर्ल्ड में जब किनोवा की बात हुई तो लोग पूछने लगे किनोवा होता क्या है। तो उसी से रिलेटेड है ग्रीन एमरंथ जो हमारे पास में है, उस पर हमने इतना एडवांसमेंट किया है, और उसकी अब लोगों को हेल्थ कॉन्शियस हो गए हैं। आफ्टर कोविड people are more health conscious, and that's why in our the title of this particular seminar is food, nutrition and health security. वरना तो न्यूट्रिशन सिक्योरिटी की बात पे खत्म हो जाता है, एनवायरमेंटल सिक्योरिटी। इट इज हेल्थ बिकॉज यू नीड इम्यूनिटी नाउ। हेल्थ वो फूड वो हो जो, जिससे आपको जो है शरीर जो है और सुदृढ़ बने, और इन कैलामिटीज को हम टॉलरेट कर सकें। तो इसी तरह से क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात है, तो वी नीड टू, as has been recommended also, the best cold tolerant materials we can locate. We have the genetic variability, so we have to definitely therefore prioritize, understand what we should do, what strength we as an institution have, how can we collaborate with each other, and what are the policy related issues which need to be flagged. Without resources, of course, nothing will happen. But resources can also be generated. If biodiversity is accessed, then there is access benefit sharing. That part also was there, which also should come in our recommendation, that there should be better understanding of access to genetic resources through benefit sharing, and the models of benefit sharing, what kind of those models are there, could also be worked out. The time is therefore ripe to act, and we need to move forward as quickly as possible. I don't have much to say. No doubt we only don't have to evaluate. We have to look for the new genes, and science now offers better opportunities. When I was plant breeder, for me it was, and maybe Dr. Dhillon also, it was a game of what you call is a number game. You just go in the field, try to see if some plant is good, and if you are very keen observer, then you identify, and then you say, I will try to then follow it further, and that whether becomes variety or whether a new resource for your use for future breeding. So it was a number game. From number game, now we say the CRISPR-Cas technology, genomic editing provides you precise identification of gene and its transfer. वो पॉसिबिलिटी तो हमारे पास तो थी नहीं. अब जब वो हो गई तो अब उसका हम क्यों नहीं फायदा ज्यादा ले रहे हैं? And who will take that advantage? So there are resources, उनको अब हमें जानना है. और Himalayan biodiversity is really very rich. I have great hope for, I don't know whether the people know it or not. अगर इंडिया में वो हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स, स्वामी जी आए हैं यहाँ पे, बात करेंगे शायद थोड़ी देर बाद में. हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स में हिमाचल इज आल्सो हायर देन अदर स्टेट्स. और आप फूड सिक्योरिटी में भी आप और स्टेट से बेटर हैं. अगर परसेंटेज कंपेयर करेंगे तो आपने शायद की नहीं हो. और केरला की तरह एजुकेशन में भी आप केरला को ही compete कर रहे हैं. एंड वीमेन एजुकेशन, मेरे को जब मैं आया था सोलन आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी में, आज की बात नहीं है, व्हेन आई वाज डायरेक्टर जनरल, इट्स अबाउट 20-25 years ago, maximum girls were either in Kerala in agriculture college or in Solon Agricultural University at that time. 50 to 55%. Now you go anywhere 70%, 60%. So the women youth strength is also great strength. And genetic resources तो protect ही इन्होंने ही किए थे. स्टार्ट ही नहीं से हुआ, नहीं तो आदमी तो काटता और खाता रहता, भागता रहता इधर से उधर. He would have remained nomad. उसको सेटल किसने करवाया? इन्होंने कहा भाई ये जिंदगी ऐसी नहीं चलेगी, अब तुम एक जगह रुक जाओ और मैं कुछ पैदा करती हूँ, तुम तो कुछ नहीं करोगे, और मैं बीजों को संभाल के रखूंगी. दैट्स द वेयर हाउ बायोडाइवर्सिटी वो सिविलाइजेशन के साथ हुआ. सिविलाइजेशन स्टार्टेड एंड those states and those places have progressed faster where there had been more importance given to women. Even पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल में भी या तो केरला सबसे बेटर है या फिर हिमाचल है. क्यों है? क्योंकि वीमेन का एजुकेशन है. तो क्वेश्चन है कि हमें ये सोचना है कि हमारी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है. मेनी टाइम्स वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट स्ट्रेंथ. और ये हमने एप्पल को भी, जो एप्पल स्टेट हिमाचल को बनाया, तो वो भी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है. और अब ये भी सोचना है कि एप्पल और कीवी पे ही क्यों अटक जाएं, कोई और भी नई चीज बाहर से ला सकते हैं क्या? और क्या चीज है वो जो ला सकते हैं? और क्या एफर्ट है उस पे? Are we thinking in that direction? So these are, I think, the issues which should be kept into consideration. We should, they say that we should storm our brain. तो ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग कीजिए, मीटिंगें इस पे कीजिए, ग्रुप्स को दे शुड कंटिन्यू वर्किंग, एंड this society, I'm sure, will continue catalyzing this process. We have already taken up this step. Personally, I feel that it's good we decided. And why I decided to bring everyone here in Shulini, that once they come here, they would understand what strength Shulini has. So, Khosla Sahab, with your creation, we place on record appreciation of all of us, that what an individual can do. तो ये वाली बात है कि यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर रह के रिटायर तो सभी हो रहे हैं, इन्होंने क्यों सोचा कि मैं एक यूनिवर्सिटी और बनाऊं और उस यूनिवर्सिटी को डिफरेंट बनाऊं देन व्हाट द अदर यूनिवर्सिटीज आर? तो डिफरेंट नहीं है क्या ये? आप लोग बताइए, डिफरेंट नहीं है क्या? So the question is that much can be done if we want to. So this should be just an inspiration for all of us to do something, and doing not for yourself, as I said last night, do it for the society as well. But not that you don't do anything for yourself. That is the priority, no doubt. But at the same time, agriculture is one profession where you have your own food security, but you also secure food for others as well. So we should feel happy, and I'm really pleased that we organized this meeting here. We will try to bring out recommendations as quickly as possible. Hopefully, we'll work for a status report as well, and see as to what can be done by ICR or the government of India to provide more support, or government of Himachal. Himachal ke leaders ko, I wish they had come here and understood the strength and the challenges and opportunities. तभी तो वो सपोर्ट कुछ मिलता. अब जब पता ही नहीं इसकी क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है, क्या हो रहा है, ठीक है जो है, हम मस्त हैं, खुश हैं, अपनी पोजीशंस में बैठे हैं, 2 साल रहेंगे, 4 साल रहेंगे, चले जाएंगे, क्या फर्क पड़ना है, तो ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा. तो ऐसे नहीं चलना है, इसको हमें बदलना है, और इसको बदलने के लिए युवाओं को आगे आना होगा. और ये मैं समझता हूँ कि एक चैलेंज है बिफोर द यूथ to make a difference and make agriculture as a respectable profession in the eyes of the society, not to be seen agriculture as only farmer tilling the soil. So with this, I would like to say how happy we are, and thank you everyone for participation, and the rest of the session can start.
60% agriculture में गर्ल्स में, 40% बॉयज.
Same thing. मैं समझता हूँ 80% हो जाएंगे, देखना.
A big round of applause, please, for this wonderful session. अब जोश आ गया शायद, है ना? Rejuvenate and refresh. Huh? So I would now like to request our co-chairs, Professor R.S. Baroda sir and Professor P.K. Khosla, to felicitate the rapporteurs for the session, Dr. Sherry Jacob and Dr. Pankaj Chauhan. Dr. Sherry Jacob. A big round of applause, please. Dr. Pankaj Chauhan. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our co-chairs to felicitate the conveners for the session, Dr. R.K. Tyagi, sir, and Professor Y.S. Negi. Dr. R.K. Tyagi, sir. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Professor Y.S. Negi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now request Dr. Anuradha Agarwal to felicitate our co-chairs, please. Professor R.S. Paroda, sir. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. Very good. And Professor P.K. Khosla, sir. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to shift the session from biodiversity to biohappiness. And I would now like to invite a very humble and happy personality to join us on the stage, Professor Samdhu Chetri, Director, School of Ancient Indic Wisdom and Yogic Sciences, for pouring on lots of happiness and blessings through his words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
Good evening. I know you're all very tired, sitting here the whole day. So if you permit me, sir, may I begin with a short mindfulness meditation? May I request all of you to close your eyes, sit comfortably, put your right hand on your chest where your heart beats, your left hand on your navel, and just breathe in and follow your breath in and out. Feel the chest expand when you breathe in. And when you breathe out, feel the stomach reduce. So just flow with the breath and the movement of your body. Close your eyes, please. And feel the movement of your body. Breathe in, feel the chest expand. Breathe out, feel the stomach reduce. As you breathe in, feel the calmness in your minds. As you breathe out, feel happiness within. So in breath, calm. Out breath, happy. In breath, calm. Out breath, happy. Just feel that, the movement of your chest and your stomach. And then just put this word of feeling in your heart, calm mind and relaxed body. All right, you can now make movements on your chairs. Begin to rub your palms as hard as you can. Make them very warm. Rubbing the two hands, you're joining your left and right brains, and you're calming the active part of your brain to be very calm and peaceful. Put them against your closed eyes. I hope your eyes are still closed. And then slowly begin to open your eyes, hold it halfway for a little while. Continue to breathe in and breathe out. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes filled with love and compassion. Thank you so much. I'm a farmer's son, born in a very remote cowshed in Bhutan. And I've done farming myself, but I'm not an agriculturist, unfortunately. Something that came to my mind as there were recommendations going on was I didn't get this word, multi-cropping. In our young times, we used to do a lot of multi-cropping, and the kind of nourishment you got from a little land was much higher than having a monocrop in that. So I don't know if that was already covered, but I would like you to really think on this. And the other thought, as the zones came in the talk from Dr. Paroda, Honorable Paroda, that the zones that we talk about, if we can divide zones in such a way and can have mandates for each zones, maybe agroforestry for one zone, maybe field crops for another, maybe forestry for another, this kind of zoning, I think, and of course, they are mandated with one very special work for a special agriculture work, but that doesn't stop them from doing research for others as well within their zones. I don't know if that works here, but I think it would be wonderful on the Himalayas, knowing that we have alpine, subalpine, and we have also topical and subtropical zones, and it can be very well divided. That's just a thought that came to my mind. I thought I must share before I really make my talk, which is something quite different. Our body has 4 dimensions. The first dimension is human beings have 4 dimensions. And the first dimension is our body. The need of the body is to live. Live for what? The next question comes. Right? You'll find the answer yourself. Why do you need to live? And the attribute of living, or the gun, so we call that, is discipline. So the discipline talks about what you eat. Where do you grow that thing? How do you grow it? How do you nourish your mind and your body with those things? This becomes a very essential part of our happiness. If we know how to nourish ourselves properly with right kind of food, right kind of elements in the nature that we grow, we become happy. So what we eat, we become. There's also an English saying, right? So where you grow, what you grow, how you grow makes a big difference. The second dimension of humans is the mind. So what is the need of the mind? The need of the mind is to learn. Learn what? Not graduation books. Is to learn to find the absolute truth. So what is true and what is real? Another big question. How do you find that? Unless and until you come to the absolute truth. And the need of learning is visioning. Visioning is not that you want to become the topmost entrepreneur, agriculturist entrepreneur. But what after that? Do you grow the right kind of food that you can nourish the people through that kind of a service? So the visioning out, the outcome, you grow good food. You provide enough food. Like the America grows a lot of rice and they dump into the ocean to balance the market price. And we are always short of food items in the world. You know, there are 1 billion people hungry every day. But just growing food, that's totally toxic. That's totally chemical oriented. How can we make somebody happy? What is that kind of service? And of course, the farmers are happy because we blow every human being with chemicals. And then, of course, they make money out of it. So what kind of service we give, that outcome we need to nourish in our learning. The third dimension of humans is the heart. The need of the heart is love. Love is not just simple boys and girls love. We're talking about a love that's boundless. Well, dear ladies out there, if you're not listening to me, you will not learn anything. Young ladies out there, we are proud that we have 80% of you or 60% of you in agriculture. Please listen what I'm saying. The need of your heart is love. Love is boundless. It is not, when you love something or somebody, you make that thing totally free. All right? Completely free. You bring a freedom to that thing. And it can be any element on the planet Earth, not necessarily human to human. It can be animals. Do you know that if you cuddle a cow, your depression and anxiousness just drops? Do we know that why farmers are much happier? Because they're living with real nature. And do you know, we human beings are the last elements or last species brought onto the planet Earth. The 88% of cow genes are in us. The beautiful forest here of the pines, they help you with their phytocytes. I think that's the name of the chemical that it throws, kills your tumors. So living in biodiversity is wellness for us. Now, what is the attribute of love? Is passion. You become an agriculturist? Fine. Is that what you want to wake up to in the morning? Find your passion. And you can only find your passion when you know the reality and the truth, absolute truth that we talk about. The final part, which is very important, is what we call spiritual. That's the fourth dimension of us. And that fourth dimension, the need of that dimension is to leave a legacy behind. It's not to build big houses, buy big cars, buy big land and leave it behind for your children. Maybe they will never nourish themselves there or do anything there. But what is something that you want to leave out? I would say today we throw so much of chemicals and kill our soils. Can you produce something in your laboratories to nourish these soils, to bring the algae back into the soil? That would be a challenge that I would put forward, because the whole world is going into chemical things. Can we grow something, produce something that we can really rejuvenate the life of the soil and all the animals in there? Can we do that? That's a challenge for you. Now, the attribute of legacy, leaving a legacy behind, is conscience. What is right from wrong? That you will have to really go deep to find out what you do, what you say, how you live, and that is totally in interdependence with the biodiversity. We are not independent of anything. Now the happiness comes here. All the genes of all planets, all animals, they are in us. Do you know that 91% of frog genes are in us? In the West, there is a cow therapy. Depressed children go and hug the cow and become okay. Why? Because it has large part of human genes. That's why we call Gai Mata. So there is so much to learn from all this. The biodiversity, if we can keep our biodiversity alive, we will always be happy because we are because of them. When you eliminate, like, for example, 70% of banana genes are in us. What does that mean? If you eliminate the bananas, the part of the genes that banana constitute in us has to be replaced with something else. Are we doing good by doing that? So see, the whole biodiversity is in us. And if we take care of this biodiversity, definitely we take care of ourselves. Thank you so much.
What a beautiful session. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Professor R.S. Baroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to felicitate Samdu Chetri, sir. Please join us on the stage, sir. Thank you, everyone. A big round of applause. So now the most awaited section of the national seminar, felicitation and award ceremony. So before moving on to the oral presentations and poster presentations, we have some appreciation awards and certificates. Appreciation certificates for some selected chairs of the local organizing committee from Shulen University. So we'll start with, I may now request Professor R.S. Baroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to kindly felicitate our local organizing committee from Shulen University. So first we have Dr. G.K. Sharma, sir. सर के लिए बहुत तालियां बज रही हैं. Next in order, Dr. Santanu Sharma. Dr. Gagan Mehta. Dr. Gagan Mehta. Dr. Ranjit Singh. Dr. Ravinder Nath. Mrs. Poonam Nanda, she's not here. Dr. Muntazir Mushtaq. Dr. Parminder Singh. Dr. Devanshi Patel, sorry, Pandit. Dr. Devyanshi Pandit. And the most important person, Dr. Nitika Thakur. So, sir, poster present. So before moving on to the awards, I would really want to appreciate the efforts of every participant who made efforts to come here on the stage and present their research work. But as it is in custom that we need to highlight some of the best presentations. So please इसको दिल पे मत लेना कि हमें मतलब होता है, ठीक है. सबसे बड़ी बात होती है presentation. You came to this stage and you presented your work. So appreciation for that thing and a big round of applause for every one of you. So we'll be starting with the best poster presentation. I would like to request Professor B.S. Dhillon, sir, to kindly come on the stage, join us for presenting the best poster presentation awards under different themes.
Before that, we would like to thank Dr. B.S. Dhillon to chair the poster evaluation committee, along with Dr. Lakshmikant, Dr. Rajkumar Sharma, Dr. Santanu Mukherjee, and Dr. MC Yadav as the convener. Thank you very much for the painstaking job done.
So, Tendril VS, DP Semwal and Kuldeep Tripathi for the best poster presentation under the theme Status and Management of the Plant Biodiversity of NWH. Next in order, Deepal Pal, AK Singh and V. Srivastava. The best poster presentation. Do we have Deepal Pal? Okay. Next in order. Ma'am. Next in order, Ritesh Kesan, KS Dogra and Kumar Ambrish for the best poster presentation. Please be very fast. Next, we have Priyanka, V. Rana, VK Sood, J. Kumari and A. Sharma. Next in order, we have Dania Shahid, A. Saroha, Akash, Deepal, V. Kaur, SS Gomesh, S. Rajkumar, A. Kumar, JP Singh, DP Wadke. Next, for the best poster presentation, we have G. Prasanna Kumar, P. Pathania, P. Kumar, and S. Rajkumar from ICR NBPGR New Delhi. Next in order, for the best poster presentation, Jyoti Kumari, V. Kumari, A. Singh, VK Sood, and R. Thakur from CSK HP KV, Palampur, Himachal Pradesh. Next in order, we have A. Siva Kumar, S. Manumani, K. Hima Prabha from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. Next in order, we have Pinky Reshma Pandey and Sandhya Gupta, ICR NBPGR New Delhi. Next in order, we have Monica Chauhan, V. Jistu, N. Sharma and B. Bhushan from ICFRE HFRI Panthagati, Shimla. Next, we have Abhilash Pradhan, D.S. Thakur, A. Chauhan and N. Negi from YSPU HF Thunag Mandi. Next in order, we have Prerna Thakur and A.S. Brar, PAU Ludhiana, Punjab. Next in order, we have Krishna Ayush and Somesh Sharma from Shulani University, Bhajol. Next in order, we have Ankush Boran and Vipin Guleria from Noni and Kangra, Himachal Pradesh. Next, we have Govindra Pal Singh and Dinesh Kumar, Shulani University, Solan. Gurvinder. It's Gurvinder. For the best oral presentations, we have R.K. Pamarthi, D.P. Semwal, Soen Chitan, and P.K. Singh from ICR NBPGR New Delhi. Next, we have in order Madhu Patial, ICR IARI Regional Station, Shimla. Madhu Patial. Next, we have Jyoti Kumari, S. Sharma, S.R. Jacob, and A. Gupta. Next, we have Pooja Pathania, Vemi Gopal Godai, and Rajkumar S. from ICR NBPGR New Delhi. Next, we have Neha B.S. Dilta and B. Rajkumari from Dr. Y.S. Pramar College of Horticulture and Forestry, Solan. Next, we have Sheriar Raj Jacob, Shashank H.G. and A. Mishra, Arvind J. P. Gore, and Anju M. Singh. Is she here? Oh. Next in order, we have Raghul S. and Manivanan N. from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. Next, we have Ramya K.R. K. Tripathi, R.K. Pamarthi, P.G. Gore. Next, we have Sneha Sharma from Women Self-Help Group. And the last one is Nekram Padma Shri Awardee Mandi from Mandi Karso.
For all the oral presentations, we thank the respective co-chairs of the sessions for taking the decision and supported by the conveners. Thank you.
So organizers would also like to felicitate some people who have significantly contributed for the successful completion of this national seminar. So for this, I would now request Professor R.S. Paroda and Professor P.K. Khosla sir to felicitate Dr. Mohar Singh, Local Organizing Committee Secretary. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. Next, we have Dr. Saurabh Kulsrestha. Dr. Saurabh Kulsrestha, Local Organizing Secretary. Next, we have Dr. Monica, Co-Organizing Secretary. Dr. Monica. Big round of applause, please. Next, we have Dr. Tripathi, Co-Organizing Secretary. Dr. Tripathi. Next, we have the most important person, Dr. Anuradha Agarwal, the Organizing Secretary. ISPGR also wants to extend a special thanks to Professor B.S. Dhillon, sir. So may I kindly request him to please join us on the stage, and want to request Professor R.S. Paroda, sir, and Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, to felicitate Professor B.S. Dhillon, sir. Thank you, sir. ISPGR would like to thank the host, Shulini University, by felicitating Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, and Mrs. Khosla, ma'am. So kindly, I request you to kindly join us on the stage, ma'am. I would like to request Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor P.K. Khosla and Mrs. Khosla. Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor P.K. Khosla, sir, and Professor R.S. Paroda, sir, to kindly felicitate the most important factor of agriculture, that is like the lectures from the back to basics and finally to women self-help group. So I would like to request Rahul Saxena to please come on the stage. Rahul Saxena, back to basics naturally, Palampur. A big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Joginder Walia, Society for Technology and Development, Mandi. Is it? Next, we have Sneha, Women Self-Help Group. Big round of applause, please. And finally, Padma Shri Nek Ram, sir. Please come on the stage.
Gentlemen, I will request you to please continue standing. There's the last but not the least felicitation. On the special recommendation of our esteemed President of ISPGR, Dr. R.S. Paroda, we would like to give a special token of appreciation to Dr. Nitika Thakur for managing the show very well for the last 2 days with utmost sincerity. On behalf of the society and my own personal behalf, I would simply like to say thank you all. But we do have a formal vote of thanks, and I invite our very capable and energetic local organizing secretary, Dr. Saurabh Kulshresht, Dean of School of Biotechnology, to do the honors.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So the last thing for the 2 days session, the formal vote of thanks. But before delivering the formal vote of thanks, I would like to thank all of you for joining in at Shulli University. The team has tried very hard to make these 2 days to make them comfortable for all of you. We would expect कि कहीं थोड़ा बहुत शायद कमी रह गई होगी. अगर कोई कमी रह गई होगी तो please, we are from the core of our heart, we are apologetic. We'll try to improve. We are improving, and we'll improve it further. So, to deliver for formal vote of thanks, first of all, I would like to thank Ma'am Khosla, President, Foundation for Life Sciences and Business Management. She is the driving force behind Shulli University. Professor Khosla, Chancellor Shulli University. Without the support of Professor Khosla and Ma'am Khosla, these 2 days would not be possible. This whole university is because of the efforts of Professor Khosla and Ma'am Khosla. और हम शायद जितना energetically काम कर पाते हैं वो भी sir और ma'am की energy की वजह से ही है. So thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for providing us this energy. So big round of applause for ma'am and sir. I would also like to thank Ma'am Paroda for joining us for these 2 days with Dr. Paroda and giving us this opportunity to organize this event. This event is not only to deliberate on the topic for the 2 days, but it also a golden chance for us to showcase our capabilities, not only in agriculture, but otherwise also. So thank you, sir and ma'am, for giving us this opportunity. I would also like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Atul Khosla. It is because of his guiding force and energy, we are working hard. And he is for getting the approval for this conference. I I was not able to find him. I give him a call. That, sir, this is the final approval I need. And he was like, okay, it is absolutely approved and everything is approved on phone. So that's the beauty of a young dynamic vice chancellor that we have. कि हमें भागने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है. Everything can be done, which is fairly quick. So thank you, sir, for being a driving force. I would also like to thank all the members of Shulini management. It is because of their help and guidance that we are improving on, and we are doing extremely good work. I would also like to thank all the senior luminaries who have joined for these 2 days. Not in any particular order. I would like to thank Professor Dr. P.L. Gautam, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Professor Dhillon, Dr. R.C. Agrawal, Dr. R.K. Tyagi, Dr. K.R. Dhiman, Dr. J.C. Rana, Dr. R.S. Chandel, Dr. Brijesh Singh. I would also like to thank all the vice chancellors, directors, scientists, faculty members who have joined these 2 days event as co-chairs, conveners, and reporters. I might be missing the name of some senior people. I'm apologetic. I'm sorry for that, but I try to cover all the people who have joined in for these 2 days event. I'm also thankful to all the invited speakers who have delivered excellent keynote talks and invited talks for various sessions. So thank you very much. All the oral presenters who have joined in for rapid presentations. Your work is the future of India, and you are actually the future of India. So thank you for coming in from far off places to Shulini to deliver your research work. Thank you very much. I am also thankful to all the poster presenters who have come to Shulini all the way and presented their research work. Some have got prizes, some got not, but this is the way how research goes on. I would also like to thank organizers for this 2 days events, ISPGR, ICAR, NBPGR, and Shulini University. Co-organizers of the event, PPFRA, Biodiversity International, and CIAT, TAS, UHF NONI, HPKV Palampur. I would also like to thank all of our sponsors, MICO, Himcost, SJVN, Ambuja Cement, JP Scientific for sponsoring this whole event for 2 days. I would be failing in my duty if I will not thank the core organizing team from ISPGR and NBPGR, with whom we were discussing for last 3-4 months how to organize this whole event. So thank you for choosing Shulini University and giving us this opportunity and the best possible thing that we can ever have and work for. I'm also thankful to local organizing team NBPGR Shimla. So Mohar Singh sir is the actual face for whatever we are seeing for last 2 days. So thank you, sir, and your whole team. I'm also extremely thankful to the local organizing team of Shulini University. अगर मैं उनका thank नहीं करूँगा तो शायद मैं कहीं ना कहीं पिछड़ रहा हूँ अपनी duties में. Faculty of Agriculture led by Professor Negi, the faculty members from Faculty of Applied Sciences and Biotechnology. तो ये 2 दिन का जो पूरा management था, ground level management था, it is the faculty members who have actually participated wholeheartedly. As sir said, that faculty members have gone to their homes yesterday at 12 o'clock. So it is the dedication and it is the beauty of Shulini that we all work together to make every possible event successful. Thank you, team Shulini. I'm also thankful to IT team. So IT team, they actually made all the presentations possible. We have actually have gone online on YouTube. So thanks to the IT team for managing these 2 days very effectively. Bhatti ji for taking all of our photographs, recording the videos. So he'll be providing all the photographs to us by tomorrow morning. He has promised. Thank you, Bhatti ji. I would also like to thank Chancellor Office and Vice Chancellor Office. जितना भी कुछ 2 दिन में हम arrange कर पाए in terms of logistics, it is because of them. So thank you, all the members of Chancellor's and Vice Chancellor's Office. Lovely volunteers. These are the people who are the backbone of this whole event. ये हमने आज ही realize नहीं किया. ये हमने 2-3 साल पहले realize किया था कि अगर हमें कोई event organize करना है, हम अपने volunteers के बिना नहीं कर सकते. And I think Padhoda sir and ma'am would be the best possible person to answer or to justify this because the volunteers who are attached to them and they have actually helped them in each and every process. So thank you, lovely volunteers. And we'll be providing you the volunteer certificate soon. So thank you very much. मैंने कोशिश की कि सबका मैं थैंक कर पाऊं, बट अगर मैं किसी का थैंक नहीं कर पाया या मैं भूल गया, okay, no, one more thing, the participants who have attended the sessions from our School of Agriculture, from Biotechnology, so thank you lovely students for joining in big numbers to make this whole event successful. अगर किसी का रह गया नाम, so I'm extremely sorry, but from my heart I'm thankful to each and everyone who have worked in the forefront or in the background to make this whole 2 days event successful. Thank you very much. And I think with this, we comes to the end of this 2 days deliberations. Before moving for dinner, we can all stand up for national anthem. Okay, wait. Yeah. Something is left.
Give me the stage.
Oh, okay. So another one, please.
Yes, I was just checking the list if Dr. Saurabh is going to miss anybody or not. Quite an exhaustive list. Congratulations. But I did catch a couple of the names. So before that, we must thank Professor Pushpender Kaushal, Vice Chancellor, Bharsar University. He has come a very long way and a very difficult terrain and journey. And he's here till the valedictory session. So thank you very much for your presence and also being my co-chair. I will just take this opportunity to thank our own staff of ISPGR, Mr. Arup Das and Mr. Sunil. They are the backbone of the ISPGR functioning. Dr. Saurabh, you forgot the catering team that has kept us happy through the days. So please convey our thanks to them. And the entire session was run on a whole team, but there are team leaders in that. So we thank Ritika, Nidhi, and Nitin, and their entire team. Last but not the least, Dr. Saurabh Kulshresht himself. We request participants who need participation certificates to collect it from the desk outside, those who have not done so far. And any problems you have, you can reach out either to me or to Dr. Saurabh. And most important announcement is, actually I should have said that in the beginning of the program, is we expect all young people working in this area to join as members, life members of the Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources. We run a journal called the Indian Journal of Plant Genetic Resources, and you can use it as a forum to publish your work in this area. So please make an effort to join. It is not a very high membership, but you will get many benefits. We give awards, we hold functions, and we give you a platform to air your views. So please feel motivated to join. Next seminar, I'll keep it as a clause that awards will only go to members. ISPGI team, please remember that. Okay, with that, we come to a very happy conclusion of the day. Thank you one and all. And we will end the session with the national. No, ma'am. I think national anthem. So we have the pleasure of hearing a few words from the most benevolent lady of the Sholini University, Madam Hosla.
A few words only, my blessings. Take away with you everybody present here and who attended or didn't attend, who have gone also. Shulni Ma's blessings, lots of love, and best wishes for a happy and successful life. Thank you very much. God bless.
शुभ आशीष मांगे तब जय गाथा जय Jaya Jaya Jaya